Chapter 1 System is coming. Heaven is impermanent, yet this is the constant principle. This world is fraught with danger, war is endless, survive. Trial objective. Save the Slime Queen trial completion rewards. Special clone summoning card, the Slime Queen's Goodwill, 1 advanced lottery draw. Note, before the time runs out, this spacetime will loop infinitely, but you only have 1 challenge opportunity per day. Blue Star Calendar start time, September 7th. Remaining time, 6 days 6 hours. Current long-term mission, reverse the predetermined future of the collapsing reality plane. Shut up. Let me have a moment, who throws people onto the battlefield right off the bat. And what the hell is this Slime Queen? Bai Yang, dressed in casual white clothes, had a lazy look in his eyes that revealed a hint of clear bewilderment. Before he could finish speaking, a spear flew towards him from afar. He quickly ducked, narrowly dodging it. The spear grazed his scalp and flew backward. The spearhead landed, embedded 7/10 of the way into the ground. Idiot system, Bai Yang cursed inwardly as he regained his senses, but before he could even look up, he caught a glimpse of a green-skinned figure over 4 meters tall approaching from behind. The figure kicked away the spear stuck in the ground, and a door-sized axe was already raised in its hand. The fear of death compelled him to rise without hesitation, pushing off with his feet and rolling to the side. Bang! The blood-red axe slammed into the ground like a falling star, the dull thud sending a shiver down Bai Yang's spine. The giant axe embedded itself half a meter deep in the ground, the spray hitting Bai Yang and leaving streaks of blood. Taking advantage of the moment his opponent pulled out the axe, Bai Yang ignored the pain and rushed away. But he had only run a few steps when a strange, fierce wind howled overhead. Whoosh whoosh, this sound was strikingly similar to the roaring fire from a bellows stove he used as a child. Only now, the sound was amplified countless times and descended from the sky. Instinctively looking up, he saw a colossal dragon with a wingspan of over 100 meters flying towards him, spewing its breath. The scorching dragon's breath swept across, melting even the steel armor into molten iron, turning the berserker into a blazing lump of coal. The breath descending from the sky carved a fiery path nearly 100 meters long across the chaotic battlefield. Countless creatures howled in agony, fleeing engulfed in flames. Some buried themselves in the earth, some jumped into the water, and some, unable to bear the pain of the burns, chose to end their own lives. Those buried in the earth remained motionless, seemingly merging completely with the gradually thawing earth. Even those who jumped into the water, the moment they surfaced, flames would surge forth again from the cracks in their crimson bodies. The crimson dragon's breath clung to their bones like maggots, an inextinguishable curse. Damn, this is even scarier than white phosphorus bombs. Bai Yang, still shaken, rolled on the ground, extinguishing the clothes and fur that had been ignited by the intense heat. Just now, to avoid the berserker's slashes, he had managed to escape the range of the dragon's breath. However, the ensuing heatwave still ignited his clothes and fur, nearly scorching the skin of his entire back. Wait, there's still fire somewhere. Having just extinguished the flames, Bai Yang suddenly noticed his sleeve was ablaze again. He instinctively looked down, and a pain far exceeding the agony of the burns on his back belatedly swept over every nerve. He saw 2 or 3 sparks of dragon's breath on his arm. The terrifying heat effortlessly burned through flesh and charred bone marrow. Human fat became the perfect accelerant. The burns spread exponentially beneath the flesh. Internal combustion. In the midst of the pain, a sliver of reason compelled Bai Yang to snatch a still sharp blade from the hand of a dead, small creature. This arm was probably beyond saving, the flesh and blood resembled a forest ablaze. Whether scraping the flesh or breaking the bone, it had to be separated, otherwise, he would soon be reduced to ashes. Being burned alive was an extremely painful way to die, and he didn't want to experience it. At this moment, Bai Yang, whose attention was entirely focused on his arm, didn't notice that as he picked up the blade, the warriors of various races who had previously ignored him suddenly shifted their focus. Today, I'll also have a wave of heroic self-mutilation. Just as Bai Yang hardened his heart and raised the blade to strike, he suddenly felt a chill on his chest, his muscles spasming instinctively, and his strength receding like a tide. His arm fell uncontrollably, the blade clattering to the ground. Looking down, he saw several blood-stained spears protruding from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and saw several dog-headed, human-bodied warriors preparing to withdraw their spears. Behind these kobolds, he saw an arrow wreathed in frost magnify infinitely in his eyes. Damn system, all F you. His last thought faded, and then everything returned to deathly darkness. When Bai Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pure white space. Instance location: another world, Deskava Dragon Burial Battlefield Trial Mission. Failed survival time, 13 seconds. Kills, 0 salvations, 0 source of injuries. Berserker 2%, Crimson Dragon 23%, 7 Kobold Warriors 70%, Frost Elf 5%. Killer, Frost Elf. Rating, G. Comment: a real man lasts at least 13 seconds. In just 5 seconds, you escaped death 3 times, amazing. You also attracted 7 kobolds with your body, and they all died at the hands of the Frost Elf. A unique 1 for 7 exchange, regrettable. Guaranteed reward: 1 normal lottery draw, newcomer's first blood reward. 1 advanced lottery draw, 1 random common clone summoning card. Dungeon reward: experience points +5, physique +1, death reward. 7 kobold spears, white equipment, kill reward. None dungeon attempt, refresh time, daily at midnight. Damn system. Looking at the short survival time, Bai Yang gritted his teeth in anger. This other person's system, it just starts helping its host to kill indiscriminately. In contrast, his own system immediately imposed all sorts of restrictions on the host. Binding with you is the worst luck imaginable. You bastard. But Bai Yang's furious tirade failed to provoke any self-reflection from the system. Instead, it met with fierce rebuttal. 13 seconds. Only 13 seconds. Host, you're really bad. Binding yourself to a nobody like you is the worst luck this system has ever had. Unbind me now. Upon hearing this, Bai Yang, who had just tried to calm down, immediately flew into a rage. You bound me, how am I supposed to unbind myself? Can't you use your pig brain? This is an S-level battlefield. Who throws people there at the start? That's the result of the program's automatic execution. I have no right to interfere. Besides, it's not like you'll actually die, you've been resurrected. A nobody with absolutely no combat power. Damn system, I'll get you sooner or later. Hearing the utterly effeminate speech, Bai Yang's teeth itched with anger, but for the moment, he was helpless. Through me. You. 13 seconds. Tisk. Bai Yang. Automatically censoring a lot of slang. Half an hour later, perhaps tired of cursing, Bai Yang calmed down and chose to claim his reward. The system also stopped its taunts, and a strange peace was reached between the two. After all, it's better to accept each other than to hurt each other. Reward distributed. Please check your account. This time it was a standard mechanical voice. The system's AI was clearly still calming down. Name: Bai Yang. Physical strength, 13, exceeds the limit. The human race's limit is 10. Mental strength, 20, exceeds the limit. The human race's limit is 10. Spiritual strength, 13, exceeds the limit. The human race's limit is 10. Mysticism, 20. Opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis . Talent: Golden Legend. Golden Legend: each day, any item can be randomly enhanced to a random quality between gray and gold. Every 99 enhancements, the 100th enhancement will become a Golden Legend enhancement, guaranteeing a golden, top-tier quality item. Golden Legend enhancement count: 99. Next enhancement will be Golden Legend. Talent upgrade requirements: accumulate 10 golden quality enhancements. Rankings: Rainbow, Starry, right pointing arrow, Crimson, Ancient, right pointing arrow, Pink, Mythical, right pointing arrow, Gold, Legendary, right pointing arrow, Purple, Epic, right pointing arrow, Blue, Excellent, right pointing arrow, Green, Good, right pointing arrow, White, Common, right pointing arrow, Gray, Poor. Settlement complete. Return. Chapter 2, The Limits of Race. In the pure white space, after Bai Yang calmed down, his thoughts began to wander. The lingering power of death tried to engulf him, but found it couldn't hold him back. The argument with the dog-like system had faded the memory of that moment of death. In fact, now, looking back, Bai Yang could only say, that feeling of dying and coming back to life was so cool. He wanted to experience it again. Of course, this was just a casual remark. If he could, he'd rather die fewer times. After all, the pain was real. Although he'd get used to the pain after a while, wouldn't that make him a psychopath? No, I don't want to be seen as a psychopath by others. He had to restrain himself. As his thoughts churned, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. But Bai Yang didn't immediately choose to return. The real world always had some uncertainties. It would be better to use the reward first before returning. Anyway, these rewards won't generate any smaller rewards if left unused, so using them sooner rather than later will bring benefits. Speaking of which, this system has dungeons. Moreover, the growth speed and safety within them are higher than in the current universal battlefield. As for the universal battlefield, it's a magical place that suddenly chose Earth 500 years ago. It's said to encompass all heavens and open up countless worlds. The chosen civilization has no right to refuse, but the people within that civilization have the right to choose. Because the battle domain only allows entry to the capable from selected civilizations. The so-called capable refers to those who, regardless of the method used, have surpassed the racial limit in terms of overall attributes. For humans, this means having an overall attribute score above 30. But this is extremely difficult. This is evident from the very terminology used for racial limits. It refers to the limit of a race in its natural state, not the limit of an individual. What are racial limits? For example, in terms of physique, a limit of 10 points in physique can be simply seen as the combined peak values of all human physical abilities before the battle domain existed. Before the emergence of superhuman power, this would have been almost impossible to achieve. But after the Universal War, while still quite difficult, it's not unattainable. For example, he reached the racial limit at the age of 18. At that time, his average punching power was 600 kg, and his average kicking power easily exceeded 1 ton. He can run 1,000 meters in 92 seconds and endure underwater insufficiency for up to half an hour. His reaction speed is generally within 100 milliseconds, only half as slow as a feline. If 12 marbles are randomly scattered around him at different heights, he can accurately catch more than 10 of them. His muscle density, bone density, and internal organ resilience can easily keep up with this level of activity. Before the advent of the battlefield, this would be superhuman. But now, it's still within the realm of ordinary people. At least, before his talent awakened, this situation is known as battlefield reserve, and while rare in the current era, it's not uncommon. Because training reserve personnel has been incorporated into compulsory education. Regardless of whether or not one intends to enter the battlefield, all must undergo relevant training. Even without going to the battlefield, this training allows ordinary people to better survive in increasingly dangerous environments. Population is the cornerstone of civilization. Human civilization is paramount. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Yang checked his gains. Personal inventory, experience points. 5 used to purchase clones, lottery tickets, and other items in the shop. Items: 1 normal lottery card, 1 advanced lottery card, 1 normal clone summoning card. Note: only system-issued items can be stored in the warehouse, non-system-issued items cannot be stored. First are the training points, which are similar to in-game currency, mainly used to purchase various clone summoning cards and other items. Second are the lottery cards, which are divided into normal, advanced, and supreme tiers, offering a wide variety of rewards including talents, skills, equipment, and more. Finally, there's clone summoning, which I haven't studied in detail yet. However, judging from the panel layout, clone summoning, along with otherworldly training and the lottery, constitutes the system's 3 main functions. Looking at the clone summoning cards in the warehouse, Bai Yang casually opened the clone summoning list. **** random normal clone, 200 experience points grants a normal clone. The clone's basic stats are locked. It cannot grow through training, cannot wear attribute-based equipment, and attribute benefits belong to the original body. It can reduce the number of shared traits from the original body by 3. Random intermediate clone, 2000 experience points grants a mid-tier clone. Attribute benefits belong to the original body. It can grow through training, and can wear attribute-based equipment. It can copy 5 traits from the original body. Random advanced clone, 5000 experience points grants an advanced clone that inherits all skills from the original body. The advanced clone gains various benefits and also provides an equal amount of benefits back to the original body. It can copy all traits from the original body. Random special clone, not for sale. Upon use, you will obtain a special clone that inherits all of the original body's talents, skills, and traits. When the special clone gains benefits, the original body gains an equal amount of benefits, and vice versa. Clone description. 1. All clones can be considered as part of the host and can be controlled by the host's conscious mind or subconsciously. In special cases, they can also be delegated to the system. Point 2. When the original body dies, it will be reborn in the clone. After the clone dies, the original body gains all of the clone's basic attributes, talents, and skill bonuses. Point 3. Clones can be used for performing training missions, assisting in daily life, assisting in cultivation, marriage and childbirth, mining, farming, stir-frying, etc. Bai Yang. Upon seeing the final instructions, Bai Yang felt his brain freeze for a moment. Stir-frying and deep-frying. Are you sure you're a legitimate system, not some perverted imposter? Bai Yang rubbed his temples, his head was throbbing. The first 2 points were relatively normal, he could even understand things like marriage and having children. But what the hell was this, stir-frying and deep-frying? What? They're all clones, so they're acquaintances, huh? If you don't like it, don't use it. Besides, who says clones can only be human? What if you draw a pig clone? Are you going to keep it to breed instead of eating it? The system responded confidently. That seems to make sense. Forget it, let's draw the prizes first. Bai Yang thought for a moment, then decided to stop worrying about it and used all his rewards. 2 prize draw cards and 1 clone card, glowing with iridescent light, transformed into 2 white and 1 red lights and dissipated. You drew the equipment, Sandstone Insect Nest white, in your normal draw. You drew the talent, Human Weapon Fusion, in your advanced draw. You obtained a normal clone, Qingqiu Fox Clan, unnamed. At the same time, Bai Yang also quickly checked the information, open black lens bracket. Sandstone Insect Nest white equipment attributes, increases base physique by 10%. Insect Nest, after using this equipment skill, the equipment is permanently lost and placed on sandstone terrain. It can produce 1 sandstone worm per hour to fight for you. The sandstone worm's rank is equal to the user's, but its maximum rank cannot exceed 2. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Talent. Human Equipment Unity Colorless Special Effect. Resonates with and merges with any 3 pieces of equipment, increasing equipment attributes by an additional 400%. When the equipment quality is high, additional equipment characteristics can be obtained. Close black lens bracket. Cool. System, I didn't expect you to take such good care of me. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. The man and machine as one talent, combined with his own enhancement talent, is practically tailor-made for him. System, who's taking care of a nobody like you? If you hadn't forcibly kidnapped me, HMPH, anyway, that was the result of an automatic lottery program, it has nothing to do with this system. Hearing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but smirk. He didn't believe the system's explanation. Thinking of this, he took out the insect nest with a thought. A flash of light, slightly heavy in his hand. Before activating its skill, the insect nest resembled a necklace, with a yellowish-brown crystal with white dots hanging below the core of the insect nest. Although the equipment's grade wasn't high, its skill and attributes were powerful. Leaving aside the skill that resembled troop production, the prestigious, top-tier percentage attribute bonus alone made it comparable in value to many green equipment. After being chosen by the Universal Battle Domain, besides his own extraordinary abilities, he also acquired some extraordinary equipment. Ignoring quality distinctions, these equipment items can be divided into 3 main categories. First, there are attribute-based items, such as armor, sharpness, burn, and poison. This is the most common type of attribute. Second, there are fixed attributes, which increase a certain attribute by a fixed value. This type of equipment is very popular with newcomers. Finally, there are percentage-based attribute bonuses, which are the rarest type of attribute. Even lower quality items are worth several times more than other types of equipment. High-quality percentage-based attribute equipment can even impress top-tier players. The reason is simple. It involves a theory of passively increasing base attributes. That is, when the difference between the attributes before and after equipping is too large, the base attribute will slowly increase until it reaches a certain ratio with the attribute after equipping. As for the limit of this method's improvement, no one knows yet. This is precisely why, due to the limitation of an individual being able to activate a maximum of 7 attribute-enhancing equipment pieces, wearing ordinary equipment quickly reaches a balance, offering little further attribute boost. In contrast, percentage-based equipment, once stacked to the enhancement threshold, provides a continuous and uninterrupted boost. While this method's improvement speed is slow, its cumulative effect becomes terrifying. Therefore, among the already extremely rare high-level equipment, percentage-based equipment is almost never seen. And now, he possessed such a perfect embryo. Without further hesitation, he grabbed it and instantly enhanced it. An instinct compelled him to speak. "You will become a legend." Chapter 3 Bai Yang, "My clone is so handsome." As he finished speaking, a faint golden light emanated from Bai Yang's hand. Following his innate instincts, he pointed it at the sandstone insect nest. Instantly, the golden light shone brightly, like the sun rising in the sky. The void hissed, like the roar of 10,000 beasts. The commotion startled Bai Yang, but fortunately, this was the system's return space, so even the loudest noise wouldn't affect reality. In reality, this would likely attract the attention of the entire city, and he might encounter some trouble. After all, his talent meant at least a stable output of golden equipment. It was hard to say whether someone would have malicious intentions. When the disturbance subsided, the originally dark yellow pendant had now transformed into a crystalline, mysterious purplish gold. It remained about the size of a quail egg, but its weight was almost imperceptible. It seemed as if a mysterious force allowed it to float freely in the void. Even when he let go, it would only remain suspended in place, without falling. Sandstone insect nest white right pointing arrow void insect nest gold type. Special equipment attributes, increases physique by 80%, void, increases the wearer's spatial perception. A void protection is refreshed every hour, transforming into a void barrier upon taking damage, redirecting all attacks into the void. The void barrier lasts for a maximum of 1 second after activation. Insect nest, after using this equipment skill, it is placed in any space, producing 1 void creature per minute to fight for the wearer. The void creature's rank is equal to the user's, but the maximum cannot exceed the peak of rank 8. The void creature's type changes depending on the placement location. Note, after using this skill, it cannot be reverted to equipment and cannot be moved. Seeing these incredible attributes, Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh, immediately choosing to equip and resonate with it. As the human equipment unity talent activated, the void insect nest on his neck began to glow, gradually merging into his chest cavity. At the same time, a dark purple ring-shaped pattern appeared on his chest, connected end to end. A burning heat first formed in his chest. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded like an engine roaring, a surge of heat erupting from his chest, instantly filling his limbs and bones. His bones crackled, his blood surged like a tidal wave, his facet trembled, each breath carrying a thunderous sound, like a tiger roaring in the mountains, exuding an imposing, silent power. His body, already sharply defined from childhood training, became even more solid, his muscles, tendons, and bones seemingly integrated, making him appear slightly thinner, subtly showing a return to his natural state. After everything calmed down, Bai Yang reopened his eyes. A faint golden light had appeared in his pupils, adding a touch of arrogant nobility to his otherwise night-black eyes. "Who?" He let out a soft breath and clenched his fist. With the completion of the fusion of man and weapon, the physique, on top of the original 80% increase, has now gained an additional 320%, a fourfold increase. Looking at the panel again, physique, 13 right pointing arrow 70 theoretically, 13 points of physique multiplied fivefold should be 65 points. But now there are 5 more points. Even without equipment, the base attribute will now be 14, not the original 13. This is the effect of the equipment. And it's still slowly improving. Bai Yang did a quick calculation. On average, it increases his base attributes by about 1 point every 8 hours. Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh. I've spent 20 years training, enduring the coldest and hottest winters, plus awakening, to get just over 10 points in my physique attribute. Now, I can catch up in 4 days just by lying around. No wonder everyone goes crazy when they see top-tier percentage-based equipment. 3 points of attribute per day, that's over 1,000 points a year, enough to fight a Gundam in melee. Even if I just laze around all day, I'd have the power to move mountains and fill seas in 10 years. Who wouldn't go crazy in this situation? Of course, the effects of human-machine fusion go far beyond that. Besides the attribute bonuses, it also brings additional characteristics, new status, Human-machine fusion, Void Hive, new characteristic, Void supplies, life necessities can be directly supplied by the Void. Air, water, food, these will no longer be essential for your life. When Void supplies are not heavily consumed, the physique attribute increases by an additional point per day. New trait, Void Affinity, greatly enhances affinity with the Void. A Void shield refreshes every hour, transforming into a Void barrier upon taking damage, redirecting all attacks into the Void. Lasts for 1 second after activation. New trait, Void Hive, upon use, the wearer permanently gains 1 Void creature equal to themselves per minute, maximum tier 8, but will permanently lose the equipment. The generation type varies depending on the user. Hiss. It feels like it's developing towards the ultimate creature. Bai Yang couldn't help but gasp. If the trait is true, then his survivability will be greatly improved in the early game. Thinking of this, he immediately began to try holding his breath. Time passed second by second. Perhaps due to the improvement in his physique, his body's oxygen storage capacity had also greatly increased. Even after exhaling air from his lungs prematurely, it took him a while to feel a slight stuffiness. But then, the warm current in his chest began to circulate more rapidly, and the slight feeling of suffocation vanished instantly. At the same time, the passive improvement in his physique slowed down somewhat. Only after he resumed breathing and replenished his oxygen did the passive improvement in his physique return to normal. After several attempts, Bai Yang finally chose to return. Although the Void supplies couldn't support too much drastic consumption, they were more than enough to maintain normalcy. China, Luo City Riverside Villa District. The process of returning was fleeting. The feeling was like waking from a deep dream, yet there was an indescribable strangeness. Ah, the glaring sunlight is so annoying. The afternoon sun cheerfully streamed through the undrawn window, making Bai Yang momentarily unable to open his eyes. She instinctively reached out to block the sunlight and close the window, but quickly realized something was wrong. How could that voice be so alluring? The voice was clear and soft, like the ringing of bells in a summer breeze, yet carrying the ethereal quality of a gentle breeze passing through a corridor. Bai Yang sat up abruptly. Looking down, she saw that a huge, seemingly breathing structure blocked most of her view. The heavy weight of the large E-shaped object made her feel uneasy all over. Her fair, snow-white skin was smooth and delicate, reflecting the sunlight. Not a single unwanted hair was on her body. She was unmistakably one of the 4 divine beasts. 2 fluffy fox tails on her back announced her identity. Could this be a clone? Bai Yang's heart tightened. This clone wasn't what she had imagined. She did want a clone, but she hadn't said she wanted to become a fox girl. Just as she was feeling sad, another perspective came, and the emotions she had been building up vanished instantly. He saw a white-haired fox girl sitting on the bed, her expression downcast, as if about to weep. Her silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her eyebrows were as white as frost and snow, her alluring eyes held a few traces of first tears, and her skin was snow-white with a rosy glow. A pair of snow-white fox ears twitched slightly from time to time, and its fluffy tail swayed involuntarily, releasing a faint fragrance of gardenias. Looking down, he saw familiar hands and a flat chest. Clearly, this was his true form. As his true form looked at the fox girl's clone also looked at him. The boy was tall and slender, with smooth muscle lines. If he wore an overcoat, he would even appear slightly thin. His still somewhat childish face was captivating to both men and women. His dark eyes were like the boundless depths of space, adorned with a touch of golden light that added to his mystique. 2 different perspectives, 2 different senses, 2 independent bodies, intertwined in a chaotic jumble within the consciousness of Bai Yang. But surprisingly, Bai Yang didn't feel much discomfort. Instead, he began to wonder about the clone. By the way, is that tail real? Bai Yang looked at his clone's tail and couldn't help but feel an itch to touch it. Instinctively, he controlled his clone to deliver it at the perfect moment. He reached out, grabbed it, and gave it a slight tug. The next moment, 2 gasps rang out. Ah, I can't pull it off. Looks like it's not a plug-in. The clone, its face flushed, clutched its tail, and Bai Yang wasn't much better off. He touched the non-existent tail root with lingering fear. The feel confirmed it was a body with shared senses. But Bai Yang didn't find this complex sensory experience strange at all. On the contrary, he adapted quite well and tried other actions. 10 minutes later, this is so perverted, I can't bear to look. Then don't look. Bai Yang rolled his eyes. After 10 minutes of adaptation, he had completely mastered this state. At this moment, one was on the bed, the other on the floor. One was doing a fancy hand gesture, the other was doing a driving test, multitasking seamlessly. I haven't even activated the multitasking passive skill yet, how come you're so proficient? The system's slightly puzzled voice rang in his mind. She hadn't even had a chance to grant Bai Yang the bonus multitasking skill yet. Bai Yang simply curled his lip in dismissive silence. Don't you understand talent? Besides, what's the quicker way to learn multitasking than a split personality? The clone replied expressionlessly and matter-of-factly, that's right, a qualified adult must be able to split their personality anytime, anywhere. The clone and the original answered simultaneously, each speaking fluently and independently. Although Bai Yang didn't know why he was so skilled, it didn't stop him from increasing the difficulty. As the driving test part 3 began, his clone sped up, its large, fluffy tail swaying behind it, its alluring figure voluptuous. When maintaining an expressionless face, it possessed the cool, aloof beauty of a mature woman. But a uniquely fox-like charm added a touch of allure to its icy demeanor. Innocent yet seductive, its destructive power was off the charts. Bai Yang was so stunned that both his movements slowed down a beat. Wow. My clone is so beautiful. By the way, are Japanese people breaking the law? System. Chapter 4 White Fox Clone. I was just saying. System. Why do I feel like you're not joking? I don't care what you feel, I care about what I feel. Bai Yang turned around somewhat awkwardly, while simultaneously telling his clone to quickly get dressed. This system is really weird, it won't even let the clone get dressed. To distract himself, Bai Yang silently opened his clone panel. Cloner, normal clone 1 name, unnamed Bai Yang race. Qingqiu Fox clan gender, female rank. Second tier 2-tailed strength. Physical constitution, 50 base attribute values locked mental strength. 150 base attribute values locked spiritual power. 100 base attribute values locked talent. Green Fox essence increases initial favorability towards non-hostile units, slightly increases luck, greatly increases temperament and charm, and increases the effect of charm type skills by 50%. Skills number locked charm, greatly increases temporary favorability, then uses mental power to enslave the target. Bewildering, creates mental illusions to confuse the target. Demon fire, creates a ball of intense heat to incinerate the target. Tail concealment, **** has a 2x2x2 meter space between its tails, which can be used to store items. Current equipment, non-combat power rating, not suitable for direct confrontation, but can still take on 10 white poplars. White poplar. The last sentence can be removed. Open black lens bracket. Heh, close black lens bracket. Heh, my foot. Bai Yang's eye twitched, he had an urge to punch the system. But unfortunately, the system had no physical form, so he couldn't hit it. Thinking of this, Bai Yang suddenly remembered the description of clones. Ordinary clones could seemingly be temporarily controlled by the system, how about you help me control the clone? Bai Yang suggested. But the system saw through his intention. Open black lens bracket. No way. Don't think I don't know you just want to take this opportunity to hit me. As long as I don't have a physical form, you can't hit me. He. Close black lens bracket. Bai Yang, his fist hardened. Just as Bai Yang was about to use a combined attack with his clone using Zanian magic, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside the window. A streaking lightning bolt flashed past the window, bringing a torrential downpour. In less than 5 seconds, the bright sunshine had completely vanished. A thunderstorm accompanied by torrential rain swept down, quickly flooding the road with several inches of water. A gust of wind blew in through the window, carrying a few drops of rain that felt chilly against the clone. This also interrupted Bai Yang's preparation of a Zanian magical attack. The naval battle has begun again. Faced with this strange weather, Bai Yang quickly manipulated his clone to close every window. This was nothing new to him. It was a sign that coastal battles had begun. Every time this happened, torrential rains would fall on the mainland. The stronger the enemy's fighting power, the wider the rain clouds reach and the stronger the rain. Looks like grain prices are going to rise again this year, Bai Yang sighed softly. This is the 3rd time this year. The first 2 times were manageable, the front lines would issue announcements before the battle began. But this time, it's probably a surprise attack. However, none of this currently concerns him. The evil gods and aquatic creatures in the sea are beyond his ability to handle. The anomalies in the oceans primarily stem from the backwardness and consequences of the global warfare zone decades ago. While the global warfare zone brought opportunities, it also brought commensurate crises. Unlike the system's battlefield instances, you can only enter them on your own, and it doesn't matter if you die inside. In the vast universe, once you die in the cosmic battlefield, you are truly dead. Furthermore, anyone whose overall attributes have surpassed the racial limits and entered the extraordinary realm can go there. Or rather, must go. Unless they choose to permanently refuse the battle zone. Otherwise, even if you don't want to go, you'll be forcibly dragged in if you don't go for more than 3 months. However, those who qualify generally don't easily give up this opportunity. Because once you leave the battlefield, advancing becomes incredibly difficult. Furthermore, besides the individual or regional reward and punishment mechanisms, there's also a ranking mechanism for all races in the starry sky. All races are ranked based on their combined ranking across different numbered battlefields over the years. This ranking is conducted every 3 years. The top 10% of races receive divine blessings, with reduced disasters and calamities. The bottom 10% of races face natural disasters and frequent accidents, but these are accompanied by corresponding opportunities. Meanwhile, the battlefield environment is updated annually, and then new members are included in the corresponding divisions based on their awakening year. When the time is right, it might even merge zones, a game-like system that brutally and effectively filters out the masses. Currently, the situation of human civilization on Earth is not optimistic. In most cases, Earth's humans can only maintain a position in the bottom 20%. In the past 500 years, Earth's humans have fallen into a trough 3 times. The first time, the entire human race on Earth lost its rationality, and war broke out. And to make matters worse, Earth was then targeted by another civilization. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a 9th-tier powerhouse appeared out of nowhere, single-handedly quelling the internal strife, restoring everyone's rationality, and voluntarily stepping into space, ultimately turning enemies into friends and forming an alliance. Initially, people didn't take this punishment seriously. After all, wars are common, extraterrestrial civilizations are countless, and it was all just a coincidence. Most powerful individuals value their lives. Rather than risk death on the battlefield, they prefer to reach their limits, relinquish battlefield benefits, and return to Earth to roam freely. Thus, the second drop of 10% followed. This time, the abyssal rifts came crashing down, thousands of them descending simultaneously. The largest opened directly on the moon, unleashing an endless stream of abyssal monsters under the moonlight. A centuries-long war against the abyss ensued. People had to simultaneously strive to protect their homes and relentlessly improve their rankings. Fortunately, the long-term battle against the abyss significantly increased their average combat strength. Furthermore, the occasional discovery of special resources within the abyss miraculously helped them stabilize their rankings. However, regrettably, as the largest abyssal rift was about to close, the monsters launched their final counterattack. After that battle, only 5 factions remained on Earth: China, the Northern Kingdom, the Southern Island, the Western Alliance, and the Eastern Ocean. In the aftermath of the war, the devastated Earth predictably fell back into the bottom 10%, followed by a third punishment. The evil god within the abyss gradually awakened, leaving even 9th-tier powerhouses helpless. The deep sea became a forbidden zone for humanity. Simultaneously, the birth and evolution of sea clan civilizations occurred. The evolutionary process of some marine creatures seemed to be accelerated a million times. Mermaids, octopus girls, and sea beastmen emerged in droves. Fortunately, not all sea creatures were united. A small minority maintained friendly relations with humanity. Even today, although humanity has recovered from the abyssal calamity, it still struggles with the occasional appearance of small abyssal rifts and faces new crises. Coastal defenses are increasingly strengthened, solely for the purpose of fighting enemies in the sea. Chapter 5: The River of Life. As her thoughts raced, Bai Yang stood by the window, simultaneously gazing out using both her own and her clone's perspectives. The perspectives of her main body and her clone appeared in one consciousness at the same time. Although the adaptation was initially slow, it quickly accelerated with the supplementary activation of the system's multitasking talent. The feeling was like transforming from a single view perspective to a panoramic view. Using the dual perspectives of her clone and main body, she could see both in front and behind, and perceive everything around them. Perhaps due to her rank, the white fox clone's vision was significantly stronger than her main body's. She could even clearly see someone jumping into the river 100 meters away on the opposite bank. Tisk, another one trying to challenge the river of life. Bai Yang shook her head slightly. People jump into this river every few days, but none succeed. The river seems to possess a magical protective force. Those who jump in are quickly pushed ashore. Some even stubbornly tie stones to their feet and jump, but they still don't sink. This attracted many researchers to study it, but the river water had normal density and wasn't rich in any extra spiritual energy. Tests showed it was just ordinary water. However, because of the miraculous fact that no one could drown there, people still considered it an auspicious place, calling it the river of floating life, meaning life wouldn't sink there. Sure enough, the person was pushed to the bank by the current at a bend not long after. Immediately afterwards, a smooth piece of driftwood rushed over and hit her directly in the chest, causing her to roll over and finally reach the shore, spitting out a mouthful of water. A moment later, the person slowly awoke. All of this seemed like a coincidence, yet it always happened as predicted. Incredibly miraculous, the rain grew heavier, and gradually the clone's vision became obscured. If the front lines are safe, then all is well. But judging by this, the other side is probably being overconfident. After observing for a while, Bai Yang withdrew his gaze. Instead of worrying about that, he should think about how to solve the problem of food and clothing if it rains for 3 days straight. He ate his emergency rations during a midnight snack a couple of days ago, and now the amount is clearly insufficient. Although he could go without food or water, he would still feel hungry when his stomach was empty. For example, right now, his clone was already starving, wanting to take a bite of everything. Even his main body felt a little hungry. Therefore, Bai Yang directly controlled his clone to rummage under the bed and find half a box of instant noodles, which he then grabbed and ran downstairs. 3 minutes later, Bai Yang and Bai Yi were each eating a cup of instant noodles. Bai Yi was the name Bai Yang had chosen for his clone. In the future, if they were traveling, it would be better to keep their names and identities separate, lest they be caught together someday. At this moment, one was eating a half-cooked spicy instant noodle, while the other had a fully cooked tonkatsu ramen. Meanwhile, one was replying to messages on their phone while eating, while the other was watching TV. Each was doing their own thing, their expressions and demeanor completely different. Even their own father would have a hard time seeing anything in common between them. An urgent announcement. At 2:32 p.m. today, the East China Sea garrison was attacked by forces from Haiyuan. Heavy to torrential rains are expected across the country for the next 3 days. Please prepare for flooding. 3 days indicates that the situation is still within the frontline's capacity to handle, but the pressure is considerable. If it were a week, then inland reinforcements would be needed. As long as it's not indefinite, Bai Yi said, quickly changing the channel. It's the grain in ear season, and a sudden downpour has struck. This year's grain yield is bound to decline, and how should we cope with the subsequent rise in grain prices? Now, let's invite an expert to speak. A well-dressed middle-aged man walked onto the stage, lightly blew on the microphone twice, and then slowly began to speak. Regarding the grain price issue, let me say a few words. First, regarding this grain price issue, I mean the price of grain. This price of grain is what we commonly call the grain price. Finally, I suggest to the general public, if grain prices rise again, we can eat less. Seeing this, Bai Yi finally couldn't bear it any longer and turned off the TV. What kind of lousy expert is this? Is he a spy? Bai Yi's fox ears twitched slightly. She noted down the man's information and angrily filed an anonymous report. Whether he's a spy or not, she'd report him through the relevant channels first. What if she won the lottery? Now it's appreciated, $1 million. On the other hand, Bai Yang himself was currently busy responding to his parents' concerns. His mother said, "Little Bai, it's okay if you haven't awakened your powers, it's okay if you don't have cultivation aptitude. So what if it's just a broken talent? We don't have extraordinary abilities, but we still have technology. Study hard, and when you graduate, Mom will bring you to the research institute. Our future lies in the stars and the sea, we might not be any worse off than others." Old Bai, Son, I heard you're a good for nothing. Ha ha ha, good, not bad. Just like me. Mother. At old Bai, sharpening knife JPG old Bai. Ahem, what I mean is, no gambler keeps losing, no son keeps crying. Maybe little Bai is lucky, one day he'll be spotted by a beautiful spirit while he's out. Bai Yang looked at the group chat with a wry smile, and decisively made a phone call. Almost instantly answered Bai Yang. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. This morning's talent awakening ceremony wasn't powerful enough, my talent just awakened on its own. Although I don't know the rating, self-awakened talents seem to be quite strong. But you too, don't go to the coast lately. I've been feeling uneasy, like something bad is going to happen. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his parents excitedly talking on the other end of the line. At the same time, Bai Yang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Based on his experience reading novels, the appearance of a system often signifies the gears of fate turning erratically, the beginning of a great upheaval, and those closest to the system's host are usually the first to suffer. But if sacrificing those around him is the only way to unlock its full potential, he'd rather live an ordinary life than compromise his parents' well-being. You're so self-righteous. This system never intended to choose you. If it weren't for you, this system would have already snuggled up with the original host. Didn't you just mistakenly walk this way and bump into me? Bai Yang rolled his eyes. That morning, during the university's awakening test, he was completely rejected. Spurred on, just as he was about to give up entirely, a sudden dizziness washed over him, and some indescribable memories resurfaced. He saw the end of time, the final annihilation. He saw the rebirth of the next life, the budding of reincarnation. Wandering souls are crushed and reassembled in the millstone of the great Tao's cycle of reincarnation, then collected and dispersed under the flowing laws, reincarnated. The universe is no exception, all realms are like this. If there's any difference between him and these mortals, it's probably that he was lucky, not completely shattered. And in that dazed moment, he reached out a hand. When he came to his senses, he was already home, and there was a system claiming to save all realms, begging him to unbind himself. Unfortunately, I couldn't unbind it. Later, under the system's sweet talk, I started my training, and then 13 seconds later. How could this system possibly get lost? Maybe you could suddenly grab me. Anyway, it's all your fault. Chapter 6. This is called self-respect and self-love. Alright, it's my fault, okay. Bai Yang was too lazy to argue with the system over such trivial matters. He pulled Bai Yi into his arms, gently stroking her fluffy, snow-white fox ears. Soft, warm, and big. Cough cough, anyway, they felt amazing. Anyway, it's all his, and he's so good looking, what's wrong with being a little narcissistic? It's not illegal. Bai Yi rolled her eyes. But I think this is weird. Hearing this, Bai Yang muttered to himself. I know, but as long as the main body's vision is comfortable, that's enough. Bai Yi and Bai Yang were both controlled by the same consciousness. What seemed like a conversation was actually just a monologue after a split personality. System, you're really a pervert. This is called self-respect and self-love. That's what teachers taught us since we were little. Bai Yang lazily shifted his position and corrected her. Meanwhile, the excited chatter from the parents on the other end of the phone gradually subsided, but their voices continued. Yang Qinwu, Mom and Dad, don't worry. We're staying in the lab and not going anywhere. Don't talk nonsense about your talent, and don't rush to tell us. Your dad's a blabbermouth when he's drunk. As for whether it's appropriate to reveal it, you should consider that yourself. Talents that awaken on their own are all unique and extraordinary. What if it's some kind of incredible talent? Bai Yang nodded. I understand. Bai Luan, no wonder you're my son. I knew you weren't a good for nothing. Good, just like your mother. Ha ha ha. Bai Yang. Fine, if you're a good for nothing, you'll be like her. If you're a genius, you'll be like your mother, right? Bai Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. But to be fair, fathers who are so natural and honest with their children are truly rare. However, in terms of talent alone, the father truly lacked any awakened talent, even his ordinary cultivation aptitude was quite poor. But his luck was consistently good. He became a spirit contract person from the start, his contract partner being the mother. The mother, on the other hand, was a mixed blood from another world, an awakened user of divine weapon talent. Simply put, This is a special type of talent, derived from the first descending realm of Blue Star, the spirit realm, and a talent derived from the combination of Blue Star's native bloodline. It is mostly awakened by women, who, after awakening, can transform into divine weapons, communicating and growing together with their contracted partner. Thus, the father was carried along by the mother, eventually becoming a third-tier weapon wielder and the mother a fourth-tier weapon user. Together, they could even fight opponents of higher ranks, making them somewhat renowned experts. However, the mother's weapon body was only of the green grade, limited by grade restrictions. The third tier was already the theoretical limit. Breaking through to the fourth tier was already an unrepeatable miracle. Later, in a great battle, the two elders made outstanding contributions in the battle domain and were granted the right to retire with honor. Believing his talent had reached its limit, he honorably and permanently withdrew from the battlefield, returned to reality, started a family, and received government support. Furthermore, with nothing else to do these days, the two of them began researching some civilian technologies, and their family's financial situation was quite good. As his thoughts drifted, Bai Yang subconsciously thought of his mother's weapon. I wonder if my talent can enhance Mom's abilities. Bai Yang buried his face in the two fluffy tails of his clone, pondering. If possible, he wanted to enhance his mother's artifact to gold quality. Of course, before that, he needed to possess sufficient strength. Because gold quality artifact talents are extremely rare, a gold quality artifact talent's upper limit corresponds to the 8th rank. Their contractor can ignore all restrictions, advancing along with the artifact, and their rank is only one rank lower than the artifact talent. In the entire artifact spirit world, over 1,000 years, only about 30 have appeared. He understood the principle of, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. A moment later, his parents were still talking back and forth. But Bai Yi felt something strange about her body. Stop touching me, I need to go to the toilet. Bai Yi said in a low voice, her face flushed. Bai Yang nodded somewhat awkwardly and decisively let go. Holy crap, it's talking to itself again, it's terrifying the system. Bai Yang, foolish, this is called playing the part completely, so it won't give itself away when I need it later. Watching Bai Yi run towards the toilet, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. As for split personalities, I'm serious. Yang Qinwu, what split personality? Little Bai, you're so grown up now, when are you and Tian Qing going to get together? I'm still waiting to play with my grandson. Ah, oh, we'll see. Hearing this, Bai Yang's eyes immediately dimmed. The Luo Tianqing his mother spoke of was his childhood sweetheart, someone he'd known since they were little. But 3 years ago, on her 18th birthday, she suddenly disappeared for 6 months. No one knew where she went. His family reported her missing to the police, but to no avail. He searched high and low, posting missing person notices city after city. Even in the end, his parents used their connections in the military, enlisting the help of several high-ranking officials who employed extraordinary tracking methods. But ultimately, they found nothing. She eventually returned on her own, but since then, she had become extremely distant from him. Or rather, extremely distant from everyone. Her personality had drastically changed, as if she had been possessed. His investigations were fruitless, and eventually, they drifted further and further apart. In his heart, the Luo Tianqing of the past might already be dead. Sigh. It's better to love yourself than others. Before Bai Yang could finish his sigh, his expression suddenly froze, and he hung up the phone abruptly. At the same time, a gasp came from the direction of the restroom. Ah! On the other end of the phone, Haicheng Ancient Research Institute Center. Bai Luan stared blankly at the disconnected phone, about to call back, when Yang Qinwu grabbed his arm. Bai Luan looked at the sexy, intelligent woman before him with a puzzled expression. Wife, what are you doing with my phone? I just heard a girl talking on the phone. Hee, her voice was very soft, he thought I couldn't hear her. But that brat definitely doesn't know that we've eaten the exotic fruit, and our 5 senses are exceptionally strong. It just didn't sound like Tian Qing. Give me the phone, I'll call back and listen again. Yang Qinwu hid her phone behind her back and tapped Bai Luan's head with a playful tap. What an idiot. Knowing there's a girl involved, why do you insist on chatting with our son? Are you trying to be a third wheel even from a distance? Qinwu rolled her eyes. Her son's straightforwardness was unusual. With that, she shoved the lab report into Bai Luan's hand, clearly annoyed. Go and test this thing we retrieved yesterday to see if it's still usable. Okay, I'll take care of it. Watching the man get to work, Yang Qinwu lowered her gaze thoughtfully. She didn't want Xiao Bai to talk about his talent because talking over the phone wasn't safe. Talents that could awaken on their own were extraordinary, and some talents, once revealed, would be a disaster. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 7 My Tale. Ah! Times 2 screams rang out in quick succession. Fortunately, Bai Yang reacted quickly, her fingers trembling as she hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, she gritted her teeth and dialed the property management's maintenance number. In the bathroom, a fierce wind and torrential rain swept into the room. A huge hole had appeared in the window that had been tightly closed. The floor and walls were charred black, the water pipes were broken, the toilet was cracked, and the mirror was shattered. The whole place looked as if it had just been hit by a missile. In the corner, there was a huge, burning hand, shaped like a withered tree but missing a finger. The flames on the hand emitted terrifying heat, softening the glass and scorching the floor red hot. The hand, with an outstretched diameter of about half a meter, was now cautiously facing Bai Yi. Bai Yi gently hugged her tail, a large part of which was charred, her once fluffy white fur now reduced to charred embers. My beloved tail, hey, hee. Bai Yi's icy expression, looking at the demonic creature, grew increasingly dangerous. Just now, driven by the urge to urinate, she hadn't noticed the commotion inside. As a result, the moment she entered, this thing ambushed her and grabbed her tail. Her already sensitive tail, injured by the sudden attack, couldn't help but cry out. Her main body was also affected, though it fared somewhat better. Bai Yi, however, was directly thrown into convulsions by the intense pain. After a moment, Bai Yi finally regained control of her body from the instinctive convulsions. Die. Looking at the things she had suppressed with her spiritual power, Bai Yi's killing intent surged. She directly pulled out the water hose and rushed towards her target. As the large amount of water came into contact with it, her palms immediately emitted a series of ear-piercing sizzling sounds, along with an unpleasant burning smell. 3 minutes later, the fiery hand had turned into a pile of pungent, charred, unidentified matter, and she finally stopped. What bad luck! How could something like this get in here? Bai Yi, her anger somewhat subsided, couldn't help but tenderly stroke the scorched tip of her tail. By this time, her burns had healed considerably thanks to the nourishment of her spiritual energy. Although she lacked healing skills, the inherent properties of spiritual energy could greatly accelerate wound healing. However, even with the nourishment of spiritual energy, it would take 3 to 5 days for her fur to regrow. Thinking of this, she went forward and gave the pile of charred remains a final kick, crushing it to dust before she felt truly satisfied. This thing was a creature from the abyss called the Soul Severer, resembling a flaming severed hand. It possessed extremely high fire resistance and liked to grasp any flammable object. The flames on its body could simultaneously scorch both its flesh and soul. According to the book, soul-severing creatures are low-level abyssal monsters that appear with the opening of abyssal rifts. They may remain after the rifts disappear. Soul-severing creatures are extremely afraid of water. Even a short immersion in a large amount of water can be fatal. Now, caught in the sudden downpour, they've probably come in to take shelter. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever seen a wild abyssal creature, Bai Yi said, looking at the charred remains with a touch of curiosity after calming down. According to the book, this thing, when eaten raw, has a decent texture and can improve blood circulation and strengthen bones. However, if extinguished before eating, the meat will turn to charcoal and can only be used to satisfy hunger. Of course, the above is just the book's direct quote. It's hard to imagine the mental state of our ancestors during those years fighting the abyss. Almost all abyss monsters have an edible suffix after their name. You want to eat it? Are you kidding? There's no way I could eat this. Bai Yi curiously leaned closer to smell it, almost choking on her own tears. Strictly speaking, foxes are canines, and their sense of smell is much stronger than that of humans of the same level. This smell, like a mixture of stink bug and rotten eggs, was really pushing the limits of her olfactory sense. But keeping it indoors wasn't an option, so she reluctantly pinched her nose, scooped it into a bag, and threw it out the broken window. Littering, merit deducted 1. After this incident, Bai Yi could only go upstairs to the bathroom to wash up. Seeing this, Bai Yang subconsciously wanted to follow and help scrub her back, but then thought better of it and backed away. Although he was a bit of a pervert, he wasn't that impatient. He still had to go to the battle zone later. He wouldn't do anything that would affect his condition. Of course, the main reason was that treating the main body from the perspective of a clone was just too strange. Unless, the main body also became like the clone, a cute girl. Thinking of this, Bai Yang quickly shook his head. Maintaining male dignity was essential. At worst, he could create another clone and then they could cough each other up. Of course, the most important thing right now was to improve his strength. Everything else could wait until he had more power. The clones could enter the battle domain together, effectively doubling the speed of growth. That was the most crucial thing. After all, in this world, those lacking strength could die at any moment. Take that soul-severing opponent just now, for example. If he had encountered him alone before his awakening, he would most likely have been burned to a crisp in one exchange. Even if he survived, he would be crippled. At this moment, Bai Yang's desire for strength surged once more. If Soul Severing can enter my house today, I can have an evil god lying in my bedroom tomorrow. For some reason, that image suddenly flashed into his mind, and Bai Yang felt a chill run down his spine, the coldness rising up his lumbar region and finally making his scalp tingle. Absurd, utterly absurd. Bai Yang tried hard to shake this strange thought from his mind. He couldn't afford to think about evil gods. Thinking too much about them actually had a chance of being sensed. It must be because I'm too tired. Bai Yang patted his head, collapsed onto the sofa as if exhausted, and fell asleep almost immediately. While his clone wasn't tired, his main body was. The awakening, the failure, the unexpected turn of events, followed by being utterly defeated. In the dungeon, his main body was now mentally exhausted. So, he instinctively transferred most of his consciousness to Bai Yi. His main body only had 20 points of mental energy. After such emotional ups and downs, it was easy for him to become mentally exhausted, but his clone was different. Bai Yi's mental energy was over 100, and she was still full of energy, as if she had just rested, feeling inexplicably relaxed. Chapter 8 Luo Tianqing. Just as Bai Yang fell asleep, at Los Angeles University, a torrential downpour, as dense as cow's hair, pounded the ground with a dull thud. The wind whistled through the rain, weaving a white veil over the world, even blurring the view of the willows less than 5 steps from the window. In contrast to the deserted scene outside, the auditorium was bustling with people. The fierce wind and rain outside rattled the tightly closed doors and windows. Even with the doors and windows shut, the wind still seeped in through the cracks, bringing the muddy smell unique to rainy days. Perhaps this heavy rain would cause flooding in many areas, even silently submerging homes. But none of this could extinguish the students' burning passion. Those here were either awakened ones or those who had finally broken through the limits of their race after countless trials. But they all had one thing in common. They were qualified to go to the universal battlefield. They have prepared for 20 years, all for this glory. Rain or earthquakes, they will press on relentlessly, because ahead lies the universal battlefield, the origin of the world's extraordinary power. It is the best shortcut for them to gain strength, fight against natural disasters, protect their families, and realize their ideals and ambitions. If not for dire circumstances, they will never retreat. Time ticked by second. The noise in the hall grew louder and louder. Until the short, stocky principal emerged from the void. The principal had a full head of white hair and was dressed in black. His slightly disheveled slicked back hair and somewhat overweight face were now dripping with blood. Before he even landed, a chilling killing intent swept through the entire hall like a whirlwind. The 1,000 or so students felt a tightness in their chests, and instantly all the noise fell silent. All eyes turned to the stage. The principal was covered in fresh blood, whether his own or that of an enemy, it was unclear. Although most of the blood had been washed away by the rain, the pungent stench of blood was hard to ignore. Seeing this, several directors rushed forward, but the principal stopped them with a gesture of apprehension. "I'm fine, it's just that the situation at the front is urgent. Go get me a purification-type doctor." With that, the principal slumped unceremoniously into his chair, then grabbed the microphone and began, "Ahem, students, quiet down. The battle zone will open in half an hour. So I'll try to keep it brief. First, once inside, you'll be scattered. Be careful. Those who can regroup should do so first. Those who are alone should prioritize safety. Second, while you can't bring any items from outside your own battle zone into the universal battle zone, you'll have one chance to choose your initial equipment upon your first entry. remember, choose carefully. There's a very small chance of percentage-based attribute equipment, but don't put yourself in danger because of greed. In the early stages, your attributes are low, so percentage-based attribute equipment offers no advantage. Choose fixed attribute equipment whenever possible to maximize your margin for error. Skilled students can consider equipment with additional attributes. The principal emphasized these basic rules, repeated daily, from the platform. Ironically, it's precisely this repetitive, basic knowledge that causes a few individuals each year to succumb to temptation and make the wrong choice. Even if these people are lucky enough to survive, they'll likely be eliminated the second time they enter the battlefield. It's important to understand that in the early game, both equipment with additional attributes and equipment with fixed attributes can easily outclass equipment with percentage-based attributes. Especially equipment with additional attributes, whose combat power is particularly noticeable in the early stages. A spear with an additional 10 points of sharpness, even in the hands of someone with only 10 points of constitution, can easily pierce through a body with 40 points of constitution. After all, constitution is a comprehensive attribute. 40 points of constitution doesn't necessarily mean 40 points of armor. However, the drawback is also obvious. It doesn't enhance the wearer's base stats, resulting in a relatively weak character and a low margin for error. Therefore, overall, equipment with fixed attributes is the optimal choice with the highest margin for error. The principal rambled on for over 10 minutes. During this time, several medical staff rushed over, disregarding the formality, and immediately unbuttoned the nearly centenarian's shirt. A series of gruesome wounds were revealed. Some pierced the abdomen, others tore open the chest. Blood gushed from the wounds. These wounds, healed by his powerful physique, were then torn open again by a crimson glow. Soon, a pool of blood formed below. Even so, the principal, with a booming voice, reiterated the key points for battlefield preparedness, especially regarding equipment selection. Having said all this, he stood up, looked at the students, and said in a slightly gentler voice, "The battle zone is a battlefield. You might even suffer more serious injuries than I have. If you regret it, are afraid, or want to reconsider, you can leave through the back door now. If you haven't changed your mind after 3 months, I will erase any stats exceeding your limits. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will still be forcibly pulled into the battle zone. The battlefield allows no room for fear. Rather than going to your deaths, your parents might need you more. Anyone want to leave? One day, the old tree might wither, but the new seed must sprout." As the principal, his job was to guide the new seed to sprout and grow. As someone with teleportation abilities, he went to the front lines immediately. Then he returned wounded and bloodied, letting the real blood and gore wash away the last vestiges of naivety in these tender sprouts. To his relief, not a single one left. It makes sense, really. Aside from a few exceptionally gifted individuals, most of these people had been preparing for this since childhood. The hardships they endured alone weeded out those with poor cultivation talent and weak willpower. Meanwhile, in a corner of the auditorium, Luo Tianqing was engrossed in her phone, typing rapidly, seemingly out of place among the excited crowd around her. Her natural aura kept the surrounding students at a distance, yet they couldn't help but gravitate towards her. Luo Tianqing was the undisputed campus beauty, but in her few years of university, she had already sent no fewer than 20 men to the hospital with her bare hands. Although these men had all tried to assault her with malicious intent, only to have their limbs broken in the end. But putting aside the reasons, if you can break someone's limbs, can't you break theirs too? Thus, that 3-foot-tall body became a forbidden zone for men. But if someone were to dare to approach and look closely now, they would surely discover a scene that would make their eyes pop out. They were seeing the other person typing a message with slightly trembling hands, typing a bunch of words, only to delete them quickly. Then they typed out another long paragraph, but before even clicking send, they deleted it all again. This went on, until finally it boiled down to just 2 words, "Are you there?" Perhaps feeling it was too monotonous, she hesitated for a while before seriously sending some other content. Then, without even checking the replies, she shoved her phone into her pocket and casually glanced at the heavy rain outside the window. In her past life, after her disappearance, she was in a daze for a period of time, not quite remembering what exactly happened during that time. But she knew that during that time she had completely lost someone. Years later, as if suddenly waking from a dream, she searched high and low but couldn't find him. In the end, she was caught in a nightmare, stabbed to death by the now darkened Bai Yang. Now, although 3 years have passed in that dazed state, and there should have been 2 more, thankfully, she's back today. This time, she doesn't seek reconciliation, but she can't accept Bai Yang's ultimate descent into darkness. Because she clearly remembers it wasn't a normal descent into darkness, Bai Yang wasn't so fragile as to turn evil over emotional issues. It was pure malice towards the world, hatred for all living beings. She doesn't know what Bai Yang suffered, but this time, she absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for death. Chapter 9. I'm going to work on the battlefield to support you. At this moment, in the living room, the buzzing of his phone notifications made Bai Yang, still half asleep, frown and toss and turn more frequently. Just as he was about to wake up, a large, fluffy tail gently covered his cheek. Under the caress of the dry, soft tail, Bai Yang quickly fell back asleep. He even slept more soundly than before. I'll see who's bombarding me with messages. In this rainy weather, can't a person get a proper night's sleep? Seeing her main body fall asleep again, Bai Yi withdrew her tail and looked at the incessantly noisy phone. Her current state was quite peculiar. Although her main body was asleep, she could still control the activities of her clone. It was as if the clone's and main body's energy, mana, and health bars were all independent of each other. So, he instinctively transferred most of his consciousness to Bai Yi, while his main body continued to replenish its energy through sleep. In a sense, each clone of the system could become a temporary, main body, according to individual will. Her consciousness flowed like water, capable of passing through every body at any time. If there was any difference, it was that her physical body could not be entrusted to another and possessed uniqueness. She opened her phone. She actually sent a message. That's quite rare. Perhaps because she had discovered something interesting, her snow-white fox ears twitched slightly. She opened the message, and what greeted her eyes was the chat background that, despite infrequent contact, remained pinned to the top. Latest message from Luo Tianqing, I miss you. Luo Tianqing, once you arrive at the battle zone, stay put and wait for me to find you. Come with me up the mountain. If I don't find you within 3 minutes, head straight to the surrounding mountains. Don't stay on the plains. Also, make sure to find a snow-dwelling beast's habitat. Choose equipment that enhances physique or provides warmth. The message was sent a few seconds ago. Seeing this, Bai Yi looked at the latest message and her pupils constricted slightly. This didn't sound like something she would say. It sounded more like Luo Tianqing himself. But the question is, why would he suddenly say this? And currently, only her parents know about her awakening and breaking through limits. It's impossible for the message to have been sent out in less than 10 minutes. Filled with doubt, she continued scrolling up. Luo Tianqing requires the use of medicinal herbs such as ginseng, radish. Luo Tianqing, don't take forbidden drugs indiscriminately. You've almost reached the normal limit of the human race. Continue cultivating according to my method, and you'll definitely break through to the battle domain within 24 hours. After scrolling through 7 or 8 messages in one go, Bai Yi finally stopped. Her amber eyes were filled with surprise, even the tail wagging behind her stopped swaying. This is strange. Bai Yi meticulously analyzed Luo Tianqing's message. The more she thought about it, the more something seemed amiss. Leaving aside the content of the last sentence, the very fact that he was so certain she should kill the snow-dwelling beast was problematic in itself. The battle domain's environment changes every year and refreshes unpredictably. This year it might be a desert, next year a rainforest, and the year after a polar glacier. Snow beasts are monsters that only appear in extremely cold environments and high-altitude terrain. Individual combat strength is weak, but they prefer to build nests high in the air. Their nests possess a weak domain effect, which can resist snow burial events. Yet Luo Tianqing was quite certain that she was tasked with killing a snow beast, as if she had already known the type of battle zone this time. It was almost as if she had predicted what would happen. Could she be using a rebirth script? Or is it because of a special talent type? Or is she simply guessing? Bai Yi couldn't help but think about it, but after a moment she gave up. In any case, the two of them were now just gradually becoming strangers. That's all. Although she was curious about many things that had happened to her, she was no longer the Luo Tianqing she once was. However, considering that the other party meant well, Bai Yi responded from a friend's perspective. Me? Okay, I understand. After replying, she looked at other messages. The weak scholar, big brother, little Bai, don't be sad if you haven't awakened yet, bro, I'll take you flying when I do. I'm a permanent doubler in physique and physique benefits. My dad gave me 3 spirit fruits to improve my physique, and I'm saving one for you to use to break through limitations. Once we're inside, I'll protect you. I don't ask for much, just call me Godfather from now on. Wahahahaha. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. This, big brother, was her childhood friend, named Yi Chang'an. As for the online name, just look at it backwards. This is a formidable individual who could uproot a magnolia tree even before awakening. He possesses an innate, exceptionally strong physique, with all his spiritual energy focused on physical strength and mental power. Standing at 2.3 meters tall, coupled with years of training in Bajiquan and modern combat techniques, his streamlined, explosively muscular body exudes a subtle sense of pressure simply by standing there. He is meticulous, quick-witted, and loyal, often boasting that he's like Zhuge Liang with Liu Biyu beneath his head. He's one of Bai Yang's childhood friends. Me? I'm not going yet. Luo Tianqing just gave me a breakthrough formula, I'll try it. You stay on the battlefield and protect me when I go in. The message had barely been sent when it started typing. A few seconds later, the weak scholar, big son, this is no big deal. Ah, what a pity, big grandson isn't going this time either, no one's watching me show off. Me? What happened to your eldest grandson? Wasn't he the first to successfully awaken? Even though his talent seemed a bit lackluster at first glance, he still awakened. Why isn't he going? The weak scholar, eldest son, he didn't even go to the main hall after awakening, he went straight to seek revenge. Me? Oh. Go on and on. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. He didn't remember his eldest grandson having any enemies. The weak scholar, eldest son, him. His family's company was betrayed by his girlfriend's family, and she also cheated on him. They broke up right after he awakened. He needs to get revenge before he's willing to go to the battlefield. He said his girlfriend cheated on him, so he wants to find a way to get revenge, an eye for an eye. Me? They broke up, how can he get revenge? The frail scholar, eldest son, he hired a top-notch makeup artist for one-on-one instruction and is even planning to learn voice imitation. You know what I mean by his thin, pale frame. Me? Shocked me for 100 years, JPG. Maybe we should remove this grandson from the family register. I'm scared. The frail scholar, eldest son, I second that. Time flew by, and it was soon past 5 in the afternoon. Bai Yi put down her phone, placed Bai Yang in the room on the 2nd floor, and then went to the door. The battle zone would open in 5 minutes, it was time to prepare to leave. She zipped up her raincoat, put on white ice cream socks, and changed into knee-high waterproof boots. Finally, she pulled the rain hat over her head, pulled down the transparent rain mask, and went out the door. My name is Bai Yi, Bai as in, give away for free, and Yi as in, reluctant to part. From now on, I'm going to work in the battlefield to support you. You must take good care of yourself, tilde. After leaving the room, Bai Yi suddenly turned back and smiled, then gently closed the door. Isn't this a bit of an act? It is necessary. Bai Yi put her hands on her hips. But she couldn't help feeling a little strange. Perhaps her split personality wasn't quite complete enough. Thinking this, she tightened her raincoat and hurried towards the school auditorium. Running along, the fine, large raindrops pattered against her rain mask. With a physique of 50, she easily ran at a speed of over 20 meters per second through the ankle-deep puddles. When going to the battlefield, nothing from reality can be brought in, so all she needed was to eat and drink her fill. Nothing else was required. However, when entering the battle zone for the first time, it's crucial to choose a location where all players from the same cohort are gathered, and to teleport into the battlefield within a minute of each other. This triggers the group teleportation mechanism, allowing you to land in a relatively safe location at the start. This is also why she needed to head to the Great Hall. Of course, individual teleportation is also possible. However, upon first entering the battle zone, since the battle zone doesn't record individual historical coordinates, there's a very small chance that individual teleportation will result in locations like erupting volcanoes, the deep sea, or beast lairs. Most people wouldn't want to gamble on this, because if they were to win, it would be a real disaster. Chapter 10 Global Battlefield, Extreme Cold Plateau Whoosh. A fierce wind howled, churning endless dark clouds. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, thunder surging like dragons. The storm didn't subside with the impending opening of the battle zone. Instead, it intensified. While a city's drainage system could divert water during a localized downpour, significantly reducing flooding, this was a joke when nearly half the continent was simultaneously experiencing torrential rain. In just a short time, the water on the roads was ankle-deep, reaching halfway up the calves. The strong winds and thunderstorms had also eliminated the usual aerial routes. Flooding was visibly forming. At this moment, people could only travel on foot. Bai Yi was no exception. However, her focus wasn't on the impending flood. After all, this wasn't the first or second time something like this had happened. Aside from the 2 times the country was caught off guard, an organization composed of superhumans was quickly established to deal with flooding during heavy rains. Right now, her focus was entirely on this body. Whoosh! With a slight push from her long, full legs, she leapt onto the high platform. But as soon as she landed, the bouncy bounce of her chest made her face flush slightly, and she quickly and somewhat awkwardly braced herself. Ah, these are too big, they're really affecting my movements. At this moment, she realized she didn't really like large breasts anymore. The jolting during vigorous running and jumping caused her large E-cup breasts to cause unnecessary sensations and also affected her balance. They were classic examples of looking good but being useless. It must be that lewd system's doing. With this, she could at least be a sub-DPS in Azure. Thinking of this, Bai Yi steadied her steps, minimizing the jolts, but her speed remained undiminished. Each stride covered over 10 meters. 50 points in physique might not sound like much, but it was 5 times the normal human limit. Moreover, it represented a comprehensive boost to attributes such as nerve reflexes, resilience, endurance, strength, and agility. Even as a mage, Bai Yi's strength was enough to overturn a small car. Of course, it would be even better if her body wasn't so sensitive. Open black lens bracket. If you don't like it, don't use it. I don't know which freak is responsible, but even though the main body is awake, the main consciousness is still lingering in the clone. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately became displeased, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean, lingering here? Isn't this my body? Although this body was generated by the system, its nature was entirely based on herself, with a 100% compatibility between soul and body, and only with herself. In a sense, the difference between a clone and the main body is like a person's left and right hands. Besides, the battle zone is ever-changing and highly dangerous, so naturally we need to focus more attention here. What if something goes wrong? Unless you're willing to take over the clone and work for me. Dream on. You're so wicked. Then be quiet. Bai Yi pouted. This damn system was quite wary of her. And just as Bai Yi was flying along, as the opening of the battle zone drew closer, the atmosphere in the school auditorium grew increasingly heavy. Once inside, they would face not only humans and monsters, but also various other races and unknown natural environments. The unknown natural environment, in particular, was most deadly for newcomers. It's important to remember that when first entering the battlefield, you couldn't even bring your underwear. Only some clothing was provided with your initial equipment selection. In this situation, the quality of the environment had a huge impact on newcomers. On average, 60% of the newcomers eliminated each year were eliminated due to environmental factors. I hope it's not extreme cold or a desert. I hope it's not extreme cold or a desert. Yi Chang'an prayed frantically in a corner. The battle zone would randomly select environments from a database based on race. For humans, the most likely environments were extreme cold plateaus and high-altitude deserts. The former environment starts at -50 degrees Celsius, lacks food, has thin air, strong winds, and is prone to avalanches. Moreover, the monsters are particularly ferocious, including a type called the Snow Desert Muscular Monster, which possesses extremely strong physiques. Even a second-tier powerhouse can be knocked down with a single punch. They also like to destroy heat sources and are exceptionally brutal. The latter environment starts at +50 degrees Celsius, with daytime sand temperatures approaching 100 degrees Celsius. It lacks water and food, has relatively thin air, and has fewer monsters. However, the overall elimination rate is even higher than the extreme cold plateau. The historical elimination rates for these two environments are as high as 88.86% and 99.83% respectively, ranking second and first. If ordinary people encounter these environments, the most sensible thing to do is to retreat immediately to avoid injury and death. Unlike the tension of the others, Luo Tianqing was completely calm. It was just the extreme cold plateau. She had already thoroughly mastered the survival strategies there. It was only limited by her raw strength. While she couldn't indiscriminately kill, she could at least live comfortably with a few people. In her past life, Bai Yang, unwilling to live an ordinary life, forcibly took forbidden drugs to enter the realm, only to disappear shortly after returning to reality 2 months later. In this life, she was determined to keep a close eye on him, ideally finding him while still in the battle domain. Amidst her racing thoughts, a sudden bell tolled from the void. Open black lens bracket. The universal battle domain has opened. You have obtained battle domain qualification. Do you wish to proceed immediately? Close black lens bracket. At that moment, the previously noisy hall fell silent. Then, as the first teleportation light illuminated, thousands of lights flashed simultaneously. Soon, only a few teachers and the principal remained. The children have all left. Then I should go to the battlefield too. The principal, having donned battle armor again, was followed by several of the more powerful professors. Only a few professors specializing in theory or technique remained. Rather than sacrificing themselves on the front lines, they were better suited to stay and nurture the next generation. May your martial arts prosper. Meanwhile, at the school's back gate, just 2 walls away from the assembly hall, Bai Yi arrived just in time. Due to her current status and appearance, she couldn't enter the school, so she had to make do in this place. With a flash of white light, Bai Yi disappeared from the spot. Welcome to the global battlefield, the 521st newcomer battlefield, Zone 28, Battlefield No. 10,259. Environment type: Extreme cold plateau. Description: Average altitude 8,000 meters, maximum altitude 24,000 meters. Temperature fluctuations: -50 to -110. Average water boiling point 75, wind force 3 to 17. Dense teleportation detected. Upcoming landing location: Tranquil Basin Valley. Target location temperature: -50. Light snow. Target location altitude 3,000 meters. Wind force: Level 3. Duration: 60 days 1440 hours, during which you cannot naturally leave the battlefield. Current battlefield maximum rank: Rank 3. Battlefield strategy threshold: 80% plus of exploration value, currently 0%. After reaching the target value, you can choose to leave the newcomer battlefield the next time you enter the battlefield. Battlefield nature: Survival, Forbidden Zone. Exploration. Battlefield characteristic: Temperature decreases by 1 degree Celsius daily. Participating races in this battlefield: Humans, Fishmen, Qingqiu Fox Clan, Artifact Spirits, Ancient Tree Clan, Sheepmen, Dust Clan, Sunlight Clan, Moonlight Clan, Fire Spirit Clan, Winged Clan, Lizardmen. War merit acquisition channels: Killing monsters, occupying high ground, expanding mountain ranges, etc. will earn war merit points. Consuming war merit points allows for battlefield rank upgrades, granting a significant boost to combat power. Battlefield Rule 1. Chapter 11. Equipment Selection. Battlefield Rule 1. Do not light fires at night, the snow hates all flames. Battlefield Rule 2. Avalanches and snow burials can occur at any time. When the snow turns red, move to higher, open areas as quickly as possible to avoid direct contact with the red snow. Battlefield Rule 3. Building snowmen is dangerous. Battlefield Rule 4. Do not make eye contact with the darkness. Battlefield Rule 5. When dead creatures reappear, immediately light torches, even if the snow hates it. Battlefield Rule 6. Do not come into contact with the seawater below the plateau. Battlefield Rule 7. Be wary of those around you when mysterious footprints appear in the snow. Note: all extraterrestrial beings must abide by the above rules unless they are greater than the world. The information entered her mind. In the pure white space, Bai Yi couldn't help but be slightly startled. They even added a rule sequence. They don't want this generation to survive. Rule sequences, civilization sequences, natural disaster sequences, etc., are all probability-based additions, additional enhancements based on the environment. For example, this extremely cold plateau, with the addition of a rule sequence, will randomly add several rule conditions. But if a civilization sequence is added, then in this environment, there might be more extremely cold civilizations. However, the probability of sequences appearing in the early stages is very low. In over 500 years, the newcomer battlefield has only seen 3 such enhancements. Now this is the 4th time. The already high elimination rate of the extremely cold plateau environment has now been further increased by several absurd rules, making the difficulty somewhat overpowered. Not to mention anything else, just the rule that you can't light a fire at night can raise the elimination rate to at least 95%. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind in an instant, and the pure white space gradually collapsed. As her vision returned, a distant rumbling echoed in her ears. Before her eyes, a pale world stretched out. Half the sky was overcast, half clear, and the cold, white sunlight fell on the snow, making it difficult to open her eyes. A gentle breeze swirled the snowflakes, sending them soaring towards the bright sun, only to fall back down and merge into the pristine white snow. In the distance, the cries of several unidentified creatures echoed among the mountains. They carried on the wind, faint and indistinct, yet they had triggered several avalanches, roaring like thunder and rushing like torrents. Fortunately, the basin where Bai Yi was located was relatively large, and the avalanches were on the other side. Even though the avalanches advanced dozens of miles downwards, they ultimately did not reach this area. Coming to her senses, Bai Yi suddenly felt something was amiss in the corner of her eye and quickly checked her condition. Looking down, she saw her entire body partially obscured, like a ghost isolated from the world. Because nothing from the outside world could be brought into the battle zone, she was currently completely naked, without any covering. Snow-capped peaks stood tall, a white tiger emerged. Sunlight shone brightly. Ahem, Bai Yi blushed slightly. Although she had seen everything, both appropriate and inappropriate, when she was with her original body, she couldn't resist the allure of this body. No matter how many times she looked, it was still incredibly stimulating. So, somewhat uncomfortably, she used her still intact, fluffy white tail to cover her 2 key areas, hiding her pristine peaks in the mist. At the same time, a notification sound rang in her ears. Open black lens bracket. Fresh blood arrives on the battlefield. Please choose an item and begin your journey. Close black lens bracket. As the voice sounded, a fiery furnace interface appeared before them, displaying 5 different types of equipment items. This was a perk offered to newcomers by the battlefield. They had 1 hour to make their choice, and then they would officially step onto the battlefield. Opening the interface, they browsed through it carefully. The first thing that caught their eye was a torch shaped like a warhammer, with a handle of unknown material and a fist-sized, round, spiked hammerhead, which burned with a bluish-green flame. Open black lens bracket. Combat torch, inferior type. Item type equipment with additional attributes. Item durability. 10 out of 10, burns for 240 hours, automatically destroys when durability reaches 0, sturdiness. 15, attacks exceeding the sturdiness value will destroy the equipment, armor break. 5 additional attribute, 1 to 10 points of burning, can ignite and burn targets, damage armor, and provide a heat source. Infusing spiritual power can temporarily increase the flame temperature and burning level, and accelerate durability consumption, with a maximum of 6,000 degrees Celsius. Description. A torch that is difficult to extinguish once infused with spiritual power, possessing a normal temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, even when buried in snow, submerged in water, or covered by sand. When you pick it up, the warm flame will illuminate your path. Close black lens bracket. Generally speaking, the total bonus attributes of inferior attribute type equipment are at most 15 points. It is worth mentioning that attributes such as sharpness and armor break are unrelated to the equipment's inherent requirements. For example, a soft ball of cotton might have 30 points of armor-piercing attribute. Against steel armor with 20 points of sturdiness and 10 points of protection, a light tap, or even no force at all, would shatter the armor. Of course, if it were a hammer or similar weapon with 30 points of armor-piercing attribute, then with the added force of the strike, it could easily shatter even stronger armor. The same logic applies to attributes like protection and sharpness. Item type equipment, however, is more like a tool. it either has usage or time limits or is a consumable. Even with the rule against lighting fires at night, this is still a powerful tool. Bai Yi was slightly pleased with her successful start. While low-level clones cannot wear attribute-based equipment, they can use equipment with additional attributes. But she didn't rush to choose. Instead, she continued looking. Open black lens bracket returning wind sort inferior, close black lens bracket type. Additional attribute equipment durability. 9. Attacks exceeding the durability value will damage the equipment sharpness. 11. Description. A sharp sword. This is so, nothing special. Open black lens bracket. Overlord knuckle duster, right, inferior type. Fixed attribute equipment durability. 15. Constitution. 15. Description. A high-quality inferior equipment, collecting a pair can upgrade it to white quality. Bai Yi can't wear it, useless. Open black lens bracket. Overlord knuckle duster, left, inferior type. Hybrid equipment durability. 15. Constitution. 10. Armor break. 5. Description. A high-quality inferior equipment, collecting a pair can upgrade it to white quality. Useless. Next. Open black lens bracket. Big white radish sword, inferior type. Special equipment durability. 1 attribute bonuses after equipping. Physique +1, spiritual power +1, sharpness +1, armor break +1. Growth skill grows 3 small radishes daily. Eating a radish grants a 10-point physique bonus for 1 hour. Continuous consumption extends the duration. Sacrifice skill consuming the giant white radish sword grants a 30-point physique bonus for 1 hour. Description. A strange radish, edible and usable, but eating too many will cause burping and farting. Bai Yi, what the hell is this giant white radish? Bai Yi was utterly speechless and immediately chose the first equipment option. Although the torch might violate Rule 1, it could circumvent Rule 5, making it a small but useful item. At worst, she could just not use the torch at night. As the selection ended, a snow-white bearskin robe appeared on her, covering her calves like a dress. At the same time, a small torch-shaped hammer, over a meter long, appeared in her hand. Once completely covered, this ordinary coat provided Bai Yi with a sense of security that even her equipment couldn't offer. Although she claimed to have a split personality, this was, after all, her first time using a female body. Wearing clothes was fine, but once she was uncovered, a strange feeling instantly filled her heart. It felt as if countless eyes in the void were watching her. Chapter 12. Where did this little fox girl come from? Hot tilde what a cold wind. After Bai Yi completed the selection of equipment, his figure gradually changed from virtual to real. The cold wind of the battlefield world also began to show its fangs, and in the temperature of -50 or so, the hot air at the mouth of the Harbin would instantly frost. The snowflakes fluttered and fell on the face, the ends of the hair, the ears, and the tail. The snow-white ears trembled slightly, and a few snowflakes fell into his chest, turning into water in an instant, and when the wind blew, it was even cooler. This robe can't be bigger, it's not tightly wrapped. Bai Yi tightened his arms quite speechlessly. This theater is probably also poor, and they are reluctant to give a little more leather. Fortunately, her attributes are high enough, based on a 50-point physique, and this temperature is completely adaptable. Even if the temperature will be lower in the future, it is not a problem to occasionally cooperate with spiritual power to protect the body. Or, if it becomes a white fox form, it is not impossible to be in charge here. But others are not so lucky. Although after teleporting, the distance between everyone was magnified dozens or hundreds of times. But after all, it was a plane, and it could be seen clearly. I saw that these people had finished selecting equipment one by one before they were official, and before they started acting, their expressions froze on their faces. 1 second, they were still breathing the hot and humid air of a rainy day of more than 30 degrees. In the next second, the cold wind of more than -50 degrees poured into the nasal cavity and filled the chest. The respiratory tract instantly frosted, a cold wind entered the chest, and the chest was like a blade inhaled, and the lung lobes seemed to be filled with sharp needles, and wisps of sweet and fishy smell gushed out in every breath. The tingling pain in their respiratory system made them subconsciously cover their mouths and noses, and they couldn't help but cough twice, and their hands were stained with blood that quickly condensed. At the same time, the cold wind that followed also took away the remaining warmth on their body surface, and a seemingly thick animal skin coat seemed a little too thin at the moment. The warm and hot water vapor lingering on the surface of the body suddenly turned into frost and covered the skin, and the eyebrows and eyes were instantly covered with frost. Coupled with the thin air here and insufficient oxygen supply, it is difficult to hold on with just the initial physique that has just broken through 10 points. In just a few minutes, dozens of people were teetering and finally chose to abstain permanently. Although their will is that once they come to the battlefield, they will not retreat unless they are in a desperate situation. But right now, what is more desperate than environmental killing? Just imagine, when you just breathe the air here and blow the cold wind here, you can lose most of your life in less than a few minutes. How can you see hope? Of course, only a small part of them quit. They are either unlucky or have insufficient control over their environment. But most people have made the right choice when choosing equipment, or they have chosen physical attribute equipment, so that their physique has reached more than 20 points, and they can barely survive here. Either choose spiritual power equipment, so that the spiritual power breaks through 20 points, and can be released to protect the body, but it can also last for a while. In addition, there are some people who choose cold dispelling equipment or have good talents. For example, an animal with double physical talent. Are you cold? I'm not cold at all. Beauty, I'm warm in my arms. Do you want to come in to keep warm? What? How do you know that I am more than 70 points old? Ha ha ha, the extreme cold is not enough to worry about. Yi Chang'an laughed, shook off the frost and snow on his body, and the flow of qi and blood made him look like a small humanoid stove. The voice was loud as if he was afraid that others would not know. He had a physique of up to 15 points before awakening. In his freshman year, Bai Yang and Lin Tian were surrounded. After this guy found out, he directly knocked down a magnolia tree more than 4 meters high at the door of the dormitory and carried it over as a stick. As a result, before he could swing it twice, dozens of people were all scared away, and he was stunned to let him pretend to be big. After awakening his talent, his basic physique was directly as high as 20 points, and he ate 3 spirit fruits before coming, adding an additional 3 points to his body. When choosing equipment, he chose the Overlord bracers of the Overlord series, adding 15 points of physique. After doubling his talent, he directly had a physique of up to 76 points, although he had not yet entered the level, but he was already stronger than himself, a second-order mage. Of course, there are long and short ones. The reason why this guy's physique exceeded the limit early, but he was not pulled into the battlefield. Most of it was due to the near-zero spiritual power attribute that dragged him back. This also means that he cannot use spiritual power skills. But now is the early stage, and when everyone has almost no skills, this is a hanging force. At this moment, he is like a peacock on the screen. Not to mention, there was really a girl approaching him after this operation. The girl is about 1.5 meters tall, slender and slightly thin, but the capital on her chest is full, and she is a cute girl. This person Bai Yi knows, her name is Mu Qingqing, and she has been Yi Chang'an's deskmate since high school, all the way to college. It can be said that he has a lot of fate with Yi Chang'an. Seeing this, Yi Chang'an's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted him. He had long been interested in the other party, but he had suffered from physical problems before and could not break his body before awakening. Now that he has finally awakened, he naturally does not need to restrain himself. Tisk, it's really Yi Jinfu, he actually likes to play with poor shape. Seeing the other party unceremoniously take this girl into his arms, Bai Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, falling in love on the battlefield. This is useless. It's better to get out of the genealogy. Thinking like this, she looked around again, but happened to see Luo Tianqing who was rushing towards her. The other party was dressed in a gray wolf robe, holding a big white radish in his hand and gnawing a small radish in his mouth, looking very chillish. Why did she choose a radish? Bai Yi couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The radish sort is good, but it requires teamwork to play its due value, and it is not suitable for use in such harsh environments. And just when Bai Yi was puzzled, Luo Tianqing also fell into deep thought. If she remembers correctly, the poplar in the previous life also came to the battlefield shortly after they entered the battlefield. And the location where it appeared was on the outskirts of the connection between Yi Chang'an and the highest mountain. But now, why can't I find anyone? When he was confused, Luo Tian nibbled on the radish in 2 or 3 bites, and quickened his pace and rushed towards the other party. You gain a buff effect and warm up the little white radish. Increases your physique by 10 points. You trigger the talent effect, and the buff solidifies. Gain the non-stackable passive, Warm Little White Radish, which permanently increases your health by an additional 10 points. Current health, 3/3 temporary bonus, 10. After a while, seeing that it was almost out of the range of group teleportation, I still didn't see the figure that was becoming more and more unfamiliar in my memory. Could it be that you have to go further? Or is it because of my prescription problem, I didn't rush over immediately? Thinking like this, Luo Tianqing's heart was more inclined to the latter. Compared with the forbidden drugs that harm the body, the prescription he gave was milder, not only would not harm the body, but would also repair the hidden disease. In this way, it is normal to absorb a little slower. It's broken, I'm doing bad things with good intentions. Luo Tianqing's heart was cold. If the poplar comes late for a while, then it will definitely not be able to catch up with the wake of group teleportation, so it can only be transmitted randomly individually. In this way, I still can't find Poplar. If fate really exists, then Poplar will still repeat the experience of his previous life. Ah, this sinful world, garlic is dead. Luo Tianqing looked at the sky with a sad face. I thought I could turn everything around, but I didn't expect it was just my own thought. At this moment, she suddenly had an urge to give the world a little color. Just wipe the neck and then stain the earth with blood. Let the world see why it is so red. Thinking of this, she raised her hand, but reluctantly put it down. Forget it, you can't wipe your neck with radishes. In the end, Luo Tianqing could only gnaw on the big radish in his hand indignantly. Why don't you borrow a weapon to commit suicide? This world is so bad. Having said that, Luo Tianqing would not do this. After all, she had not yet investigated the reason for the blackening of the poplar at that time. An early end was not what she wanted. In a trance, she walked out of a distance but suddenly found that there seemed to be something moving in the snow-white background. This is Fox Girl. Tips. High physique will not make people lose their perception of hot and cold. On the contrary, it will only make them more sensitive to changes in hot and cold. But it is also less likely to be frostbitten or heated. The wood is clear. Chapter 13. I want to see rivers of blood. Luo Tianqing's eyes lit up. She recognized the features. The Fox clan. A race unique to other realms that only began connecting with Blue Star a year later in her previous life, yet here they were already. If she could bring them back to Blue Star sooner, the connection between this realm could probably be accelerated by another 6 months. Just as she was struggling with how to approach them, the sounds of battle suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. The first phase of the extreme cold plateau battlefield begins. Objective: survive tonight. Reward: 1 random skill, a map covering an area of 300 li. Maximum exploration value of 0.5%. Message: survive tonight and prove you are qualified to continue exploring. The announcement signified that the battle for survival had officially begun. The previously lively crowd fell silent, including Bai Yi. But seeing Luo Tianqing drawing ever closer, clearly heading straight for her, and recalling the last sentence in the communication, Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before quickly retreating. Hey, even if I were to find 100 scumbag women and be humiliated to tears, I would never go back to this. With that thought, she quickened her pace slightly. Spiritual energy enveloped her jade-like feet, spreading outwards, and she strode swiftly through the snow. Already dressed in pure white, she easily blended into the snowy landscape, becoming one with the world. Who needs girls? Her clone is enough. Besides, her immediate priority is to level up quickly. Here, leveling up refers to advancing in rank. Killing monsters, exploring environmental nodes, destroying monster settlements, and developing terrain all earn battle merits. Back on Blue Star, advancement conditions were not obvious, making it difficult to advance successfully. However, on the battlefield, the advancement conditions are immediately clear. Open black lens bracket. Name: Bai Yi. Current rank: Tier 2 battle merit required to advance to Tier 3 20,000. Additional condition 1. Kill 100 Tier 2 enemies 0/100. Not met. Kill 1 Tier 3 enemy 0/1. Additional condition 2. Possess a white or higher talent. Current talent: Fox Essence, is green. Met. Advancement reward: Random skill X1, gain 50 to all attributes, 150 free attribute points. Close black lens bracket. It's worth noting that rank advancement isn't achieved by reaching a certain attribute level. Rather, the corresponding attributes are gained after the advancement. As for specific combat power, that depends on the specific attributes. Generally speaking, those with higher ranks are bound to have higher combat power, because under normal circumstances, attribute increases are very slow. A single, casual rank advancement might yield more attributes than a lifetime of training. Of course, those with lower ranks aren't necessarily weak. If they have incredibly good luck and start with 7 divine artifacts, they might even become the ruler of Blue Star. However, so far, no one has appeared with such an outrageous ability. Or rather, so far, the entire Blue Star only possesses a handful of divine artifacts, each a national treasure. Even if you combine the hidden ones, it's uncertain whether you can even collect 7. And the so-called battle merits are essentially the same as experience points. Once you have enough battle merits, you can submit a rank advancement quest to advance. However, this advancement task is not easy to complete, especially the talent aspect. Countless people are stuck here. Unless a miracle occurs, they will never be able to break through the shackles of their talent. Currently, it seems that Bai Yi's potential ceiling is 4th tier. Among the extraordinary beings of Blue Star, this is already considered quite outstanding. Although Bai Yi, as an ordinary clone, cannot obtain additional benefits, all these benefits will belong to the main body, including the attribute increases after advancement. This is simply the perfect innate working physique. Bai Yi exclaimed, already planning her growth path in her mind. She could let Bai Yi receive the advancement benefits once for the main body, then let the main body advance and receive the benefits again. Even more so, once the system creates hundreds of clones specifically to nurture the main body's attributes, then she could take off from the spot. Thinking of the wonderful possibilities, Bai Yi's eyes gradually became vacant, and the corners of her mouth uncontrollably turned upwards. Dream on. You can't even clear the dungeons, where are you going to get experience points to buy things? 100 or so. I wouldn't even be worth that much if I sold you. Sigh, my pathetic host, penniless and still loves to daydream. Wah, this system's life, why is it so miserable? The system's dismissive voice interrupted Bai Yi's fantasy, adding a touch of sarcasm. The effect was outstanding. Bai Yi, hardened, fists hardened. Sometimes, I really want to drag you out and beat you up. Bai Yi said through gritted teeth. You can't drag me out. Upon hearing this, it seemed to have triggered some keyword, and the previously arrogant system's tone immediately softened. How about you calm down? If you really can't hold back, then fight a couple of snow cry beasts. Let's make it clear, if you fight them, you can't fight me. With that, without giving Bai Yi a chance to speak, a map filled with red dots appeared in front of her. Looking closely, she saw red dots rushing towards her from all directions at the edge of the basin ahead. A rough count showed at least 10,000. Is this a small-scale beast tide caused by an avalanche? No, you want me to fight a beast tide. You damn system, come out here. Are you trying to kill me and find a new host? Bai Yi was instantly furious. Please, this is just an avatar. Besides, these are all low-level or newly leveled mobs, what are you afraid of? You're a Tier 2 now. Tier 2. The kind that's super strong in the newbie battlefield. These are just a few thousand small fry. Use your hammer. Burn them with demonic fire. Tear them apart with your hands. Smash them. I want to see rivers of blood. After hearing the system's words, Bai Yi remained silent for a moment. She had been largely influenced by habitual thinking, subconsciously feeling that this beast tide would be terrifying. Now, awakened by the system, she realized that although she was a newbie in the battle domain, she was a genuine Tier 2. Her overall attributes were as high as 300 points, and she possessed 4 skills. If, as the system said, all the monsters coming were low-level or newly leveled, then she might actually be able to slaughter them all and escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Bai Yi licked her lips, a hint of temptation creeping into her heart. If we really killed them all, how many battle merits would we get? She admitted that at this moment, she also somewhat wanted to see rivers of blood. So she turned and headed straight towards the direction of the Snow Cry Beast tide. 30 minutes later, in a corner of the basin, Luo Tianqing was leading several hundred people to take refuge on a nearby mountain. Although she had wanted to approach them to talk, they were too fast to escape. With the beast tide approaching, she had to prioritize survival. The initial massacre in her previous life was too sudden, eliminating nearly 90% of her school's batch. In this life, she wanted to avoid the previous tragedy as much as possible, but ultimately lacked authority. In the end, only a small portion of the people followed, most of whom came only because of Yi Chang'an. After all, sticking together for survival around the strong is a basic human instinct. At this moment, Luo Tianqing led the way, guiding the group along the gentle mountain path she remembered. This path was relatively easy to traverse, and there was a snow-dwelling beast's lair at the top. With over 300 of them, they could easily take the lair without injury and use it as a base. Chapter 14 Another World. Human. Hey, Yi Chang'an, what are you looking at? Hurry up and follow me. Around the corner, Luo Tianqing, who was climbing the mountain, caught a glimpse of Yi Chang'an staring intently at one spot like a fool, and quickly reminded him. As Bai Yang's childhood friend, and since Luo Tianqing and Bai Yang were childhood sweethearts, they were naturally familiar with each other. I was wondering, did Xiao Bai really not come? Yi Chang'an said, cradling the voluptuous loli in front of him in one arm and catching up in a few strides. He pushed his way through the thick snow, which was up to his calves. He'll come, but probably not now. Stay behind me and keep an eye on our surroundings, Luo Tianqing instructed, still somewhat worried. In his previous life, Yi Chang'an had been surrounded by a horde of beasts while trying to save the girl in his arms. Although he was incredibly strong, he ultimately gave up due to exhaustion. After leaving the battle zone, he suffered a series of humiliations and setbacks. It wasn't until Mu Qingqing was killed during a sea tribe landing that he embarked on a path of revenge. Without any battlefield assistance, he had somehow managed to reach the 7th rank. Invincible among those of the same rank, killing enemies of higher ranks was commonplace for him. His true combat strength was comparable to veteran 9th rank experts, and even she herself couldn't directly confront him. Back then, his single phrase, Yi Chang'an, a mortal warrior, terrified countless sea creatures. But no matter how strong a mortal is, they ultimately cannot overcome the suppression of their rank. Especially when there isn't sufficient spiritual energy circulating within their body, they will suffocate without air and starve without food. In the end, he was killed by the evil god in the abyss, his blood staining the ocean. To be honest, she was quite curious how far he would have gone if he hadn't lost his battle domain qualification so early. Most importantly, if Bai Yang were to disappear again in this life, Yi Chang'an, as long as he wasn't blinded by hatred, would be a great help in finding Bai Yang. Your physique is strong, you can clear a path for those behind you, Luo Tianqing quickly added, fearing the other might act recklessly because of his strength. All right. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, then changed the subject. Speaking of which, why do you seem a little different from before? Yi Chang'an suddenly looked down at Luo Tianqing's face, narrowing his eyes slightly. You seem more mature than before, more mature in your temperament. Such keen perception. Faced with Yi Chang'an's sudden question, Luo Tianqing was slightly taken aback. But his expression initially showed slight confusion, then he smiled knowingly. Maybe it's because we're already on the battlefield. If I don't act maturely, it'll be hard to convince the others. Having said that, he led the way, quickening his pace. That's true, but your decision to go up the mountain was quite wise. Yi Chang'an simply shrugged and followed Luo Tianqing's reply. But his half-closed eyes remained fixed on the figure ahead, his mind lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side of the basin, a group of people were frantically fleeing. They were the new recruits from Nanchang, but their luck had run out. An avalanche struck not far from where they had landed, though it didn't affect them. However, just over 10 minutes later, as they began to adjust to the cold, thousands upon thousands of snow-crying beasts surged forth from the avalanche, targeting them as prey. These creatures prefer to travel in packs, standing about 1.5 meters tall, resembling white-haired gorillas but with wolf-headed, human-faced, lamprey-like mouths. Their limbs are exceptionally large, with tough, sharp claws, and their bodies possess remarkable resilience. They are adept at emitting special sonic waves to trigger avalanches, burying or driving away their prey. Individually, they are not particularly strong. A single snowman can be easily killed with any sharp weapon. But now, there were thousands upon thousands of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the snow, reaching above their calves, crunched with each step. Meow. Why are you all showing up in groups like this? We're about to be eaten, wah. A discordant voice rang out from the crowd, and a snow-white cat-eared loli was seen running wildly through the throng. Though her legs were short, her movements were incredibly swift, and she quickly reached the front. This drew the curiosity of those around her. Are you a local? What do you mean, local or not? I inexplicably ended up here yesterday. The snow hut I painstakingly built was torn down by you all, and you even attracted a giant snow monster. Thinking of this, Ruao Shui felt like crying. Yesterday morning, she was clearly still at the Magic Academy, but as soon as she stepped out of her dormitory, she found herself in this place. If it weren't for her demi-human physique and the fact that she had learned quite a bit of magic, she would have frozen to death the day she arrived. Are you from another world? Nearby, someone with a keen eye carefully considered the catgirl's words and their eyes lit up. Since the emergence of the battlefield, it seems the gates to the heavens have been gradually opened. Occasionally, beings from other worlds are unexpectedly drawn into the battlefield. The appearance of these beings often signifies the beginning of the merging of a new world. The location of this merging is often related to where the unexpected being appeared after leaving the battlefield. These visitors from other worlds must be carried away by someone from their own world to leave the battlefield. The last time Blue Star came into contact with visitors from other worlds was 200 years ago in the spirit world. It was a small world, roughly the size of Tibet province in China. Due to the severe abyss crisis at the time, coupled with the versatile and mutually beneficial nature of the spirit race, the spirit world and Blue Star quickly integrated after the formation of the secret realm. The first person to bring back a spirit world instantly rose to a level of status and position that ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. If one of them could successfully bring the visitor from another world back, it would be an unparalleled honor and fortune. What other world? Do you mean the demon realm? Hearing this, Ruao Shui looked up at the sky and then shook her head. The demon realm is far more terrifying than this place. HMPH, probably some kind of teleportation trap. And the only ones who would open a portal in a place like this are those cold-blooded warmongers of the Frost Elves. Ruao Shui snorted coldly, glancing at the people around her, but her eyes immediately filled with doubt. She prided herself on being quite knowledgeable, yet she didn't recognize the races of these creatures. They shared some physical similarities with her, but lacked furry tails and ears, sharp teeth and claws, and the pointed ears of elves. Taller and slenderer than dwarves, yet thinner than orcs. What strange creatures, she thought to herself, then quickened her pace again. She didn't want to be eaten by those giant snow monsters. She still had so much to do. She hadn't hugged her slime sister, hadn't snuggled up with her forest elf sister, hadn't tasted the succubus sister's flavor. She didn't want to die. With this thought in mind, her pace quickened, gradually leaving the people behind her behind. Completely oblivious to the unevenness of the snow ahead, the next moment, Ruao Shui lost her balance, rolled forward several times, and finally disappeared into the snow. Chapter 15 Snowy Grass. Bai Yi was naturally unaware of what was happening. Ahead, she was resting on a huge, cold jade rock, rising more than 3 meters above the ground and with a top area of less than 5 square meters. Observing the movement of the beast tide through a mini-map, this basin was indeed quite large. She had been running for over 10 minutes without encountering the beast tide, so she decided to find a suitable spot to rest. Judging from the beast tide's momentum, it seemed they intended to cross the basin. Instead of wasting energy fighting them head-on, it was better to find a good spot to lie in wait and wait for them to pounce. System, how big is this map? Bai Yi zoomed in and out of the map from time to time, only to find that it wasn't complete. The map is about 1/8 of this planet, which is sufficient for now. Isn't there a real-world map? Bai Yi asked curiously. Putting aside the dangers, the scenery of this world was quite beautiful. Especially with the extreme terrain differences and the presence of the sea, this place was likely to have many scenic fjords. Buy it yourself if you want it, 100 experience points, no bargaining. Bai Yi, can I buy it on credit? No, so stingy. Bai Yi pouted, holding her previously burned tail. At the same time, she held a jade-like ice block in her hand, absent-mindedly applying it to the burned area. The charred, even exposed skin areas were now covered again with a layer of fine white down, and it would probably regain its original fluffy appearance soon. The effect of this ice jade marrow is quite noticeable. Saying this, Bai Yi manipulated her spiritual power slightly, crushing the jade marrow and applying it all over the area. This was a treasure she found on the road, a consumable item similar to a spirit stone. But the difference was that this thing restored her physical condition and slightly increased her physical and mental strength limits. She wondered if it was because of her fox-like talent, but she had been winning prizes one after another on her journey. First, she stepped into a pile of ice jade marrow while trudging through the snow. Then, a large bird flew by and dropped a snow lotus grass, which could permanently enhance her physique by a small amount, directly onto her chest. While resting, she discovered that beneath her was cold jade rock, which could slowly nourish her physique. This allowed her, who had been unlucky for years, to experience the joy of being incredibly lucky. Soon, the applied ice jade marrow was completely absorbed with the help of spiritual energy, and her tail gradually regained its fluffy appearance. If only I could get a pair of long johns later, Bai Yi thought, wrapping her tail around her to cover the unprotected opening beneath her bearskin robe. Standing was fine, the bearskin was very windproof. But once she sat down, the cold wind would rush in, which bothered her greatly, so she could only use her tail for protection. In response, Bai Yi turned her attention to the system. System, I strongly suggest you add some daily necessities to the shop. Next time, for sure. Tisk. Faced with the system's perfunctory reply, Bai Yi simply started munching on the snow lotus grass she had just picked. The grass resembled a long, milky white vine, about 20 centimeters long and slightly thicker than a chopstick. Even in such extreme cold, it hadn't frozen. In fact, it felt warm to hold. Open black lens bracket. Snowflake grass rank. Tier 1 effect. Increases physique by 1 point and slightly increases cold resistance. Maximum number of uses, 10. Current uses, 0. Note: higher rank grass has better effects. Consuming a higher rank grass automatically overrides the effects of a lower rank grass. Close black lens bracket. Bai Yi grabbed a handful of snowflake grass, washed it clean, and then put it in her mouth. Initially, it had no taste, but upon closer tasting, it had a slightly sweet aftertaste. The taste is all right. Saying this, Bai Yi rolled it around her fingers and put the whole thing in her mouth. Because it was a spiritual object, it was rich in natural spiritual energy and various nutrients. With a single bite, warm juice burst into her mouth, then flowed like a warm current throughout her body. The physical and spiritual energy depleted from her journey was quickly replenished. Even the surplus, along with the attribute gains, was transferred to her physical body in the mortal realm. Having consumed snow lotus grass, physical constitution +1. Within 30 minutes, the recovery speed of physical strength, spiritual energy, and mental energy is significantly increased. Once her condition had basically recovered, Bai Yi picked up her torch hammer. At this moment, in the distance, one could vaguely see white waves surging. Those were thousands upon thousands of snow cry beasts galloping, their piercing cries audible from afar. This number is truly terrifying at first glance. Bai Yi narrowed her eyes, the torch hammer in her hand gradually heating up. When thousands upon thousands of snow cry beasts charged out together, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Even knowing that these snow cry beasts weren't of high rank, she still felt a little nervous. She had only ever seen such a massive, swarming scene at the school gate during summer vacation. But as awe-inspiring as it was, the ones who needed to be killed still had to be killed. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. As the chaotic beast tide drew closer, Bai Yi began to channel her spiritual energy into the torch hammer. The flame's temperature soared, its color gradually turning a bright purple. The intense heat even caused the fur on the nearby bearskin robe to curl slightly. Ultimately, it was her internal spiritual energy that surged out through her pores. Under the control of her mental energy, a faint protective film formed around her body, thus preserving her clothes. Meanwhile, the torch's durability was decreasing at an alarming rate, decreasing by a fraction every 10 minutes. When the flames reached their limit, the first snow cry beast came into contact with the cold jade rock. The torch's intense heat directly attracted the aggro of most of the snow cry beasts, who instinctively buried anything hot into the ice and snow. In their eyes, the blazing torch and the warm, moving creature were the greatest provocation. Ooh, ah! Sharp cries echoed as the snow cry beasts began to climb the uneven rock face. But before they could even reach the top, a hammer blow slammed into their skulls. The immense force smashed their heads apart, instantly releasing a cloud of blood mist. Brain matter splattered along with blood, but fortunately, Bai Yi had shielded herself with her spiritual energy beforehand. The blood didn't splash onto her, only staining the pristine snow a striking crimson. Killed a low-ranking snow cry beast, battle merit +1. Ah, they're so fragile. Bai Yi glanced at the snow cry beast whose head had been smashed off. As it fell, the intense heat of the flames ignited its fur and oils, causing its body to gradually burn. This situation angered the other snow cry beasts, who shoveled up snow to extinguish the flames. It's a shame to burn this fur like this. Thinking this, Bai Yi deliberately reduced her spiritual energy supply, only maintaining ordinary flames to draw the snow cry beast's aggro. Just as the system had said, these weaklings weren't worth her full strength. I didn't say I wouldn't go all out. Chapter 16 Snow Burial Incident. Species. Snow cry beast. Rank. Unranked talent. Snow cry initiates an avalanche through screams, can adapt to most low temperature environments extremely quickly. Description. A low-level snow cry beast, but even low-level beasts have anger. Any high temperature will drive them mad. But these low-level beasts aren't worth wasting so much spiritual energy on. Perhaps having heard the system say it too much, Bai Yi had become somewhat infected by it. As she spoke, Bai Yi's arms moved rapidly, like playing whack-a-mole, instantly blowing the heads off several more snow cry beasts, spraying blood like pillars, staining the area below the cold jade rock crimson. This cold jade rock was only so large. Before the area below was filled with corpses, the number of snow cry beasts that came up at the same time was limited, easily manageable. However, due to the reduced spiritual energy input, these snow cry beasts' bodies weren't directly ignited like the first one. They simply crashed down heavily, dragging the snow cry beasts behind them down with them. Just as Bai Yi was frantically attacking the snow-crying beasts, which were swarming like ants climbing a tree, a Tier 1 snow-crying beast suddenly pounced while Bai Yi was attacking. Its ferocious maw was filled with spiraling sharp teeth, and its massive claws gleamed with a cold light. At this moment, Bai Yi's right hand was already swinging her weapon and couldn't stop, and her center of gravity was shifted, making it impossible for her to move in time. The snow-crying beast had clearly seized the perfect opportunity. Unless one can multitask, performing different precise movements with both hands simultaneously, an ordinary second-tier beast might have been bitten by this sixth one. But for Bai Yi, who can control two bodies at once, multitasking and ambidextrous combat couldn't be easier. Facing the pouncing snow cry beast, even faster than it was a slender, delicate hand, seemingly frail yet carrying considerable strength. The long, slender hand precisely struck the snow cry beast's jaw, the force shooting upwards, aiming straight for its brain. Just as the beast was about to be sent flying, the hand tightened its grip on the jaw and pulled back sharply. The back and forth happened in an instant. The combined force from the two directions severely concussed its fragile brain, temporarily rendering it immobile. Immediately afterward, Bai Yi used the momentum from the pull to slam its head down onto the head of another snow cry beast that had just climbed up. With a crisp sound like a ripe melon falling to the ground, the two corpses flew dozens of meters before landing. Killed a Tier 1 snow cry beast, gaining 5 battle merits. Also obtained the equipment, Ice Slicer Blade Gray, automatically added to the battle domain inventory. Killed a snow cry beast that hadn't reached a tier, gaining 1 battle merit. Afterwards, Bai Yi savored the feel of the beast. The fur beneath the Tier 1 snow cry beast's bristles was incredibly soft, only slightly softer than her own tail, perfect for making thermal underwear. Thinking this, her killing efficiency increased even further. While wielding the battle torch in her right hand, she simultaneously drew the ice slicer blade she had just obtained with her left. The blade was about 1 meter long, slightly shorter than the battle torch, with a wide blade, thick back, and a sharp, curved tip. It felt slightly cool to the touch, but not icy. Holding the blade in one hand and the battle torch in the other, Bai Yi multitasked, further increasing her killing efficiency. Battle merit +1, +1, +1, +5. You have obtained a warmth scarf gray. As more and more snow cry beasts were attracted, Bai Yi's slaughter accelerated. Perhaps the fox essence was truly effective. After killing only 100 or so snow cry beasts, Bai Yi had already obtained another piece of equipment. Warmth scarf. Gray attribute, physique +8. After a casual glance, Bai Yi wrapped the equipment around her neck. Although ordinary clones couldn't wear attribute-based equipment and couldn't enjoy its attributes, wearing it would still keep her warm. At this moment, she completely failed to notice that the blood-stained snow was turning increasingly crimson. A headless snow cry beast pulled its body from the blood-soaked snow. On its headless body, a blood-soaked head had appeared, which, upon closer inspection, was made of crimson snow. The moment the resurrected snow cry beast appeared, the surrounding snow cry beast seemed to be stimulated, frantically running in all directions. One snow cry beast was a fraction too slow and was caught by the resurrected beast. With just a slight touch, the scarlet snowflakes climbed up the resurrected beast's arm and onto the body of the ordinary snow cry beast. The snowflakes, as if alive, began to devour the body of the normal snow cry beast and rapidly replicated and grew stronger. In less than a minute, the snow cry beast was completely devoured and assimilated, then its speed doubled as it raced away into the distance. What happened? Bai Yi blinked, looking around at the suddenly empty space, somewhat bewildered. But soon, the snow cry beasts that had only run a short distance returned at an even faster speed, and at the same time, large patches of snow around them began to turn red. At this moment, Bai Yi realized the gravity of the situation. According to the battlefield rules, both blood-red snow and resurrected beings were considered rule-based events. The fact that both would appear simultaneously was something she hadn't expected at all. In judging by the circumstances, it was caused by her concentrated killing. Open black lens bracket. Snow Cry Beast, returnee rank, Tier 1 physical strength, 96 mental strength, 0 spiritual strength, 60 talent. Snow die. When limbs come into direct contact with flesh, the target will be given a snow die buff, during which they will be gradually eroded by the blood and snow until they are assimilated into a returnee. Note, this status can be gradually dispelled near flames. Skills. None. Description. When you see it, don't hesitate, immediately ignite a flame. The blazing fire will protect you. Close black lens bracket. Who starts a newbie battle with this level of power? Bai Yi's pretty face fell. These resurrected snow cry beasts, although their rank remained the same, had their attributes doubled. Her audacity in wreaking havoc on the beast tide stemmed entirely from her overwhelming superiority in all attributes and the overwhelming control over lower-level creatures exerted by her mental skills. However, now, with the rules strengthened, ordinary snow cry beasts were no match, but those first-tier snow cry beasts possessed the power to instantly kill her at close range. Seeing the crimson beast tide returning and drawing ever closer, Bai Yi decisively increased the output of her torches. At the same time, a battlefield notification sounded in the ears of everyone in the basin. The snow burial event has been triggered. All pioneers in the Silent Basin, please prepare to avoid contact with the blood-red snow. Also, beware of the dead. Event objective. Wait for the next heavy snowfall to cover the blood-red snow, or melt all the blood-red snow yourself. Event reward. Survival reward. 1x, selectable white equipment, or 20 free attribute points of your choice. Note, free attribute points can only be selected once per battlefield. Chapter 17. Dig 3, Fill 1. 20 free attribute points. That's outrageous. Seeing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and quickly increased her spiritual energy supply by holding the torch. It's common knowledge that in the event of a sudden incident, the relative abundance of battlefield rewards often reflects the danger of the event. Humans have encountered snow burial events more than once in other non-newbie battlefields. Generally speaking, a normal snow burial event rewards about 5% of the current battlefield's average overall attributes. If converted to this newbie battlefield, that would be about 2 attribute points, but now, it's actually 10 times more. The true difficulty is probably beyond description. Even a near-death experience wouldn't be enough. This is definitely not something that can be achieved simply by adding a rule against lighting fires at night. Bai Yi's eyes reflected the bluish-purple flames, her swaying body warming and cracking the cold rocks below. The surging heat mercilessly struck Bai Yi's hands, but was blocked by a thin layer of spiritual energy barrier, leaving only a warm, gentle sensation upon contact with her skin. At this moment, she was analyzing the current situation. The main difficulty was how to survive the night. First, she couldn't light a fire at night, but if these resurrected creatures appeared, she could only dispel them with fire. However, this would arouse the aversion of the snow, and the accumulated snow had now become blood-red snow from snow burials, extremely dangerous. Touching it would result in infection. Also, she couldn't look directly into the darkness at night. According to Luo Tianqing's advice, this meant not staring into the dark for more than 5 seconds continuously. Therefore, the best course of action, as Luo Tianqing had suggested, was to quickly occupy a snow-dwelling beast's territory, clear the snow, prepare defenses, and then light a fire to spend the night. But she was currently in the center of the basin, surrounded by blood-red snow, with nowhere to land. Unless she could fly, she definitely couldn't climb the mountain. And without being able to climb the mountain, survival at night would be extremely difficult. This was a rule-based death, it wasn't something that could be avoided simply by having higher attributes. Ah, so annoying. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy this body, cough cough, I haven't created enough value yet, and it's already gone. Bai Yi grabbed her cascading white hair with her free hand, causing a single white ahoge to stand up from the smooth, flowing silver strands. Although this was an avatar, it was still essentially herself. If danger struck, death and injury would be inevitable. No, I have to think of something. Maybe I could melt a bloody path with a torch. No, that's too slow. Or maybe I could use spiritual power. Just as Bai Yi was deep in thought and preparing to try, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Open black lens bracket. Watch out behind you, close black lens bracket. She instinctively turned around and saw a returner made of blood and snow, just born from the snow burial, about 5 or 6 meters behind her, lunging at her. She instinctively flung out a ball of demonic fire and waved her torch forward. Faced with the high temperature, the returning creature showed obvious resistance in midair. It tried to escape, but its body was still propelled forward by inertia. First, the torch, hotter than a welding torch, struck his face, instantly melting half of his body. Not to be outdone, the demonic fire followed, evaporating the remaining portion. Finally, all that remained was a damp, hot, and pungent smell of blood. You have killed a Tier 1 Snow Cry Beast. Returner, Battle Merit +10, obtained Gray Equipment, the All-Purpose Military Shovel. All-Purpose Military Shovel, Great Durability, 15 Sharpness, 15. Description: an excellent tool-type weapon, usable for construction, killing enemies, clearing paths, and cooking. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes, then sighed softly. What would I use this shovel for? I should have listened to Luo Tianqing and gone up the mountain from the start. Bai Yang examined the two-handed shovel in his hand. The shovel was jet black, its edges gleaming with a sharp, cold light. Normally, a torch would be a deadly weapon, but against these returning survivors, it was far less effective. It's somewhat of a double-edged sword. Wait. Just as Bai Yi was feeling slightly disappointed, she seemed to remember something. Her eyes flashed, and some ancient memories resurfaced in her mind. Night falls, dig 3, fill 1. Dig 3, fill 1. Bai Yi's face lit up. Although she had no way to ascend to heaven, she wasn't without options underground. Her main body was resonating with the void insect nest. Although the clone couldn't enjoy the attribute buffs, it could share the effects of the void supplies. As long as her main body ate and drank well, the extra supplies could be used by her. Since I can't go up the mountain, I can at least go underground, right? Bai Yi hugged her tail, her eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. When you don't need to breathe, water, food, or even a heartbeat and blood supply, what could be safer than burying yourself? Thinking this, Bai Yi unleashed a ball of demonic fire, clearing a space in the snow below. But the writhing, blood-red snow was quickly closing in. Seeing this, Bai Yi quickly hurled a torch into the clearing, embedding it deep in the ground, stopping the surrounding blood-red snow from converging. Then, Bai Yi leapt down, landing in the clearing, and frantically began shoveling at the ground. To maximize efficiency, she even used her mental and spiritual power. With each shovel stroke, a large chunk of frozen soil was removed. Open black lens bracket. You're really planning to bury yourself, close black lens bracket. The system was also shocked by Bai Yi's actions. It seemed its host wasn't just split personality. Wasn't she afraid of insects or something lurking underground? Bai Yi ignored the system's shock and continued digging frantically. She even used spiritual power to assist her efforts to increase efficiency. 3 hours later, as darkness fell, the crimson snow visibly began to move. At that moment, 5 meters underground, near a fallen torch, Bai Yi lay quietly in the mud. The icy earth enveloped her. She couldn't see, hear, or breathe, even her heartbeat was being suppressed, but she didn't suffer because of it. After protecting her vitals with spiritual power, drowsiness finally arrived as expected. System, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Keep watch for me, and call me immediately if anything seems amiss. With that, Bai Yi fell asleep. That night, on Blue Star. Phew, I didn't expect this rookie battlefield to be so dangerous. I wonder if How To will survive. Bai Yang sprang out of bed with a jolt. The void's supplies were limited, and most of them had been given to Bai Yi, so his main body couldn't just lie there doing nothing without food or water. Getting up, he glanced at the still heavy rain and pulled a concentrated nutritional biscuit from under the bed, starting to eat it. 3 minutes left, this time I'll definitely last more than 13 seconds. Chapter 18 Psionic Drink. In the city shrouded in torrential rain, the river had long since overflowed its banks, the rushing waters washing away the accumulated dust. Lightning strikes paralyzed the power grid, and flooding disrupted transportation. The large trees that provided shade, though sturdy despite the repeated onslaught of wind and rain, finally succumbed to the relentless force of the thunder and snapped. Several birds were forced to abandon their treetops, their homes nestled among the trees, flapping their heavy, soaked wings against the wind and rain. But by this time, the world was shrouded in darkness. The wind howled, the rain poured down, and only after taking flight did they realize that the journey was endless. In the seemingly endless storm, the birds, struggling to fly, eventually exhausted their strength. Debris struck them, breaking their wings, and they were swept away like rag dolls by the gale, heading towards their deaths. Hey, look what I caught. A pure white little finches. Bai Yang started the generator in his house and turned on the room light when he saw a white creature flying towards him. Thinking of not breaking the window, Bai Yang opened it and grabbed it, only to find it was a dying, snow-white finches. What a fat little bird. Get it on the grill. I want to taste it. What kind of taste can a system like you possibly have? Just share a little bit of your sense of taste with me and you'll have it. Dream on. If you want a sense of taste, you can be the next clone. With that, Bai Yang carefully examined the little creature in his hands. The bird was quite large, plump and round. At first glance, it looked exactly like a large, waterlogged white steamed bun, except that one of its wings was injured, revealing a bit of bright red. The rapidly heaving chest signaled a sliver of life, and Bai Yang recognized its faint cry as a plea for help. Looking at its snow-white plumage, as white as Bai Yi's, he hesitated for a moment, then wrapped the little sparrow in a towel and placed it on the windowsill in his bedroom. He didn't know how to treat animals, so he could only disinfect its wounds with iodine. Whether it survived was up to fate. If it died unexpectedly, then to avoid waste, he could only sprinkle some cumin on it while it was still fresh. After doing all this, Bai Yang took 2 big bites of compressed biscuits and chugged down half a bottle of premium energy drink. These were his emergency food reserves. The premium energy drink and compressed biscuits were specially made, limited edition items he had obtained at a high price from the Alliance's sales channels. This energy drink alone, a palm-sized bottle, costs over 800 RMB. It quickly replenishes energy and temporarily boosts bodily activity, increasing the efficiency of food absorption and digestion. The compressed biscuits are similar, 2 can last a day in a critical moment. The combination of the 2 is the best survival guarantee in times of crisis. After a satisfying meal, the countdown had reached 10 seconds. This time when we go to the dungeon, time, location, everything will be reset, right? Bai Yang asked again. Yes. Roasted baby sparrows are especially delicious. But you don't want to eat them, so I bet you, this weakling, will only survive 30 seconds this time. Bai Yang. Although he automatically ignored the little sparrow's comments, the system's disdainful tone still made Bai Yang's eyes twitch, and he immediately became displeased. What nonsense. What do you mean you can only live for 30 more seconds? My physique attribute is already over 70 points, I can live for at least half a minute. As he spoke, Bai Yang angrily raised his middle finger. This time, the system was immediately silenced, stunned for a while before speaking again. What's the difference between 30 seconds and half a minute? It's just a different way of saying it. Bai Yang said confidently. But in reality, he was still somewhat unsure. After all, that battlefield was really too dangerous. His previous ability to survive for 13 seconds didn't mean he was strong enough to survive that long. Back then, he posed no threat whatsoever. Aside from the berserker who was burned to death at the start, he wasn't targeted by other creatures until 12 seconds later, and then he was defeated at 13 seconds. Now, his threat level has significantly increased, who knows how long he'll survive. But regardless, those who participated in killing him last time must die. As for saving him, he'll worry about that after he gets his revenge. With this thought in mind, the system notification arrived as expected. Ding! Dungeon. Deskava Dragon Burial Battlefield has refreshed. At the same time, his talent refresh notification appeared in his mind. Golden Legend usable next time. Any item can be randomly enhanced to a gray to gold quality equipment. 100% superior gold energy recharge progress, 0.99. Looking at the battlefield entrance page that appeared before him, and feeling the refreshed power of his talent, Bai Yang thought for a moment, then closed the page. He then pulled a bottle of premium energy drink from under the bed. He suddenly realized that his talent didn't seem to have the various restrictions found in other similar talents. Other enhancement talents either could only enhance specific quality battlefield equipment, or required battlefield items or equipment of any quality, but his talent didn't have the prefix restriction of any quality in the battlefield. This meant that he might be able to try enhancing some technological creations without color quality. For example, firearms, grenades, missiles, mushroom bombs. In that instant, Bai Yang thought of many things. But ultimately, his gaze fell on the bottle of drink in front of him. Speculation is just speculation, it only has value when it's proven to be fact. With this in mind, Bai Yang decisively activated his talent. You may become a legend. Bai Yang blurted out instinctively. The energy drink can in his hand immediately emitted a vibrant green light. Whether by coincidence or not, amidst the continuous thunder outside the window, a single, exceptionally loud clap of thunder suddenly rang out. The lightning seemed to erupt from the ground, piercing through the thunderclouds. The light illuminated the entire world as bright as day, the heavy boom forcefully drowning out all the other thunderclaps. When the light in his hand dissipated, the once ordinary, exquisitely crafted can had transformed into a mysterious can shimmering with strange patterns. Although it was still a can, it now possessed attributes it shouldn't have. Premium energy drink, right pointing arrow, primal spirit drink, green type. Special equipment, durability, 3 constitution, 10 armor break, 50 burning, 50 healing, 50 skill, primal spirit drink. Drinking the entire drink restores 50% of healing attribute health and additionally restores 50% of healing attribute spirit power. Spirit burst. When thrown, it causes a large area explosion, and the equipment is lost. Psionic planting. Primordial exclusive. Bury it in the soil, and after 3 hours, you will harvest 3 additional cans of psionic special drink that cannot be planted. It actually works. Bai Yang's heart raced when he saw the green light. Especially after seeing the final skill, he couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, system, we're rich. But do you dare sell in large quantities now? No. The system's words extinguished Bai Yang's fantasies. Selling a few cans occasionally was fine, but large quantities would easily get him into trouble. But regardless, today's attempt would be historically significant. This meant that from now on, mortal objects could also reach the divine realm. If there was any regret, it was that anything he enhanced with his talent, whether food or something else, would always result in equipment, never rare and precious treasures. Chapter 19. 1 seed sown in spring yields 10,000 in autumn. Equip, psionic drink, primal, green, constitution +10. With a thought, he equipped the psionic drink. Special equipment doesn't have a fixed pattern for attribute enhancement. It can only increase attributes, or it can increase attributes and have additional bonuses. This psionic drink clearly falls into the latter category. Although its inherent attributes are almost the lowest among green quality equipment, its skill is incredibly powerful. Especially explosive skills like this are extremely useful in dungeons. Since equipment damage resets after the dungeon ends, he can blow up as much as he wants. Speaking of which, what would happen if I used human equipment fusion to enhance the bonus attributes of these equipment? Looking at the psionic drink's attribute panel, Bai Yang couldn't help but wonder. Thinking it over, he immediately activated human equipment fusion. The drink in his hand transformed into emerald light and merged into his body, a new power rising from his right hand and surging throughout his entire body. A faint emerald glow appeared in his pupils, mingling and chasing the original golden radiance, like two swimming fish reflecting and shimmering within his eyes. Fortunately, these two faint glows were very small, difficult to detect without careful observation. However, Bai Yang still noticed this effect through his personal avatar on the system interface, and couldn't help but facepalm. At this rate, won't my eyes turn into a multicolored black? Hiss, that doesn't seem impossible. Just as Bai Yang was pondering what multicolored eyes would look like, the human weapon fusion effect, as if pausing, slowly and deliberately appeared. New status, human weapon fusion, spiritual energy drink, primal physique plus 50. New trait, physical attacks gain an additional 250 points of armor-shattering attribute, spiritual energy attacks gain an additional 250 points of burning attribute, and spiritual energy nourishment gains an additional 250 points of healing attribute. New trait, psionic body, every 3 hours, it continuously restores 50% of healing attribute stamina and an additional 50% of healing attribute spiritual energy reserves. Note: when the target is devoured by flesh or bodily fluids, they will directly gain the effect for 3 hours. This effect can only be active once per day. It can be manually turned on, off. New trait, psionic burst, upon death, it will trigger a self-destruction. New trait, planting and reaping, burying oneself in the ground generates 3 unplantable copies of oneself after 3 hours. Note: the planted copies will inherit the user's base attributes, up to the standard value of Tier 3. They cannot inherit equipment, talents, or skills. They inherit all non-planting traits related to the psionic drink. Finally, be careful not to suffocate. When the effects appeared, Bai Yang felt that for a moment, his brain crashed. Not only him, but even the usually talkative system fell silent. After a long pause, system and Bai Yang, X2, what the hell is this? Bai Yang scratched his head. He could understand the beginning, even the accompanying, Tang Monk's flesh, effect was acceptable. But, damn system, what the hell is this? Growing humans yields humans. Bai Yang was exasperated. Can humans really be grown? It's just too strange. Don't ask this system, it doesn't know either. This is something your talent enhanced, there's nothing exactly like it in this system's database. Then what do you know? Little sparrows are delicious. Bai Yang, this stupid system is hopeless. After a moment, Bai Yang finally accepted it. Putting aside the fact that it requires planting people, this is still a powerful skill. Others mass-produce troops, he mass-produces Bai Yi. As for why he didn't explode Bai Yang, well, that's because Bai Yi is currently buried in the ground. However, before that, he had some other things to do. He went to the window and first used his spiritual energy to gently nourish the dying snow-white pheasant, under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. The wounds on its wings healed at a visible speed. In less than half a minute, it was completely restored. Then he found a flower pot, deactivated the resonance, and planted the spirit energy drink inside. He'd deal with planting people later, he wanted to plant a few bottles of the drink first to enjoy in the dungeon. But Bai Yang was unaware that when the thunder had just struck, countless powerful beings seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. They didn't know what had happened, but they vaguely sensed that something in the world had changed. It was as if a chain had broken, or a crack had appeared in a cage. Though the sky was heavily clouded, for a fleeting moment they saw the starry sky on the other side. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, 2 men and a woman were confronting the monster below. The battle was raging on the front lines, and they, as the strongest of humanity, had to keep an eye on this thing in the abyss, ensuring it didn't reach the shore. They all bore scars, but the monster, in contrast, seemed to have just awakened from a deep sleep. The monster was 1,000 meters tall, resembling a fat humanoid, but its body was covered in writhing, seaweed-like tentacles, each tentacle bearing a human face. They sang loudly, dyeing the seawater a deep green, causing all living things around them to twist and assimilate into their own. Due to his various characteristics, some people affectionately call him King K. Borrowing from various illusions, his true name remains unknown. He needs no faith. He is the evil god of the abyss, a born deity, the embodiment of the laws. Blue Star is his pasture. Humans and sea creatures are merely cattle and sheep in a pen, leeks in a field. Now he is hungry, so he wages war, relieving his primal hunger. But this is far from enough. He suddenly desires to taste these fattest lambs. Although the lambs before him are somewhat robust, they suit his palate perfectly. With a slight movement, the deep green seawater surges upwards, the abyss's domain enveloping the three, an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from them. The three feel their spiritual energy become viscous like paste, their life force washed away by the void's waves, like sandcastles rapidly disappearing on a beach. Their limbs become incredibly stiff, as if the weight of the entire planet is pressing down on them. Upon seeing this, one of the one-eyed men began to ignite with crimson and white flames. The flames possessed no heat whatsoever, yet they scorched and distorted everything around them, melting it away. Seawater, air, spiritual energy, everything was twisted and transformed into part of the flames. I've broken through his divine realm. You'd better seize this opportunity to kill him. As the words fell, starlight pierced through the heavy clouds. A sharp sword formed in the starry sky, like the aurora borealis stretching for thousands of miles, or like a fleeting stream of light. Starlight drifted down, drawing upon starlight like a waterfall, converging into the sword's edge, causing the evil god's seaweed-like tentacles to explode. He looked up at the slightly aged man. The lamb before him had transformed into a deadly venomous bee, all for the sake of inflicting an unforgettable pain with his life. Senior, don't be reckless. The others were shocked, but their talents were still shallow, unlike their seniors. In this realm, they could only struggle to resist the omnipresent pressure. Reckless. Hey, I leave this crippled body for this sword. I offer everything to forge the ladder to ascension. With this sword's fall, Blue Star will be safe for 100 years. Faced with this situation, sacrificing one to save two and securing a century of peace might be the best option, but just before the skill was about to be completed, a muffled thunderclap resounded. Even though they were within the divine realm, the thunder pierced through all obstacles, ringing in their ears. The thunder shook the starlight, momentarily halting the skill's release. Everyone sensed something, even the evil god stared intently at the starlight and moonlight piercing the domain's dark clouds. Then, before anyone could react, it dispelled its domain and sank into the sea. By enduring this attack, it could have seized the opportunity to devour the lamb before it. At most, it would have slept for a while, waking up stronger. But at this moment, it changed its mind. This world has undergone unknown changes, and he doesn't want to miss them while he's asleep. What happened just now? I don't know. But no matter what, we survived, and I'm prepared to die with him. Chapter 20 Double Armor. 3 hours passed in a flash. During this time, Bai Yang remained by the flower pot, meditating and training his mental strength. Until a certain moment, the soil beneath the flower pot slightly bulged. Seeing this, Bai Yang quickly pulled out what was inside. Around the previously buried blue-green psionic drink, 3 pure silver bottles of special drinks had appeared. Open black lens bracket. Psionic drink green X3 type. Special equipment physique. 10 armor break. 50 burning. 50 healing. 50 skill. Psionic drink. Psionic burst. Close black lens bracket. Without further delay, Bai Yang immediately took out 2 more bottles of equipment and activated resonance simultaneously. The resonance limit for man and equipment fusion is 3 pieces of equipment. The Void Hive, +1 primal special drink and 1 regular special drink, filled all 3 slots perfectly. The emerald light in his eyes reappeared, and 2 emerald rings appeared on the back of his hands. But soon, an unexpected change occurred. The 2 rings began to gradually converge and merge, eventually forming a large ring containing a smaller one. And just as the 2 rings were fully formed, the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, which had already achieved resonance, changed slightly again. New status. Man and weapon is 1 psionic drink. Dual armament constitution +120. Current constitution 200. The equipment's base attribute effect continues to be active. New trait. Physical attacks gain an additional 600 points of armor shattering attribute. Spiritual attacks gain an additional 600 points of burning attribute. Spiritual nourishment gains an additional 600 points of healing attribute. New trait. Spiritual body. Every 3 hours, it continuously restores 100% of the healing attribute's stamina and an additional 100% of the healing attribute's spiritual energy reserves. Note: when flesh or bodily fluids are consumed, the target will directly gain the 3-hour effect. This effect can only be active twice per day. New trait, Spiritual Burst. Upon death, it will trigger a self-destruction, and the explosion fragments will trigger a secondary explosion. Unchanged trait, planting and regenerating, burying oneself in the ground. 3 copies of oneself that cannot be planted again will be generated after 3 hours. Same type equipment resonance has this effect. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. Clearly, resonance between 2 pieces of the same type of equipment has an additional bonus effect, but that wasn't all. He then attached the remaining 2 bottles of psionic drinks to his pouch and equipped himself, while also taking out 2 kobold spears as weapons. Kobold spear, white durability, 30, sharpness, 30, bleeding, 15. He picked up the spears, ready to wield them, but suddenly discovered that the seemingly sturdy shafts had been accidentally bent. Ah, what a piece of junk. Bai Yang tossed the kobold spears back with disdain. Using these spears was even worse than using his own fingernails. With all equipment in place, Bai Yang's stats were now completely refreshed. Name: Bai Yang. Physical strength, 220, 16 plus 16, 400% plus 120 plus 20. Mental strength, 20. Spiritual strength, 14. Mysticism, 30. Equipment: Void Hive, Resonance, Primal Psionic Drink, Resonance, Psionic Drink, Resonance, Psionic Drink X2. The surging power within him gave him unparalleled confidence. The additional high attribute bonuses further inflated this confidence. At this moment, Bai Yang admitted he was a little too cocky. The surge in power made him instinctively want to find a place to test his skills, and a dungeon naturally became his first choice. With this in mind, Mr. Bai Yang shared the traits, Seed and Receive, and Spiritual Energy Burst, with Bai Yi. Then he went directly into the dungeon. This time, no matter what kind of berserkers or kobolds they were, they would all die. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, 5 meters underground, some changes were also occurring around Bai Yi. 3 clusters of spiritual energy seeds gradually condensed around her, pulsating like hearts and sprouting like buds within the soil. Gradually, they began to take human form. The torches above had long since gone out, and the crimson snow writhed, filling every inch of the land. And the returning creatures here are becoming increasingly numerous. There is a sense of life here, but once they gather, they can no longer find any living things. The top 3 meters of soil have long since turned into permafrost, sealing off the warmth of life below. They can only wander aimlessly here, relying on their faint, almost imperceptible presence. Above, the returners roared urgently, while below, Bai Yi slept even more soundly. Conversely, Luo Tianqing, atop the mountain, couldn't sleep a wink. After an afternoon's work, they managed to seize the snow beast's lair before nightfall. It was a lair located on a mountaintop, carved into the summit, resembling a volcanic crater at first glance. However, thanks to the snow beast's characteristics, the depression, and even the surrounding mountaintop, were completely free of snow. Without snow, they could light a fire at night, preventing a large number of people from freezing to death. The high elevation also isolated the snow burial and most monsters. As a base, it couldn't be more perfect. However, she still didn't understand why the snow burial, which was supposed to arrive tomorrow, and the returners, who were supposed to appear a week later, had appeared on the very first day, and why they had been forcibly merged into one event. The 2 events, the death from touching the snow burial and the rebirth of the dead, have now merged into one, creating a snow burial returnee situation comparable to Resident Evil. The only consolation is that, with the snow burial's help, I've secured high ground ahead of time, giving me a fighting chance. But, I didn't do anything after my rebirth, so where did things go wrong? Luo Tianqing glanced down the mountain. The surrounding area was now completely swarmed with returnees. She couldn't understand it, so she could only focus on defense, using her high vantage point to kill one returnee after another. Regardless, since things had come to this, she could only strive to improve herself. After all, when she returned, Blue Star would be entering a chaotic era. The strongest 9th-tier beings would be dead, the evil god in the sea would be asleep, and the 5 kingdoms would be increasingly intertwined, followed by years of internal strife. At that time, ordinary people's lives would be as worthless as grass, and only those at the 3rd tier or above could barely protect themselves. Thinking of this, Luo Tianqing looked down at the returnees struggling to climb. Fortunately, the mountain path below had been blocked by Luo Tianqing and Yi Chang'an, leaving the returnees with no choice but to climb the cliff face. Occasionally, 2 would manage to ascend, only to be hurled back with stones. Sometimes, pushing a falling rock could even earn them extra battle merits. Defense wasn't a problem here, but as time passed, the threat of hunger gradually crept into their hearts. The situation had arisen suddenly, and they hadn't had time to stockpile food. They could only rely on the energy they had stored before heading to the battlefield to endure. So hungry. The snow-dwelling beast's corpse should be edible, right? Chapter 21 Dragon Burial Battlefield. At this moment, on the Descarva Dragon Burial Battlefield, Bai Yang first felt a slight dizziness, then the wind, rain, and thunder outside the window transformed into a noisy roar. The pungent smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing Bai Yang to rub his nose. Looking up, he saw a muscular green-skinned beast in the distance preparing to throw a spear, but the moment the spear left its hand, a dwarf leapt up and smashed its head. Watching the familiar spear fly towards him, Bai Yang remained unusually calm this time, simply shifting slightly to the side and catching it as it approached. Then, as if anticipating this, he took a half-step back. At the same time, the berserker's giant axe, carrying a violent force, landed where he had just been. Watching the giant axe embed itself in the ground, Bai Yang also sized up the sixth brother who had launched a sneak attack. The opponent was over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging, his grayish-green skin stained with blood. He wore only a piece of animal hide to cover his vital parts. Race: Berserker physique, 330 mental strength, 3 spiritual strength, 80 equipment, bloodthirsty great axe green. Tisk, truly worthy of being a berserker. Bai Yang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Even without the attribute-enhancing equipment, this physique was far superior to his own. However, his mental strength was practically inferior to that of a gorilla. With a brain like that, you dare to launch a sneak attack. Bai Yang showed no mercy to this berserker who had almost succeeded in his sneak attack last time. Anyway, it would be burned to death by dragon flames soon. Even if he couldn't kill it instantly, he could still get an assist. With this in mind, Bai Yang adjusted the position of his spear. The opponent had no armor, so his melee attack's armor-shattering attribute was ineffective, but the spear's sharpness attribute could still be utilized. Taking advantage of the opponent's inertia, Bai Yang suddenly exerted force with his feet. Propelled by the powerful burst of force, his specially made shoes groaned under the strain, turning into dust and merging into the ground below. Bai Yang, on the other hand, was like a cannonball launched from a gun, his speed instantly pushed to its limit. With his second step, he moved with momentum, slightly adjusting his position, and held the spear with both hands. The third step involves firmly planting the feet, compressing the body, and transforming every muscle into a compressed spring, its exceptional flexibility enhancing the body's adaptability. In this era where strength reigns supreme, how can one rely solely on brute force? How to generate power, how to use techniques to achieve effects comparable to skills. These are compulsory courses taught from childhood. When flexibility is compressed to its limit, the next moment, power erupts in an instant. The trembling of bones as muscles exert force is clearly audible. Power originates from the feet, twists through the waist, flows through the back and arms, converging into the spear's edge, just before striking the target. The taut body relaxes slightly, the flexibility of the muscles reconnecting every joint into a unified whole. Then, as if in a sudden jerk, it jerks violently. At this moment, power completely permeates every corner of the body, ultimately surging towards the target with terrifying kinetic energy. The orc spear in his hand was like a flash of light, piercing the opponent's abdomen with immense force, and then snapping hard, in the middle of the opponent's abdominal muscles. Damn it! Bai Yang's face darkened. He had underestimated the 330 points of physical strength, or rather, overestimated the orc's spear's sturdiness. He could only quickly grasp the broken front half and pour all his remaining spiritual energy into it. Although the spiritual energy wasn't much, it was already over 10 points, enough to leave his body. Most importantly, the 600 points of burning attribute were real. As the spiritual energy flowed into his body, intense heat emanated from within. Although he didn't know the exact temperature generated by 600 points of burning, the spear's instantaneous melting and burning indicated that the temperature was absolutely terrifying. The opponent's movement to pull away abruptly stopped. Its iron-like body began to swell, and its grayish-green skin rapidly cracked. Under the burning effect, the water within its body quickly boiled and then turned into steam. Finally, the gas compressed in its abdomen and intestines further fueled the process. The process happened so quickly that before he could even react, the 3-meter-tall berserker exploded like a bomb. Bang! Blood and flesh mixed with flames splattered everywhere. Holy crap! A wave of heat, carrying burning flesh, swept through the air. Before Bai Yang could even react, he saw a flash of light and was immediately thrown back. Fortunately, the void barrier activated in time, absorbing all the damage. However, the direction he was thrown was a bit off. That little bastard almost didn't even last 13 seconds. The system's taunts were never absent, but Bai Yang, still on the ground, didn't have the mind to think about that. Below, a dozen kobolds had already formed a gun array, their gleaming spear tips aimed at him, waiting for him to fall. These kobolds are real dogs. Bai Yang cursed under his breath, quickly pulling out a bottle of psionic drink. He opened the can, squeezed it hard, and forced some of the liquid into his mouth to replenish his spiritual energy. Then he tossed the crushed can downwards. Boom! A slightly less deafening roar than the orc explosion occurred again, drowning out the screams below. You have killed 7 Tier 1 Kobold warriors, gaining 35 experience points. You have killed 1 Tier 3 orc, gaining 50 experience points. 7 members of the Kobold squad who had been arrayed on the ground were instantly killed by the blast. The rest were either thrown far away or fell unconscious. However, before he could even catch his breath, a slightly familiar cold light flashed in the distance. 2 seconds later, Bai Yang landed successfully, but an icy arrow was embedded in his kidney. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Bai Yang grimaced in pain. Just moments before, as he was about to land, a frost elf had ambushed him with a frost arrow, striking his kidney. If it weren't for his strong physique, that arrow would have torn him apart. Damn frost elves, this time I'll kill you all. Bai Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Last time, he had been killed by frost elves. And now, they had ambushed him again. This was simply unbearable. Thinking this, Bai Yang, fueled by rage, forcefully pulled out the frosty arrow. The wound was now frozen solid by the arrow, his right kidney was numb with pain, and his internal organs felt as if they were being frozen. The arrow was pulled out, even bringing with it a string of ice shards. Fortunately, the drink he had just consumed had restored some of his spiritual energy. Under the concentrated nourishment of this spiritual energy, the wound triggered a 600-point healing effect the moment it came into contact with the energy. The frost melted, and the wound began to heal rapidly. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was slowly moving towards the fiery path of the dragon's attack. Their monsters were either dead or had fled, making it relatively open. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to escape the battlefield, and then, mass-produce troops. Chapter 22 Time loop. Under the dim, yellow sky, the twilight's afterglow resembled a blood-stained painting. The war had reached its climax, with hundreds of dragons joining the fray, mingling with countless other races. Countless lives were lost every moment, yet countless more joined the fray. Strangely, these newcomers seemed to have been teleported in. They appeared suddenly, fought, and ultimately perished. And in this chaotic battlefield, along an inconspicuous path strewn with fire, a man was sprinting at breakneck speed. Although most of the flames had been extinguished, the scorched earth still radiated terrifying heat. So hot, so hot, so hot. As he ran, the thin layer of spiritual energy protecting Bai Yang's feet ran out, and the hundreds of degrees of heat directly contacting his soles caused him to howl in pain. Fortunately, the passive effect of the spirit energy drink was still active, providing a continuous spiritual energy recovery of 600 points per 3 hours, restoring more than 3 points of spiritual energy per minute. Currently, Bai Yang only had 13 points of spiritual energy, which would be fully restored in less than 4 minutes. However, given the current situation, Bai Yang couldn't wait for it to fully recover before using it. His spiritual energy recovered somewhat quickly, and he hurriedly reapplied it to his feet. While isolating them from the high temperature, the healing effect also allowed his feet, which were on the verge of carbonization and unable to run, to heal. But soon, his spiritual energy was exhausted again. The nerves in his newly healed feet were once again experiencing the hot plate sensation. Awoo! Keep your voice down. What if you attract a dragon? Why did I end up with a host like you? Shouting can distract you and reduce your pain perception, you know. Besides, if the dragon comes, it'll eat me. What are you afraid of? Ouch! Hot, hot, hot. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yang started jumping around in a hot-footed gait again. Can't this system be scared? Don't you get scared watching horror movies? The system's self-righteous reply made Bai Yang's lips twitch. Other people's systems are invincible, but his system is cowardly, weak, and talkative. How did he end up with such an embarrassing system? He didn't understand, and could only accept it helplessly. The only consolation was that the system was still somewhat useful in crucial moments. In the distance, several hills suddenly collapsed, and several mountain giants, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly rose from the mountains, grabbing a dragon that was diving down and pinning it to the ground. A colossal object weighing hundreds of thousands of tons crashed down, like a meteorite striking the earth, sending countless creatures flying and turning them into mincemeat before they could even scream. The enormous fists of the 5 hill giants slammed down like mountain peaks, hammering into the dragon's body, shattering its scales and scattering blood and flesh. Under the threat of death, the dragon opened its mouth to spew dragonfire, but its neck was firmly gripped by a giant hand, controlling its direction. The dragonfire could only be spewed forward in a venting frenzy. The dragon's furious struggles further sent rocks flying, turning what should have been a chaotic battle into a catastrophe escape. Bai Yang glanced up at the battle of the giant beasts not far away and quickly quickened his pace. Good news, the dragonfire hadn't hit him. Bad news, tons of boulders, carrying immense force, were falling towards him. At this moment, without the omniscient perspective, Bai Yang could barely grasp the function of the system. Run, run, keep your head down. Bai Yang instinctively ducked, and a boulder flew past his scalp, embedding itself heavily in the ground, which was practically turning into lava. That's it. Forward roll, left slide. Perfect dodge. Good job. Bai Yang. Ooh. Forward roll, get down. Bai Yang. Ooh. What are you yelling about? Try rolling and getting down on this ground that's hundreds of degrees hot. Bai Yang grimaced in pain. It wasn't that he didn't want to be strong, but his vital areas were almost charred. Any man would suffer. At this moment, he was covered in burns, and his already limited spiritual energy couldn't heal them all. If it weren't for the adrenaline and endorphins continuously powering him up, he would have been unable to get up again. This situation continued until the giant dragon was brutally beaten to death, finally giving Bai Yang a brief respite. He tilted his head back and drank another bottle of spiritual energy drink, using his restored spiritual power to prioritize healing his injuries before saying uncertainly, "Damn system, are you sure this is the right direction to leave the battlefield? I feel like there are more and more enemies." As he spoke, Bai Yang casually tossed the empty bottle of spiritual energy drink into a horde of charging lizardmen, causing an explosion. You have killed 3 lizardmen non-ranked, gaining 15 experience points. Current experience points remaining, 105. Faced with Bai Yang's question, the system confidently assured him. Didn't you notice that the path this system planned for you doesn't have any high-level monsters? You must know this is a battlefield. A battlefield teeming with dragons and high-level monsters. Isn't that enough to make you trust it? Hearing this, Bai Yang was taken aback. Now that the system said it, it seemed true. But, why are you suddenly being so helpful? Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. What are you up to? Bai Yang couldn't help but feel wary. The last time the system was this enthusiastic was when it begged him to help with a dungeon run. Is this system really that kind of system? Trust me, turn right in 150 meters, then sprint 500 meters to reach the Great Rift. Jump down, and you're guaranteed to survive. Plus, the Slime Queen is sealed there, so you can complete the mission at the same time. With 200 points of physique, his full speed running is far faster than a car on a highway. As he spoke, Bai Yang had already turned away from the fiery path and then dashed to the edge of the rift. But looking at the bottomless rift, Bai Yang couldn't help but take a half-step back. I'm a little afraid of heights. The rewards for completing the mission are very generous. Think about the special clone, think about Bai Yi tilde. The system began to coax him at this crucial moment. Bai Yang. A moment later, damn it, I'll risk it. Bai Yang finally chose to trust the system this time, gritted his teeth, and leapt down. There was no other way, the reward was a new clone. As a new era psychopath, this was his thing. Meanwhile, at the outer edge of the battlefield, has the Slime Queen's spacetime distortion not ended yet? A richly dressed elf suddenly appeared, her brows furrowing deeper as she looked at the pure white barrier before her. No, but it should be soon. She actually intercepted time and space and entered a loop as a final act of resistance. Little does she know, the world's will has already taken notice of this place, and she won't be eliminated for long. A man with 2 horns tapped the barrier, his finger instantly wounded but healing in a flash. The power of time and space is not to be underestimated. If they hadn't run fast enough, they might already be dead. Let's hope so. A being like her shouldn't even exist. Chapter 23 Starry Sky Slime. The wind whistled past his ears, the constant sensation of falling triggering his already height-phobic nerves and causing a slight feeling of suffocation. The chasm was vast, hundreds of feet wide and 1,000 meters deep. The valley floor, untouched by sunlight, was pitch black. At this moment, Bai Yang still harbored doubts about the system's guidance, but having already jumped, he could only hope that the ground below wasn't rocky. Otherwise, even with his physique of over 200 points, his body strength comparable to a rock, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. As the descent accelerated, the air became increasingly humid, and even the rock walls on either side were covered in moss. Seeing this, Bai Yang's heart, which had been pounding, eased slightly. The humidity was so high, below was either water or mud. This meant that he would likely survive a little longer. Survival time also increased his points. He currently had 105 points. Another 95 points would be enough to create another clone. As long as he didn't die instantly from the fall, he could mass-produce his own troops and void creatures simultaneously. After 10 or so hours, he could return to the battlefield. Then, he could pair up his newly created units and the void creatures, and even if he didn't indiscriminately slaughter everyone, he could at least rack up 95 experience points. At the very least, he could focus fire on and kill a frost elf to vent his anger. Attention landing countdown, 2, 1, the system's sudden voice interrupted Bai Yang's thoughts. In the darkness, he couldn't see what was below, so he could only cover his body with spiritual energy. Just as the countdown ended, he plunged headfirst into a lump of cool mud. Glug. A moment later, Bai Yang, covered in sticky mucus, pulled his head out and touched his face. Tui. What is this? Bai Yang spat out the sticky liquid he had accidentally swallowed, but it was surprisingly sweet. But adhering to the principle of not swallowing what one hasn't seen clearly, he still spat it all out. At the same time, the system popped up again. After testing, this should be part of the Slime Queen's true form. Soaking in its bodily fluids can beautify the skin, heal external injuries, and consumption can quickly restore physical and spiritual energy. Hearing this, Bai Yang's spirits lifted, and he quickly lowered his head and took a deep breath, but the system's next sentence interrupted him. System, of course, it might also be digested. Huh, ah. Bai Yang froze for half a second, and after hearing the last sentence, he subconsciously swallowed the liquid in his mouth, then frantically struggled towards the cliff face. You jerk system, from now on, focus on the important parts first. With that, Bai Yang used both hands and feet. But this was not a pool of water, and swimming skills were not very applicable here. After struggling for a while, he hadn't moved much, and instead was met with soft giggles. He, a creature I've never seen before. You're tickling me so much inside my body. Slow down Tilda, the voice echoed from all directions, carrying a playful yet mature charm. However, the sound, reverberating through the valley, also sounded somewhat eerie. What is that? Bai Yang was startled, instinctively reaching for a kobold spear, becoming wary. But he quickly realized that this was most likely the so-called Slime Queen. Sure enough, the next moment, a soft glow suddenly illuminated the valley, which was previously untouched by sunlight. Only then could Bai Yang clearly see the situation at the bottom of the valley. He found himself in a lake of pale purple gel, covering most of the valley floor. It was roughly estimated to be 400 or 500 meters in diameter. Before him floated a pale purple, semi-transparent female figure, complete with eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, slender limbs, and a delicate yet graceful waist. Only her ankles connected to the lake. Laughter emanated from her. The other person looked at him with interest, then suddenly moved in front of him, tapping his cheek with cool fingers and chuckling. You ran into my body in your disheveled state, and you still ask what I am. How silly of you Tilda. Faced with this behavior, Bai Yang hesitated to move. The other person's stats were truly frightening. Slime Queen Race. Starry Sky Slime. Current rank, 9th rank, continuously decreasing. Current physique, 33,500. Continuously decreasing. Current spiritual power, 45,500. Current spiritual power, 49,000. Mysticism, 99,999. Talent. Child of time and space greatly increases adaptability to the laws of time and space, reduces all damage taken by 70%, refreshes attribute status at midnight every day, removes abnormal effects, and gains a certain amount of attribute growth. Next tier talent advancement preview, Throne of Time and Space. Introduction. A being from beyond this world, mistakenly entered this place and was ostracized by the world, besieged by the beings of this land. On the verge of death, it captured a segment of spacetime, weaving it into a ring for self-preservation. Currently maintaining the spacetime loop, it continues to weaken, but its status will be refreshed at midnight every day. Close black lens bracket, Bai Yang. Damn system. What business is it of mine to save this thing? Like an ant saving an elephant. Bai Yang stared blankly at the being before him, while the other was also looking at him, a flash of white light in its pure eyes. After a moment, it suddenly released Bai Yang. Huh, I can't see your past. Ah, are you perhaps also a visitor from outer space? She feigned surprise, covering her mouth with her hand, then smiled and said, Hey, can you do me a favor? I'll give you a reward. What favor? Hearing this, Bai Yang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this slime queen to be so easy to talk to. However, he immediately retracted the thought. The slime queen, as you can see, I've trapped myself in a time loop. If this continues, I'll die, but I'm the only one left in my race. My death means extinction. Chi-I's emotions spread throughout the valley. Every move and thought of this high-level being affected everything around them. Even the moss at the bottom of the valley drooped and turned yellow. So, although Bai Yang wasn't affected, he instinctively felt something was amiss. Become the vessel for my race, bring new life to my race. I can give you everything I have. Bai Yang, I refuse. Without hesitation, Bai Yang decisively refused. Saying this to Bai Yi might have excited her for a moment, but he was Bai Yang now. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The words had barely left his lips when Bai Yang felt a sudden tightness around him as countless tentacles coiled around him. The difference in their physical strength rendered him utterly powerless to resist. Seeing this, images from gigabytes of hentai flashed through his mind, and Bai Yang decisively chose to self-destruct. Boom. The power of a self-destruction is related to one's attributes. An explosion of over 200 attribute points shook the entire valley. The slime queen stared blankly at her tentacles for a long while before remembering to wipe the blood and flesh fragments from her face. Then, the fragments exploded again. How did it explode? Thank goodness, she had only tried to lift the person out of her body when they refused, or all other beings from other worlds like this. Thank goodness she had specifically caught them, and they exploded at the slightest touch. At this moment, she admitted she was terrified. Chapter 24 I can still live for another 30 years. Instance location. Another world, Deskava Dragon Burial Battlefield. Instance time remaining. 5 days 20 hours trial quest. Rescue the slime queen. Failed survival time. 25 minutes 35 seconds kills. 12 rescues. 0 source of injury. After last disengagement. Bai Yang 100% killer. Bai Yang rating, F comment. To avoid becoming a firearm, I killed myself. A decisive and ruthless man. Instance refresh time. Daily at midnight. Guaranteed reward. 1 normal draw extra reward. 10 free attribute points newcomer first blood reward. 1 advanced draw. 1 random normal clone summoning card. Achievements obtained. An eye for an eye. The Queen's favor. Die when you're sent. Dungeon completion rewards. Experience points plus 50. Physique plus 2. Spiritual power plus 2. Aura power plus 1. Current base attributes. Physique 18. Spiritual power 22. Aura power 16. Death reward. None kill reward. Bloodthirsty axe green. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement template. Achievement trigger details require your own exploration. Achievement effects are shared across all clones without decay. Current achievement, an eye for an eye. Acquisition condition, kill the target that dealt damage to you in the previous dungeon run. Effect, when damaged, attacking the source of the damage will ignore an additional 10 points of defense. The Queen's favor, acquisition condition, gain the Queen's favor effect. slightly increases charm, increasing attraction to women, females. Die on a whim, acquisition condition, commit suicide once effect, can be resurrected unconditionally once, with an additional resurrection every 365 days. In the pure white space. The familiar feeling returned to Bai Yang as he gradually regained consciousness. Bai Yang subconsciously looked down to check his body. Fortunately, his equipment and clothing were intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the quest on the panel again, he couldn't help but feel lingering fear. System, I think this quest is better left undone. Agreed, slime tentacles and stuff, too prickly, no, too eye-watering. Bai Yang, was this damn system trying to say it was too exciting? Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. But don't forget to complete the long-term mission. The system added a sentence at this moment, and Bai Yang noticed the mission he had ignored for most of the day. Current long-term mission, reverse the predetermined future of this plane's impending destruction. Mission description. This plane will soon be completely destroyed, and may even spread throughout the heavens, for unknown reasons. Mission objective, investigate and prevent the destruction of this plane in the near future. Mission reward, 30 quadrillion experience points, system core privileges. Upon seeing the reward, Bai Yang's expression froze. How long is, nearly future? Probably starting in about 30 years. Right now, the future is very vague, and I can't find any details. I can only infer from the ambiguities in the fate of all beings in the world. 30 years later, things spiraled out of control. A month later, the Milky Way disappeared. 6 months later, the Great Wall of the Universe crumbled. 2 years later, this spacetime collapsed. 5 years later, this plane shattered, and the conflagration began to spread throughout the heavens. Although you weren't originally the intended host, since things have come to this system still hopes you can shoulder this great responsibility. This system will do everything in its power to assist you. Bai Yang, oh, that's all right. He nodded thoughtfully, completely ignoring the talk of saving him. From the system's words, he only understood one thing: he had 30 years left to live. 30 years. In 30 years I'll be around 50. Not much for an awakened one, but not bad. Bai Yang stroked his chin, mentally calculating for a moment, then decisively decided to give up. Just kidding, judging by the reward, this was an impossible task. Instead of worrying about it, he'd rather enjoy the limited time he had. He was a self-aware man. If it were about saving an individual like the Slime Queen, he might have the inclination to try. Even saving Earth, protecting the Milky Way, or even saving the known universe, he could say it was no problem, and at the very least, he'd give it a shot. But saving countless worlds was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Because in his view, the world is infinite, while human power is finite. How could finite power save infinite things? Saving a known universe is only within a 93 billion light-year radius. With enough overwhelming power, it's possible. But how vast are the unknown universes? How many parallel universes are there? Even combined, they would only constitute one world. How vast would the entire universe be? He didn't know, but he was certain that in a catastrophe of this magnitude, he was basically doomed. Instead of pondering survival strategies, he'd rather take stock of his gains and get a good night's sleep. Life, every day that passes reduces 24 hours. We should cherish every moment. Thinking this through, ignoring the system's advice, he began to tally his gains. Telling his gains, he liked it. He continued with the lottery in this space, used normal lottery times 1, gained a universal skill, usable by all clones, swift meteor effect. Continuously consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, doubling movement speed, and entering a state where physical targets cannot be selected, i.e., immune to physical attacks, ignoring physical collisions. Used advanced lottery times 1, gained talent, symbiotic synergy. Effect. Resonates and merges with a target of spiritual affinity. Attributes stack, skills are shared, talents are shared, and equipment slots are stacked. Bai Yang, I said, system, don't do this. Even if you give me a back door, I really can't save the world. Bai Yang's eyes twitched slightly. The first talent could be explained by luck, but what about the second one? First, there was the base talent, golden legendary, but its potential was limited by the number of equipment slots. So, a weapon resonance was introduced, allowing one equipment slot to function as 5. But equipment resonance can only have 3 slots, limiting choices. So now there's symbiotic synergy, making one person do the work of 2. This talent's appearance is far too systematic. Even he himself wouldn't believe it's because of his incredible luck. It's probably the damn system manipulating things behind the scenes. I didn't. Okay, I believe you. Bai Yang couldn't help but give a perfunctory smile. Believe it. Only a fool would. The system is probably doing this to give him confidence, then make him suffer through an impossible task. But regardless, with this talent stacking, he can live more comfortably during this period. You really believe it? No, not at all. Bai Yang responded briefly. Then, ignoring the system's voice, he decisively exited the space after using his clone summoning ability. The sound of wind and rain gradually returned, but mixed with it were other sounds. The abyss rift has descended. All citizens are urged to seek refuge in shelters immediately. I repeat, the abyss. Wake up, wake up. Chapter 25 Abyss Rift. All citizens, please evacuate immediately. So noisy. For some unknown reason, every time he exited a dungeon, he experienced a few seconds of dizziness. But as his attributes improved, this state lessened. A woman's shouts rang in his ears, and in the distance, sirens blared. The wind carried the crisp sound of metal clashing. The booming of explosions was hidden within the thunder, making it impossible to distinguish between lightning strikes and explosions. It was clearly the early morning, but because of the appearance of the Abyss Rift, it was as noisy as if he were on a battlefield. Why is the Abyss Rift here again? This couldn't be more inopportune. Bai Yang's heart sank. For a city, each Abyss Rift was like surviving a life or death ordeal. If the weather were still good, ordinary people could quickly head to shelters. But in the current external environment, it was truly a situation where staying or leaving was not an option. Most importantly, the frequency of abyssal rifts appearing is decreasing. The probability of a city experiencing 2 consecutive rifts in less than 3 months is less than 0.00037%. Yet, even with such a low probability, he encountered one. Hopefully it's just a small rift, otherwise I'll have to seek refuge in the battle zone. Bai Yang prayed silently. Abyssal rifts also come in large, medium, and small sizes, and their size is directly proportional to the strength of the abyssal monsters within. Generally, the monsters in small rifts are no higher than the 3rd tier. They can be killed by blocking the entrance, causing little damage. But if it's a large abyssal rift, even the nearby cities might be difficult to protect. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and the unfamiliar woman's voice rang in his ears again, this time with a hint of anger in her tone. Damn it! The abyssal rift is practically overhead, and this stinking bastard is sleeping like a log. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to carry him away first. This system really owes you something. Bai Yang instinctively tried to open his eyes, but unsurprisingly, the first thing he noticed was another perspective. In this perspective, he saw himself, hugging himself, preparing to break through the window and escape. He even managed to grab the little sparrow from the windowsill as he passed by. With a few swift wind blades, he sliced open the security window, then leapt into the pouring rain. His holy wings unfurled, and he took flight. At the same time, a barrier of faint light enveloped him, blocking the rain. Looking back, he saw a crimson crack hanging from his roof, slowly widening. An ominous aura spread, causing the surrounding vegetation to wither. That was the demonic energy of the abyss, possessing the power to induce malignant mutations. At the same time, Bai Yang also received information from her new clone. Cloner. Normal clone 2 name. Unnamed Bai Yang race. Holy wings gender. Female rank. 2nd tier strength. D physical ability. 125 base attribute values locked mental strength. 100 base attribute values locked spiritual power. 75 base attribute values locked talent green, holy feather, increased wind attribute affinity, increased light attribute affinity, additional flight speed increase, immune to curse effects up to 3 tiers higher than the user's own rank. Skills, number locked, hidden wings, conceals wings. Glimmering feathers, consumes spiritual power to provide continuous healing equal to the user's mental power. Judgment of justice, consumes spiritual power to condense a wisp of righteous energy, forging a blade of will to judge the sins defined by the user. Delivers a mental attack that ignores physical defense. Those with heavy sins will suffer additional massive damage. The innocent are immune to this damage. Wind blade, consumes spiritual power to manipulate airflow and condense a wind blade to attack the target. Wind dissolution, consumes all spiritual power and locks all attribute caps to 1 for 3 months. Allows for 10 seconds of unloaded, 100x speed movement. Current equipment, non-combat power evaluation. She may not be strong enough sometimes, but this 100x speed attack could kill at least 100 poplars. Ellipsis. In just a few breaths, the system brought Bai Yang to the rooftop of a nearby building. With a wave of its hand, a gust of wind dried up a patch of water. Then, it erected a wall of wind, placing Bai Yang on the ground. At the same time, Bai Yang regained normal mobility, and his tightly closed eyes opened. Before his eyes came a beautiful woman with pure white wings on her back. Beneath her gray pajama bottoms were a pair of full, powerful, snow-white legs. Her golden hair flowed smoothly, and her sapphire-like eyes adorned her sacred and noble face, adding a touch of liveliness to her exquisite beauty. However, next time you summon a clone, can't you at least include a properly fitting outfit? Bai Yang couldn't help but complain, looking at his pajamas that were stretched taut at the chest. Huh. The lowly host's awake. As Bai Yang spoke, the system noticed his state. Since you're awake, then do it yourself. With that, the system decisively ended its control of the clone, as if afraid of being overtaken by some ferocious beast if it was too slow. Tisk, you run fast. Seeing this, Bai Yang retracted his half-extended head and moved it from the hard floor to the clone's warm lap. Then, it seamlessly connected with the clone and named it Bai Yi. If I don't run, will you hit me? This system isn't stupid. Hearing this, Bai Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected the system to be so self-aware. However, that smile vanished in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. A distant roar suddenly echoed throughout the city. Bai Yi turned its head and saw a monster tens of meters tall, with 4 heads and 8 arms, its body wreathed in flames, emerge from the crack. The abyssal rift, by sheer coincidence, opened directly above his little hut. The moment the monster landed, it stomped his warm little home to smithereens. It even ground it down with tremendous force. My home. ×2. Seeing this, Bai Yang's breath caught in his throat. In that instant, he felt the world's malice. His computer, his little bed, his shelter from the wind and rain, were mercilessly buried in that moment. Roar. The monster, on the other hand, roared excitedly again, shattering windows and doors within 100 meters. The appearance of this powerful abyssal monster also caused countless people huddled in their homes nearby to flee. By this time, the floodwaters in the city had reached a depth of 1.5 meters. Although extraordinary personnel were dedicated to managing the dams and reducing the water level, along with measures such as building canals around the mountains, a sudden, explosive flood was prevented. However, at this depth, even a single wave could choke most people. Coupled with the strong winds, many drowned instantly. This shows that after entering the extraordinary era, building materials and technology have also upgraded. While they can't stop extraordinary monsters, they can withstand ordinary storms and floods. This thing doesn't seem like a monster that would emerge from a small abyss rift. Bai Yi looked at the monster crawling out, recalling his knowledge to make a judgment, while the faint light in his hand grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 26. The Floating Pagoda of Good Fire. System, send me the opponent's data. Bai Yang thought for a moment, then decisively gave up. With a cheat code, who needs to think slowly? However, the system was clearly not so cooperative. You think I'll just give it to you, you little brat? This system just saved you. Shouldn't you show some sincerity and thank this system? As it spoke, a reward interface popped up in front of Bai Yang. 1 point is too little, 10 points is too much. This system just wants to buy a little sparrow to eat. Right arrow, merit box JPG. But before the merit box could even appear, information about the monster squeezed out. It was unclear whether the system did this on purpose, or if these functions were truly beyond its control. Regardless, the damn system had indeed actively saved him, so Bai Yang ultimately chose to reward him with 10 experience points. After all, even a little devil like him needs rewards occasionally. After feeding the animal, Bai Yang checked the target's information. What he saw immediately made him abandon his idea of avenging the hut. The information read: Race, Benevolent Fire Pagoda Rank, 5th Tier Physical Strength, 1020, 820 plus 200 Mental Strength, 760, 560 plus 200 Spiritual Strength, 850, 650 plus 200 Talent 1, benevolent fire. The benevolence of heaven is for existence. The benevolence of earth is for life. The benevolence of demon is for killing. Killing is the self-interest of all things in heaven and earth. This is the benevolence of demon. Good fire can directly burn the target's life force and feed the burned life force back to the user, continuously healing injuries and restoring stamina. Talent 2. 4 phases of the floating pagoda. 4 phases of the floating pagoda. Good, evil, greed, and hatred. When near death, gains a 400% bonus to all attributes, restores all status effects, and removes abnormal effects. Lasts for 4 days. After 4 days, the user is weakened, all attributes are reduced by 75%, and is forced into a 1-year sleep. Note, can only be activated once per tier. Equipment: Soul Refining Belt, Spirit Power plus 200, Blood Slaughter Blade, Physique plus 200, Abyss Spirit Essence, Spirit Power plus 200, Life Orb, Healing plus 200, Skills. Soul Drain: Killing a unit with Spirit Power grants a permanent increase in Spirit Power. Blood Drain: Draining the flesh and blood of each unit killed grants a permanent increase in Physique. Purgatory: Soul Suppression, Large Area Spirit Power Damage. Blood Slaughter in all directions, Large Area Slashing Attack. Evaluation: Unrivaled at crushing noobs, King of epic battles. Even 10,000 white poplars wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. White poplar and White Wing. Ignoring the last sentence, the faint light in White Wing's hand flickered. She looked at the opponent's ridiculously luxurious stats, then at her own barely breaking 3 digits. She fell silent. Laughable, can't even scratch him. Of course, if she had enough equipment, she might have a chance to avenge the little house after using symbiotic synergy, but she didn't have that much equipment. Thinking of this, White Wing clenched her fist, cancelled the skill's charge, and then directly picked up White Poplar and flew towards the city. There was no time to mourn for the warm little house now, the escape plan was next. A 5th-tier floating pagoda as the vanguard right from the start. This was definitely a large-scale abyss rift, far beyond what she could possibly risk. It's important to understand that the massive abyssal rift can produce abyssal creatures with a maximum rank of 7 and a minimum rank of 3. Once the larger creatures emerge, or once the floating pagoda matures, the aftershocks of the battle alone could level an entire city. Why not run now? Are they just going to provide nourishment for the floating pagoda? What's the difference between that and doing more harm than good? Just as Bai Yi was carrying Bai Yang away, the floating pagoda behind them made its move. A roar seemed insufficient to fully vent its emotions. It stared at the unfamiliar surroundings for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter again. Ha 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 ha, the Blue Star 2-legged sheep buffet, finally it's my turn. Heaven is on my side. 4 voices laughed simultaneously, deafeningly loud. Some ordinary people nearby, simply hearing the laughter, were infected by the emotion and joined in the madness. As they laughed, the demonic energy of the abyss spread, and in the next instant, tumors sprouted on their skin, and pus oozed from their flesh. Within moments, they were transformed into hideous, flame-engulfed demons. The raging flames, unquenchable by the torrential rain, relentlessly stripped them of their life force. Their dwindling survival instincts drove them to plunder the life around them. The flames spread like a zombie virus. Plants, trees, and all living things were affected. Some lucky ones, just recovering from the infectious laughter, were pounced upon by a half-charred humanoid figure. The flames, like maggots clinging to bone, began to sap his life force. Fortunately, these people retained their reason. Some fled and sank into the chest-deep water to suppress the flames, while others engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the one who had set the fire in motion. Hundreds of years of calamity had instilled in them an extraordinary martial spirit, preventing the benevolent fire from completing a second wave of fission and successfully stalling until the enforcers arrived. 20 or 30 people arrived, seemingly stepping through the air. Extinguish. The leader, dressed as a scholar, uttered a single word, extinguishing the flames on these people. Then, with a flick of his hand, the water, as if possessed by a will, swept those nearby away. It's a large abyssal rift. Leave this benevolent fire pagoda to me. Shao Li, you take men and continue evacuating the masses. Keep the alert radius 50 miles. Has the highest alert been sent out? Zhou Wen, a 6th-tier powerhouse permanently stationed in the city, wouldn't participate in frontline combat. He had already arrived with his men the moment the abyssal rift opened. No, the city's signal is blocked. Li Zijiang shook his head, then added, I've already sent someone out of the city to deliver a message. HMPH. The scent of conspiracy. Probably those traitors taking advantage of the situation again. If this thing wants to escape, we need to finish it off quickly. As a high-level abyssal demon, the benevolent fire pagoda naturally possesses intelligence no less than that of humans. In fact, due to its 4 heads, its intelligence is higher than that of an average person. It's just that it's more prone to losing its rationality due to the influence of abyssal demonic energy. Seeing this group suddenly appear, it immediately had the idea of fleeing, but reality is cruel. Without warning, the woman in the sky unleashed a bolt of lightning, interrupting its actions and igniting its ferocity. Battle was imminent, and Zhou Wen quickly made arrangements. Zhou Qing, stay and assist me. The rest of you evacuate the civilians. Have Lao Wang lead the troops to assist us. The entire city is on high alert. Remember, don't let anyone near here. Yes. After the surrounding people left, Zhou Wen looked again at the Buddha, who had been struck by lightning but was unharmed, and his expression turned serious. A 4-headed Buddha, just like the one in India back then. Legend has it that when the benevolent Buddha first appeared hundreds of years ago, it wasn't given enough attention. Immediately, allowing it to grow stronger, it eventually became the first 9th-tier abyssal demon on Earth, slaughtering 90% of India's population, turning billions of people into food for its growth. In the end, it was only thanks to Earth's strongest 9th-tier being, despite being severely injured and on the verge of death, that it was annihilated with 2 consecutive killing blows, thus protecting the peace of the rear. But this also left it with a hidden ailment, preventing it from ever being as powerful as before. It was this very event that gave rise to these city guardians. They didn't need to fight on the front lines, nor did they need to go to the battle zone. Their future was locked in the moment they became city guardians, on standby year-round, and the minimum rank for every city guardian was 6th rank. This was to prevent a repeat of the events of the benevolent fire pagoda's massacre of the kingdom. However, most benevolent fire pagodas that appeared only had 2 faces, but this one had 4. Chapter 27. The King's Vanguard. The city's power supply had long since failed. When the benevolent fire went out before it could spread, Futu deliberately extinguished its own flames, and darkness returned. Only the flickering lightning provided glimpses of light. The next moment, the man in the air moved. Swift wind, invincible. The longsword was drawn, like a galaxy entering a dream, flashing and disappearing in an instant. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. My hand. Even the queen hasn't struck me like that. You deserve to die. Amidst the flashing lightning, Futu swung its 7 arms, but each strike missed its mark. At the same time, its eyes began to glow with a blue light, as if it were about to unleash some kind of skill. When a bolt of lightning as thick as a millstone struck its head, the blue light dissipated, and the sword light followed closely behind, severing its head in one strike. Zhou Qing, provide ranged support. Don't get close to the enemy. The 4-sided pagoda can unleash 4 times its full power upon death. Even at only rank 5, it's enough to rival most rank 6. With that, Zhou Wen's longsword flashed, severing the remaining 3 heads and cleaving the body in 2. The howling sound then vanished. All right. Hearing this, the woman nodded, her body crackling with lightning, and instantly disappeared into the clouds. Thunderstorms were her domain. Although she was only rank 5, in this weather, her destructive power was comparable to that of a rank 6. Just as the woman left, raging flames erupted from the dismembered remains below. In an instant, the pagoda's remains were consumed by fire, the ashes coalescing into an even more powerful and frenzied gigantic pagoda. Its original height of over 20 meters had grown to nearly 100 meters. The fluorescent yellow flames emanating from his body shone like miniature suns, illuminating the night with a golden hue. HMPH, so hungry, die. A flash of blood streaked across his face. Zhou Wen's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang! He felt an immense force strike him, followed by a blackout, and he was sent flying, crashing through several buildings before coming to a stop. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted out. At least 3 of his ribs were broken, and his right wrist was twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. Futu wanted to pursue, but fortunately, Zhou Qing reacted quickly, unleashing a barrage of deep purple lightning, which stopped him. Zhou Wen, however, felt no relief at surviving the ordeal. Instead, he shouted in panic, "This attribute is wrong. Don't worry about me, run." But before he could finish speaking, a phantom image of purgatory flashed by, and the woman in the sky fell like a kite with a broken string. The man's eyes widened in horror at the sight. But what no one noticed was that from the abyss behind the enormous body of the pagoda, a woman in red with 2 horns on her head, 2 wings on her back, and a heart-shaped tail quietly peeked out. The world here has changed drastically. How could I be absent from this grand feast? She murmured to herself, then seized the opportunity to submerge into the accumulated water below. Forcibly opening this special, enormous abyss rift had consumed a great deal of her power. She needed to proceed discreetly for a while. After she left, the pagoda's aura weakened considerably. HMPH, Queen. The moment Futu opened his mouth, the woman underwater froze, immediately sending a mental energy into his mind. The unfinished words changed. "Ha! The Queen, none of you have ever killed me, yet you dare to. You deserve to die." Futu roared and charged towards the man in the ruins. Seeing the blood-red blade about to fall, Zhou Wen calmed down. Blade hum. He lightly raised his sword to block, and at the instant the blades clashed, an indescribable power surged forth, golden light instantly enveloping the man. This power was incredibly domineering, instantly shattering Futu's blood-red blade. But that wasn't all. The man rose like a puppet, then transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Futu. When Zhou Wen reappeared, he was already behind Futu. Countless sword energies materialized out of thin air, slicing Futu into pieces. 4 enormous heads crashed to the ground, and Futu's eyes regained some clarity. "Your Majesty, you served as the king's vanguard, your death was worthy." Just then, Zhou Wen suddenly appeared before one of the heads, his voice indifferent, leaving one's thoughts unreadable. After a moment, a slight smile appeared on his lips, "Just like my sister. But to sacrifice oneself for a god is an honor." He worshipped the primordial god of the sea. The world called him an evil god, but he didn't believe so. Futu, huh? Anger, resentment, confusion, and reluctance intertwined, but ultimately, everything returned to a deathly silence. A 6th-tier cultivator with rule-based skills, willingly becoming a city defender. Humans are truly strange. In the distance, a little girl in a red dress, struggling to climb from the water onto a high platform, gazed thoughtfully at the golden figure in the distance. And the scent of an evil god. So that's how it is. Humans are truly hypocritical, far less steadfast than my conviction. As soon as she finished speaking, she caught sight of the rescue team rushing towards her from the corner of her eye. She immediately sat down on the spot, sobbing softly, "Wah, don't eat me." Her voice was soft, only audible when she was close in the heavy rain, a gesture she made to avoid jarring the other party. She was quickly spotted. The person, seeing the little girl soaking wet and covered in scratches, quickly picked her up. The little girl, as if grasping at a lifeline, clung to the person, her cries rising sharply. Her emotions erupted at that moment, making the rescue man's heart clench. "Don't be afraid, little one, you're safe now. Uncle will take you to find your mom and dad, okay?" "Wah, what wah? Mom and dad? Mom and dad?" Laughs. "No, ah." Hearing this, the man's expression changed slightly, but seeing the other's pained expression and the bright red blood still flowing from her wounds, he pulled her back into his arms. "Looks like psychological trauma, that damned Futu. You deserve to die, your whole family deserves to die." The little girl thought angrily. Futu was her loyal subordinate. Even if he deserved to die, it was no one else's place to say so. But for the sake of infiltration, she could only suppress her anger. The barrier between the two worlds was thickening, and forcibly opening a passage between them that could support one's power would require an immense amount of energy. If she hadn't sensed a sudden, momentary loosening of the laws of nature here, she wouldn't have risked coming. She clearly felt the loosening of the laws of nature was right here, but after the abyss rift opened, there was nothing there. Since that's the case, she'd infiltrate Blue Star first and investigate later, but the rescue personnel nearby were unaware of this. The man could only sigh slightly, record the conversation, and head towards the rescue station. Chapter 28 Bai Yang, my clone is acting strange. After the death of Shanhuo Futu, a large number of people began to gather here. Searchlights illuminated the area as if it were daytime. However, after waiting for a long time, apart from the occasional few cannon fodder appearing, No new powerful abyssal demons emerged from the rift. But the size of the rift continued to expand, reaching a diameter of 1 kilometer in just a few minutes. The dark red rift, like a collapsing sky, pressed down on countless people, making it difficult to breathe. Tap tap tap, Zhou Wen helped Zhou Qing to the front of the rift. Looking at the people who had already set up various equipment, Zhou Wen cleared his throat and said, "We'll keep an eye on things here. You go and evacuate the masses. At all costs, evacuate everyone in the city as quickly as possible. No one below the 4th rank, leave them alive. The detectors and the containment traps are set up. The signal has been re-established, and Kyoto has sent people over," a relevant person reported. "Okay, I understand. Once the evacuation is arranged, you can leave too." After taking control, Zhou Wen waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave quickly. The location where the large abyssal rift appeared was the front line. This city was destined to become a battlefield. Evacuating the civilians as soon as possible was the top priority. After all, this was God's pasture, and these were God's cattle and sheep. As the sheepdog, he had a duty to minimize their casualties. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen used the reflected light from the distant searchlights to scrutinize Zhou Qing, as if trying to see every single hair on his head. Only when the other pushed him away with a look of disgust did he snap out of his reverie and give an awkward smile. "Zhou Qing, hey bro, has anyone ever told you that staring at someone like that is disgusting?" "Zhou Wen, I was just worried about you." That mental shock almost materialized. "Zhou Qing, TCH, can't you have a little faith in me? I'm a genius, you know. Those AoE attacks don't actually do as much damage as you think when they hit you. But you didn't even react to a direct hit. You've been slacking off lately, haven't you? Once you've recovered, I'll supervise your training. HMPH tilde, ha ha ha, it's good you're alright." With that, Zhou Wen turned his head away. Being hit wasn't due to slacking off, it was just part of the plan. If it weren't for that, how could Zhou Qing have been distracted and hit? But seeing his sister unharmed, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, yet also relieved. Disappointed that his sister was alive, the body he prepared for the god had failed. Relieved that his sister was alive, his last remaining family member was still alive. At this moment, caught in his emotional turmoil, he failed to notice Zhou Qing's smile gradually turning sinister. A green mist silently crept up his back. The next moment, everything before his eyes vanished, leaving only a gentle yet familiar voice echoing in his ears. "Silly child, there are no sheepdogs, you're a sheep." 2. Hearing this, Zhou Wen's breath hitched. But he didn't resist, instead smiling with relief. It seemed the gods had indeed descended. "Hey, so am I the lead sheep?" After a moment of contemplation, the other person gave an affirmative answer. "Yes. Haha, that's good. For a sincere believer, a single word of affirmation from a deity is enough to overcome everything, even at the cost of one's life." A few minutes later, Bai Yang, led by his clone, arrived at the evacuation point on the other side of the city. Just moments before, the city had issued an emergency evacuation notice. Upon hearing it, Bai Yang immediately came to this evacuation point. "This time we came to the right place, didn't we?" The rain was too heavy, it was impossible to discern directions in the air. After landing with Bai Yang in his arms, Bai Yi folded his wings, becoming indistinguishable from a normal person. The wind and rain were intense, making navigation difficult and flight extremely strenuous. They also had to be wary of lightning strikes that could hit them at any moment. Traveling long distances by air was a test of endurance and luck, definitely not a wise choice. Bai Yang, I see the high-speed rail station. It's the East Station. We've come to the right place this time. In this kind of weather, aside from some supernatural evacuation methods that aren't yet widely available, these elevated railway tracks remain the simplest and most effective means of transportation. You're talking to yourself again. Mind your own business. X2. The system remained silent. She had a premonition that her host's mental state would eventually suffer a major problem. "Are you sure you want to go back to your hometown? It's all right for you, but what am I supposed to do when I see mom like this?" As she spoke, Bai Yi patted her large penis and pointed to her fair cheek, asking, "When you get home, will you shout that your son has become a daughter?" Bai Yang quickly interrupted, "I think you can put it another way. If you really don't know how to say it, you can go to the battlefield to assist Bai Yi." He lost his home, and the city needed to evacuate people. Naturally, he needed a place to go. Right now, all he had was a nearly dead phone, which he'd only brought with him because it was always in his pocket. When the system helped him escape, he took nothing but Little Sparrow. He was practically penniless. So, after thinking it over, he decided that going back to his hometown in Haicheng was the only option. Faced with Bai Yang's suggestion, Bai Yi couldn't help but curl her lip. Tisk, if I can just coast through in reality, why would I go suffer on the battlefield? At this moment, she was in subconscious management mode, simply put, running automatically in Bai Yang's background. Although both are Bai Yang, their motivations are somewhat random. This is similar to how one cannot completely control their actions in a dream. Furthermore, in this state, while their senses remain connected, Bai Yang cannot passively perceive the other's thoughts and perspectives at all times. He can only consciously seek them out when he wants to know. Of course, this has its advantages. Firstly, it doesn't require excessive subjective thought, reducing mental burden. Secondly, it avoids the 100% self-questioning and answering dialogue mode. For example, right now, how about I say I'm your girlfriend? Bai Yi thought for a moment, then suggested with a bright look in his eyes. Bai Yang, that's not a good idea, Bai Yi, you look down on me. Bai Yang, huh, Bai Yi, pa, you scumbag. You're definitely thinking about that vixen. Humph, don't even think about sleeping in the same bed with me when we get home. Bai Yang, huh, no, what kind of weird stuff is in my subconscious? Bai Yang thought, for a moment, his brain crashed. I don't know, I can't bear to look, so perverted. The system popped up. The system went offline. Only Bai Yang remained silent. Of course, despite their silence, the two didn't slow down at all, and soon arrived at the station. Due to the urgency of the situation, the ticket gates were removed within minutes, leaving only a few simple screening devices. As long as there was no demonic energy or pollution, one could enter directly, and the ride was free. This also made things convenient for Bai Yi, the unregistered passenger. He arrived at the hall without any hindrance. P.S. Generally speaking, on Blue Star, those below the 5th rank cannot completely get rid of their dependence on transportation. But if it involves venturing into interstellar space, that's a different story. Chapter 29 Reversing the Heavenly Gang. In the hall there were only 100 or so people here at the moment. After all, only a few minutes had passed since the announcement was made. Those who could arrive at this time were either wealthy, powerful, or influential. Looks like this first train won't be too crowded, Bai Yang said, glancing at the departure time of the next train. 3 minutes to go. Judging by the situation, not many people would arrive in 3 minutes. The real crowding would begin when the officially organized evacuation began. Los Angeles had a population of nearly 5 million. And there were over 200 evacuation points of varying sizes leading in all directions. However, due to weather conditions, some roads were impassable, leaving only a dozen or so railway stations actually usable. The evacuation was limited to 24 hours, meaning each station would have to absorb nearly 500,000 people per day. To put it bluntly, they wouldn't be taking trains, they would be directly packed up and taken away. I don't know if it's too crowded, I only know you should get me some clothes. Bai Yi tiptoed behind Bai Yang, awkwardly pulling up her collar. What's wrong? Bai Yang asked. It's all because of this damn system. She doesn't even have underwear, and she's wearing pajamas. Bai Yi whispered in Bai Yang's ear. It was pitch black outside, and she couldn't see anything. Now that she was in the hall, the light made her realize the problem. Although the cotton pajamas weren't very see-through, they were definitely too thin. Luckily, she reacted quickly and pressed herself against Bai Yang's back. Bai Yang turned his head and immediately understood. The cherries were ripe. Thinking of this, he walked straight towards the convenience store inside the station, with Bai Yi following closely behind like a conjoined twin. However, despite not being short, Bai Yi's striking golden hair still peeked out from behind him, attracting considerable attention. Since the central region of the continent had fallen in the Abyss War, and the oceans had become forbidden territory, non-political exchanges between nations were increasingly rare. Therefore, this foreign feature was particularly conspicuous at this moment. The convenience store wasn't large, but it had a good selection. Besides some fast food specialties, there were various travel essentials. The convenience store owner was a middle-aged bald man, somewhat overweight under his training clothes, but missing his right index finger and thumb. Beside him sat a long, black metal rod, clearly having once been a powerful weapon. Many people like the convenience store owner were common in this era. Most of them had been wounded in the war and retired normally. Of course, with current treatment methods, limb regeneration isn't difficult if you have the money, but whether it's a lack of money for treatment or simply a matter of not wanting to be treated, that's another matter. Hurry up and pick what you want, I need to get going soon. The shopkeeper glanced up at Bai Yang, but his gaze was quickly drawn to Bai Yi behind him, a flash of amazement in his eyes as he looked her over a few more times. But soon, he went back to scrolling through his phone. Pretty, but not as pretty as his own ugly wife. Arriving at the shop entrance, Bai Yang looked around and immediately spotted the pile of rain gear hanging in the corner. Boss, 2 large raincoats, please. All right, 500 for both, no bargaining. This is really expensive. Looking at the 2 raincoats the shopkeeper handed him, Bai Yang felt ripped off, but still scanned the coat and paid. Both raincoats were relatively inexpensive, usually costing less than 100 yuan for both, but now they were 5 or 6 times more expensive. Hey, there's a reason for the high price, the shopkeeper chuckled, revealing fairly clean teeth. What reason? Bai Yi poked his head out and asked. They're about to be in short supply, I'm already being generous by selling to you now. Saying this, the shopkeeper took out a price tag, quickly scribbled a few lines, and hung it up in the raincoat section. Look, the next person to buy will pay 300 yuan per coat, 50 yuan more than you. The shopkeeper pointed to the newly displayed price. Seeing this, both of them fell silent. Even though they knew they were being overcharged, why did they still have the illusion of getting a bargain? They didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to worry about a few hundred yuan, so they quickly pulled up the raincoat and draped it over Bai Yi. After zipping it up, they covered Bai Yi's striking hair color with the hood before striding towards the entrance. They were completely unaware that a pair of eyes had been watching them from the very beginning. To be precise, they were watching Bai Yi, in a corner of the hall. Although the potential isn't high, such a high affinity for light attributes. The golden-eyed girl watched the departing raincoat-clad figure, her beautiful eyes flashing slightly. What's wrong, auntie? You haven't fallen for him, have you? A woman in a white and gold dress armor, who was nearby, also noticed this and couldn't help but tease her. I'm going to observe him first, see what his character is like. The girl nodded. Her trip was to find a suitable contractor, but she had been searching for half a year and still hadn't found one. Either their affinity with the elemental attribute is good, but their character is bad, or their character is decent but their affinity isn't enough. Or they have both affinity and character, but their appearance is unappealing, and as someone who prioritizes looks, she naturally ruled them out. Now that she'd encountered someone with sufficient affinity for the light attribute, she naturally wanted to investigate further. Unlike those with divine artifact talents, pure-blooded artifact spirits need to be extremely selective in finding a suitable contractor. While divine artifact talents can fight independently even without a contractor, their combat power is considerable. Pure-blooded artifact spirits, however, cannot. Before a contract is established, pure-blooded artifact spirits rarely unlock their artifact form, and their combat power is roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, even after unlocking their artifact form, the human form and the artifact form cannot coexist. At best, they are merely unowned weapons, lacking independent combat capabilities. Therefore, they are highly dependent on their contractors, making the selection process incredibly cautious. It's such a hassle for you guys to get into the battlefield. Luckily, I'm a hybrid, whether or not there are contractors doesn't affect my ability to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Saying this, the girl patted her skirt armor with considerable satisfaction. Wearing it herself and rampaging through the battlefield, what could be more satisfying than that? Glancing at the other girl's smug expression, the girl grabbed her skirt. Shall I? Let's go, let's get on the western train with them, we don't need to wait for the northern one. I told you, don't call me by my nickname when we're out. Okay, shall I? Let's go, shall I? Shall I? Fine, shall do, whatever makes you happy. Oh, why did you hit me? Shall do, disrespectful to elders, deserves a beating. TCH, you're clearly younger than me. I even held you when you were little. I was the one who suggested your nickname. Before she finished speaking, her heart tightened and she quickly shut her mouth, realizing she had accidentally let something slip. Xiao Du, Reversing the Heavenly Gang. Chapter 30 is all formulaic. Since it was an emergency transport, there were no assigned seats. Bai Yang and Bai Yi randomly chose a less crowded carriage and entered. While it was a bit odd that Bai Yi was wearing a raincoat, the others weren't exactly behaving normally either. Most of the people who entered with them were fully equipped, wearing armor, masks, and carrying knives, axes, and all sorts of other items. Even those who boarded with him included a voluptuous woman in a platinum battle dress, the hem of which was being pulled up by a flat-chested, golden-eyed girl who was only about 1.5 meters tall. The dress, under the vehicle's headlights, looked exceptionally magnificent, worthy of being called a precious work of art. However, the drooping hem was as sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing the eyes just by looking at it. In comparison, Bai Yi, simply wearing a raincoat, seemed less conspicuous. Only the passengers who boarded at the first few stops were somewhat normal, but not by much. After all, only a minority of normal people would go out in this kind of weather. The two went straight to the window seats and sat down side by side. When they boarded, there was only a little over a minute left before departure. In that next minute, a large group of people suddenly surged out, rushing towards the various carriages. These people were mostly second or third-tier pioneers. Because they didn't meet the minimum standards for fighting a large abyss, they were included in the evacuation list. But being extraordinary, they arrived at the evacuation point relatively quickly. In that minute, another 300 or 400 people boarded, and the first train escaping Los Angeles officially departed. At this time, it was 4:12 a.m. It was the time of day when people were most sleepy, and passengers on the train huddled together, fast asleep. But most of the superhumans remained energetic, including Bai Yi and Bai Yang. So boring, let me play with my phone. Just as Bai Yang was about to lean against Bai Yi to enjoy her softness, Bai Yi casually pulled her phone out of Bai Yang's pocket. Your phone's almost dead, you'll need it for communication later, Bai Yang reminded her. No problem, I'll borrow a charger for you. I'll play, you watch, let's have some fun together. With that, Bai Yi got up and looked around. The carriage wasn't full, most of the superhumans were either showing off their food or playing games. After looking around, she spotted two people across the aisle, the woman in the ornate armor and a girl with golden eyes beside her. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that the other person was just about to put away their charger, and the multifunctional charger had a model compatible with her phone. Is something the matter? As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Du paused and turned around. Her eyes met Bai Yi's. His eyes, clear as a deep pool, revealed an indescribable sincerity and passion. His face, as if sculpted by nature itself, possessed a unique allure. Free as the wind, radiant as the sun. With just one glance, this phrase inexplicably surfaced in her mind. It was the quality she perceived in him. In that instant, she felt her heart skip a beat. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. After a brief moment of stunned silence, she swiftly recovered, though secretly she swallowed hard. Calm down. No matter how attractive your talent and traits are, you can't ignore character traits. After taking a few deep breaths without making a sound, she regained her composure. Bai Yi didn't notice these subtle movements. Seeing the charger was like a dying person seeing a life-saving elixir. Little sister, can I borrow the charger? Bai Yi blinked, her eyes filled with sincerity and longing. Xiao Du, sure. Looking at the charger handed to her, Bai Yi was overjoyed. She quickly thanked him, and her hands swiftly completed the charging process. Then, shovel, start. Xiao Du, that sound is Black Shovel. Sister, you play this too? Yes. Bai Yi nodded. This game is somewhat similar to an auto chess game I remember. The content is a little different, but the gameplay is similar. Now that I have some free time, it's perfect for killing time. Playing alone, my main body can also transfer my thoughts to join in the fun. It's perfect. After saying this, Xiao Du's face lit up. What a coincidence. I'm playing too. Can I wait a moment, and we can play together? Hearing this, Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then quickly cancelled the game and waited. Okay. I'll wait for you. This game is definitely more fun to play together. Otherwise, who will I show off to? Xiao Du. Then let's add each other as friends first, and you can invite me later. Okay, I'll add you. Bai Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai was completely dumbfounded by Xiaodu's smooth and efficient actions. From the moment the other party said her phone was out of battery, she saw her aunt quietly plug in the charger. Then, just as the other person got up to borrow the charger, she finished charging and slightly lifted the charger, pretending to put it in her bag. But even after the plug went in, the multifunctional charging port was stuck sticking out high. Sure enough, the fish took the bait, and everything that followed fell into place naturally. Xiao I love myself, by the way, do you play Black Shovel? Do you have an account? She snapped out of her reverie and suddenly realized the blind spot in her question. But considering they were too close, it wasn't appropriate to ask directly, so she sent a message instead. Xiaodu, a fan of strange and unusual games. I've played most of the popular online games on the market. And sometimes, using games to judge people is very useful, since playing games is when a person is most likely to reveal their true thoughts. With that, she immediately started playing the game. Sister, why are you spending so much money right from the start? You won't earn interest, and you won't have money to upgrade later. The game hadn't been going on for long when Xiaodu noticed that Bai Yi didn't seem to have any intention of saving money to earn interest. So she asked, but actually, she was meticulously analyzing the other party, peeling back the layers of their deception. Too many gamblers, I need to get rid of them early. I hate gamblers. So I'm going to play an early game lineup. With that, Bai Yi cobbled together a haphazard lineup using a random bunch of low-cost pieces. Hearing this, Xiaodu nodded. This is a typical, win if you can, but if you can't win, at least keep yourself happy, mentality, and the thought of eliminating gamblers at the slightest. Provocation isn't about cutting off their luck with an empty board. Clearly, it's driven by emotion, but not completely mindless betting. It's a case of emotion guiding reason. Perhaps some might ask, it's just a game, play however you like, what can you possibly learn? But Xiaodu doesn't think so. In her view, it's precisely because of this playful mindset that the thoughts revealed are often the most genuine. A moment later. Xiaodu, sister, someone's aiming for a 3-star, 5-cost unit. Is it a gambler? Bai Yi asked, looking up. No. Xiaodu shook his head. That's good. Watch my amazing new technology shock everyone later. After saying that, Xiaodu glanced at Bai Yi's expression. Upon hearing that he wasn't a gambler, a visibly relaxed look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have strong likes and dislikes, yet also a somewhat childlike mentality. After glancing at the opponent's haphazard lineup, Xiaodu nodded again. When the answers for T0 T1 versions are announced, many people blindly follow the online guides step by step. However, some people, even knowing the answer, will still research various mechanisms and then piece together so-called black technology, using their own ideas. Clearly, Bai Yi belongs to the latter. These people have active and unpredictable thinking. They are unwilling to simply copy others, possessing their own opinions and thoughts, and will not blindly follow. Of course, this has its advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, they are pioneers. On the other hand, they are stubborn mules. A few minutes later, sorry, I accidentally took your main tank, otherwise you wouldn't have lost so quickly. It's a small problem. Just have fun playing the game, there's no need to accommodate others. Besides, I also took the off-tank you needed. Bai Yi waved his hand and invited him to another game. After saying this, Xiaodu smiled. When someone apologizes to another, choosing to forgive is fine. But when, after forgiving and offering guidance, the other person subconsciously uses their own experience as an example, it often indicates that the other person possesses strong empathy, rather than being self-centered. People lacking empathy are terrifying. Therefore, when selecting contractors, she always filters out those lacking empathy first. Otherwise, she'd inevitably be used as a mere tool, something she didn't want to face. A contract can only be signed once in a lifetime. She couldn't afford to be careless. However, for some reason, the other person's eyes repeatedly glanced at her face and chest. Discrimination against small breasts, or some kind of peculiar fetish. Her smile froze slightly. Unsure, she'd observe further. Chapter 31 9 Cauldron's group game time always flies by, and Xiao Ai joined the team when the two started their second round. After playing 3 or 4 rounds, it was already dawn. But the morning in the heavy rain was not much different from the night. It wasn't until near noon that glimmers of blue light occasionally appeared through some thinner clouds, but the sky remained predominantly dark. Since the train originated from Los Angeles, when it stopped again, the entire train underwent a full scan, and everyone disembarking was checked one by one. Then, depending on the situation, they were isolated and observed in batches. The main checks were for abyssal demonic energy and abnormal beliefs. This was to prevent abyssal creatures or cultists from infiltrating. This greatly extended the travel time. What should have been a journey of less than 2 hours took a full 6 hours to reach Haicheng. During this time, the four became increasingly familiar with each other. Through their conversations, Bai Yang learned about the other person's background. The flat-chested girl was named Zhang Sidu, and the one in the skirt armor was named Lin Xiaoai. Both were traveling in Luo City when this incident happened. Zhang Sidu was still an ordinary person, not yet a pioneer. Lin Xiaoai, on the other hand, was a pioneer from last year and was now a second-tier being, having advanced 2 months ago. She called herself a genius. Bai Yang largely agreed with this assessment. After all, just advancing from a non-tiered level to a first-tier level required 5,000 battle merits, while killing a single non-tiered snow cry beast only yielded 1 battle merit. That meant even if one spent every day on the battlefield, averaging 17 non-tiered beasts per day, it would take less than 10 months to advance. If this were someone like Bai Yi, starting at Tier 2, who could ignore most of the environment and overwhelmingly dominate with her attributes, that would be fine. But for a normal person who has just awakened, adapting to a new environment alone consumes most of their energy. Where would they find the time to hunt monsters? Generally speaking, reaching Tier 1 in 2 years is considered excellent. Let alone her, who has already reached Tier 2, she can truly be called a genius, of course. The premise is that the other party hasn't undergone the battle merit assembly line process. We're getting off. Where are you getting off? As the train pulled into the station again, Xiaodu made a quick prediction, slinging her bags over her shoulder and asking. What a coincidence, as2. Bai Yi was slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it. Instead, she picked up the sleeping Bai Yang and followed. Xiaodu, we're going to see the Shu Sea. We've heard it's full of aquatic creatures and have been curious for a long time. What about you? Bai Yi gestured to Bai Yang in her arms, saying, his hometown is in Haicheng. Xiaodu thought for a moment, so you two, are you planning to live together? More or less. Bai Yi nodded. Soon, the two groups followed the flow of people off the train and underwent various checks. At this moment, just to be on the safe side, Bai Yang deliberately took over Bai Yi's actions with his own consciousness, and then, unsurprisingly, unregistered. Inspector, another undocumented immigrant, come with me for further examination. Without giving him a chance to explain, Bai Yi was taken to the screening room. Bai Yang and Zhang Sidu were pulled into the investigation room. Once entered the screening room, regardless of the situation, a 7-day quarantine is required to ascertain the target's identity and motives. The investigation room, however, only requires a 3-day quarantine, primarily to investigate whether the target has been replaced by an alien race. Fortunately, Bai Yang, in a moment of quick thinking, reluctantly spent 20 experience points to obtain an orphan's ID card from the system. This allowed Bai Yi to be sent back to the investigation room. The equipment in the investigation room was simple. After passing through the demon detection device, a gigantic, demonic eye stared directly ahead. The enormous vertical pupil, comparable in height to a person, was unsettling. This was the third eye of the benevolent demon face of the benevolent fire pagoda. Judging by its size, it was at least a 6th-tier eye. The benevolent aspect of the demon is killing. Prolonged staring could incite evil thoughts within. If one was already corrupted by demonic energy, they would immediately lose control. After staring at each other for about 10 minutes, Bai Yi and Bai Yang were allowed to proceed to the next stage. The second check was to weed out some heretics, and its content was even more straightforward and brutal. They required everyone to loudly recite verses praising the martyrs in the most devout tone. Praise be to the great, supreme, ancestral god Fuxi, who used his ruler to cleave chaos and create all the gods. Oh, the most true and holy Yan and Huang, this world is the kingdom you pioneered, and we are willing to dedicate all our will and life to the land you protect. Praise be to the great martyrs, who shattered the divine steps with their bare feet. We hereby swear before the heavens and the universe that from this moment on, we will defend the truth of humanity, defend the independence and continuation of humankind. You're talking nonsense. Surprisingly, amidst this extravagant praise and oath, a scoundrel actually emerged. My God is the Lord of all. This is merely his pasture. You are all just lambs in the pen. Oh, forgive the great Lord of the abyss. My ears have heard such vile words, they dare to presume to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. With that, he knelt down on the spot. In this kind of society, those who remain steadfast believers are nothing short of fanatics. These deviant believers value their faith more than life itself. This prayer undoubtedly crossed their bottom line. Two others, whose eyes darted around and whose voices were broken and indistinct while reading, were also taken away. After another half-hour of readings in various forms, the people in the examination room were released. Next, they would be isolated for 3 days of observation, during which they would undergo various overt and covert checks. I dare say, whoever came up with these prayers must be a genius. Zhang Sidu couldn't help but exclaim after leaving the house. This was the first time she had read these prayers, and she had to admit that for a moment, even as a non-believer, she felt a sense of guilt towards the spirit ancestors. Fortunately, the spirit had been in contact with humans for a long time and could now identify with the understanding of a minority group. Otherwise, even the slightest disapproval of the Chinese people would have inadvertently revealed its true nature. The group stepped outside, and what greeted their eyes was a city submerged in water. Unbeknownst to them, the floodwaters had already submerged one floor. Fortunately, these buildings had been fully upgraded after being destroyed in the first Great Flood, so they wouldn't be easily damaged. This flood level is a bit off. Could it be another Great Flood? Bai Yang suddenly felt a pang of worry. Even during previous battles on the front lines, the floodwaters had never been this high, at most a little over a meter deep. That's unlikely. Besides, if it really gets out of control, the Nine Cauldrons group will notify us. Zhang Sidu shook her head. She still had confidence in this official organization. Not to mention, many members of her clan held important positions in the Nine Cauldrons group. For example, her aunt's artifact was the water-stabilizing pearl, and she held the position of water-controlling dragon king in the Nine Cauldrons group. She possessed an innate blessing of law, capable of suppressing all waters in the world. While that might be an exaggeration, no matter how turbulent the natural torrents, as long as she intervened, they would become calm waters, greatly reducing their destructive power. With the combined efforts of those with innate talents from both the aquatic and human races, it seems unlikely that the Great Flood would repeat itself. That makes sense, Bai Yang nodded. The Nine Cauldrons group was indeed highly trustworthy. The Nine Cauldrons group was a supernatural organization established after China suffered greatly from the first Great Flood, drawing members from across the land. Their main functions included clearing clouds, spreading rain, controlling floods, managing water flow, building earthworks, and digging canals. They were the greatest guarantee for flood control in the rear. Since their establishment, no matter how fierce the fighting on the front lines, there had never been another city-destroying flood in the rear. Even if they couldn't immediately dredge the waters, they could still minimize their destructive power, at most causing deeper flooding in cities. As for the first Great Flood, history books also record the coastal battle a century ago. That battle lasted for 7 days. Heavy rain covered almost the entire Eurasian continent. The rain intensified, culminating in a continental-scale flood on the 5th day. The floodwaters, originating from the plateau, surged forth like a celestial river overflowing its banks, sweeping across the land. Flowing from the dams, the torrents left nothing but ruins. Overflowing from the lowlands, they washed away the silt and engulfed all living beings. It was the second deadliest disaster in human history. In China alone, the death toll exceeded 500 million. Ultimately, it was only thanks to the ninth-tier powerhouse, the first Dragon King, who forcibly withdrew from the battle to return to the front lines that most of the population was saved. However, this aggravated his injuries, leading to his own demise. After the flood, several large lakes appeared in China. Among them, Shu Lake, also known as Shu Sea, has never dried up, giving rise to the city of Haicheng. Chapter 32 Snow Burial Epilogue. A short while later, the group, led by the conductor, emerged from the platform's inspection gate. The platform was built quite high, seemingly with major flooding anticipated from the outset. As soon as they stepped off the platform, a fierce wind whipped up a torrential downpour, instantly blurring their vision. In this weather, raincoats were merely tools to keep out the rain. Raindrops seeped in through every crevice, even the smallest breathing hole. Just as Bai Yang was about to have Bai Yi raise a wind shield for protection, the leading officer moved. A massive, almost transparent shield appeared, enveloping the dozens of people within it. "Stay close, watch out for falling in," he said, leading the group down the steps. By now, part of the steps below the platform were submerged, but near the steps, several speedboats were steadily moored. "Looks like we won't have to swim," someone in the group joked. And so, the group crossed the river by boat, gazing at the city that seemed to stand atop the water, each person feeling a mix of emotions. It's worth mentioning that, due to the absence of external interference, even a broken power grid in Haicheng was quickly repaired. Therefore, the city, overall, still had electricity. The lights of the high-rise buildings flickered, like rows of ships standing tall. Streetlights flashed, reflecting the ripples of the muddy water. They disembarked and climbed the mountain. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a hotel. Built halfway up a mountain, the hotel was divided into 5 sections, but only 9 stories high, located in the suburbs, with a military firing range behind it. "We've arrived. You'll be spending the next 3 days here. There's water, electricity, and books, but no internet. Meals will be delivered to you 3 times a day. In case of emergency, you can ring the bell, and someone will arrive within half a minute. However, ringing the bell carelessly will result in detention if the offense is serious." With that, they began making arrangements. During this time, Bai Yi suggested sharing a room with Bai Yang, but was ruthlessly refused. These people came directly from Los Angeles and are still under observation. Each one could be a hidden danger, so they naturally need to be isolated. Half an hour later. 3 days alone, no internet. Might as well kill me. Bai Yi lay down on the bed, utterly dejected. The room wasn't big, roughly estimated to be less than 8 square meters, with only a single bed, a bathroom, and a small table. There was no room to move around, her phone was with her, and the only book she left behind was her 12-year compulsory education political textbook. This was simply unbearable. After quickly flipping through 2 pages, Bai Yi felt her dead memories attacking her relentlessly. Will anyone even read this stuff? She casually tossed the book onto the table, then pulled the covers over her head and went to sleep. It wasn't that she didn't want to do other things, but the quarantine observation was definitely being monitored, and she had no interest in live streaming. Of course, although it was called sleeping, since Bai Yi was under Bai Yang's subconscious control, it was actually just returning that wisp of consciousness to its main body. Thus, the double boredom became single boredom again. Meanwhile, in a separate monitoring room not far away, Difeng was leading a group of people to review the surveillance footage. Keep an extra eye on these 5 people who spent over 20 minutes straight reading from their political textbooks right from the start. Difeng's tiger-like eyes flashed slightly as he pointed to 5 surveillance cameras. There were 3 men and 2 women. 3 of them were quite ordinary, the kind you'd easily lose in a crowd. Besides them, there was a small-chested girl and a high school student. After a moment's hesitation, he pointed to another camera. "And this blonde one, check her resume. If you can't find anything, contact our Western Alliance garrison and see if they can find anything." Although the person's identity seemed fine, he didn't remember Bai Yang ever having this person with him. At least, he didn't recall. This person, she doesn't seem to be acting strangely. A middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, walked up behind Difeng. This was the man who had led the team earlier. "I told you to check, so I checked. Hey, what are you doing here?" Difeng turned around, only to find that this wasn't one of his men. "I need to borrow some manpower. A large influx of disaster victims is coming. We're short-handed." He offered a cigarette, but Difeng pushed it away. "No smoking in the office. 500 people is the maximum." He then issued a transfer order. "Okay." Silence returned to the monitoring room. A moment later, "When you deliver the food later, use a sonic boom to knock on the door first, and observe the reaction." That night it was past midnight, the second day of quarantine. Bai Yang was still awake. He had actually planned to sleep, but perhaps because he had slept too much earlier, he couldn't fall asleep and decided to meditate instead. Meditation can slowly improve mental strength. Although the improvement is slow, it's still growth. The only pity is that ordinary clones can't grow on their own, otherwise, the increased cultivation efficiency alone would be a significant improvement. Perhaps because of his previous split personality, he found his mental strength unusually stable. This also increased his cultivation efficiency considerably, and he immediately entered a deep meditative state. Thus, in that one day, he managed to increase his mental strength by a small amount. Keep in mind, he usually couldn't improve even a little bit in half a year, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up. The snow burial incident is finally coming to an end. With this thought flashing through his mind, Bai Yang immediately focused most of his consciousness on Bai Yi. In the battlefield, a creature buried deep in an underground cavern suddenly opened its eyes. Open black lens bracket. Name: Bai Yi. Rank: 2nd tier. Planting people, reaping people, current harvest quantity, 24. Close black lens bracket. An hour ago, on a mountaintop in the battle zone, a group of people, blindfolded with various props, huddled around a fire for warmth. The flames shot high into the sky, dispelling the darkness. This was to prevent them from accidentally staring into the darkness for too long while resting and daydreaming. Yi Chang'an was among those resting. The once burly man was now somewhat listless. More than 30 hours of fierce fighting had constantly pushed him to his limits. Especially at night, he couldn't even daydream for more than 3 seconds. Only after the patrol returned and handed him over did he turn to look at the pitch-black night sky behind him. A chilling fear washed over him, and he quickly looked down at his feet. The bright firelight illuminated the mountaintop, dispelling the darkness beneath his feet. The attacks from the returning survivors grew increasingly frequent, and influenced by the flames, everyone felt a sense of disgust emanating from the vast, desolate snow. Although they didn't know what this disgust would bring, they couldn't care less at the moment. Of the original 400 plus, only half remained. Most had given up, unable to persevere, while a few had perished. Fortunately, after surviving the first day, the battleground distributed skill rewards, significantly increasing the average strength of everyone present. Now, those who remained had only one thought in their minds: fight, and survive. Chapter 33 Bai Yi, awakened, hunting time. Another round of battle ensued, Yi Chang'an mechanically swinging his arms. Although he was the strongest, he had participated in more battles than anyone else, and in reality, both his willpower and physical strength were already nearing their limits. He should have continued to rest, but whenever he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, a surge of heat would surge within him, forcibly replenishing his strength. Each swing became faster and more ferocious. One after another, the Ritternees were cut down to the bottom of the mountain, but more would soon climb up. At this moment, he didn't even notice that his physique had begun to slowly grow stronger with each battle. The battle never stopped. Until the sky began to fall in large, fluffy snowflakes, the fresh snowflakes covering the original crimson. That nightmarish blood color began to gradually fade, signaling the end of this 33-hour-long event. Finally, it's almost over. Beside him, Luo Tianqing was also somewhat disheveled, the radish in his hand long replaced by a long-handled, blood-red broadsword. A snow-covered greatsword gripped her hand, slicing through the air in a perfect crescent moon, cleaving the returning warrior before her in two. The relentless battles had blurred her vision. Thankfully, it was nearing its end. As the last vestiges of blood-red snow were covered by fresh snow, the event concluded. Snow burial event completed. Event objective: wait for the next heavy snowfall to cover the blood-red snow, or personally melt all the blood-red snow. Event reward: survival reward, 1x, selectable white equipment, or 20 free attribute points of your choice. Note: free attribute points can only be selected once per battlefield. Regarding the selectable equipment option, Luo Tianqing chose it without hesitation. The attribute points were good, but after eating the carrot, her physique had increased by a full 40 points, far more than 20 attribute points. Therefore, she planned to choose a new support-type equipment this time. Her talent was a permanent, fixed buff that was converted into true attributes. Naturally, she wanted to make good use of it. Yi Chang'an, however, made a different choice. Without hesitation, he selected attribute points, but instead of investing them, he poured all his newly acquired free attribute points into spiritual power. He had always coveted the wondrous effects of spiritual power. He too dreamed of becoming a mage. After allocating the points, he collapsed from exhaustion, his vision blurring. He fell asleep in Mu Qingqing's arms. In his sleep, he was completely unaware that the 20 points of spiritual power he had just allocated were rapidly disappearing. Meanwhile, his physical strength and mental power were increasing at an astounding pace. The 20 points of spiritual power ultimately transformed into 15 points of mental power and 15 points of physical strength. Then the physical strength gain doubled to 30 points. Meanwhile, when the announcement of the event's completion rang out, everyone's spirits lifted. The motivation that had kept them going through such a dangerous event was none other than the reward. Of course, most people choose the selectable white equipment. While attribute bonuses are more valuable in the long run, white equipment currently offers a greater upgrade. If the maximum attribute boost for gray equipment is 15 points, then the minimum boost for white equipment is 16 points, with a maximum of 50 points. The selectable white equipment reward allows players to choose the equipment type and specify an attribute, which is then generated by the battlefield. With good luck, they might get a single attribute top-tier item, or even trigger an attribute boosting effect. Even with bad luck, it's still better than their current gray equipment. Most people chose armor or weapons with physique attributes, as their stats weren't high. In this weather, they couldn't even move around for long without a heat source. However, just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Luo Tianqing suddenly realized that although the snow burial incident was over, these returnees hadn't disappeared. Their originally crimson bodies had simply turned white. While less ferocious than before, they possessed a greater degree of intelligence, making them even more dangerous. She could even see, through the light reflected from the mountain, the returnees who had retreated down the mountain, clumsily building snowmen at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, she was startled. Battlefield Rule 3: Building snowmen is a dangerous activity. Others might not know what this rule meant, but she knew it very well, because the snowmen they built would come to life after 3 hours, becoming first-tier wandering snow spirits. While their direct combat power wasn't strong, they possessed a low-temperature aura. This aura could directly lower the temperature within a 500-meter radius to the lowest achievable value on the battlefield, -110 degrees Celsius. That would be truly deadly. Roast all the last remaining snow beasts, eat them, and rest quickly. The battle isn't over yet. Faced with this situation, she could only urge everyone to recover their strength as much as possible. However, not everyone would follow her orders. Some, having received their rewards, considered themselves to have achieved their goal. Hearing that the battle had to continue, they immediately chose to forfeit. With this group leading the way, others followed suit. Soon, only about 100 people remained. After a long while, well, at least it's much better than in my previous life. You see, after the first night in my previous life, only a handful remained. Just as the people on the mountain peak were making the most of their time to recover, in the snowdrift beneath a blood-stained, frigid rock in the middle of the snow burial basin. A few slight noises caught the attention of the returning wanderers. Bai Yi was currently digging upwards with a military shovel. Even as she buried herself, she used her spiritual power to create space below to swing her shovel. Otherwise, once the soil refrozen, she truly wouldn't have been able to get out. The reward she received was naturally free attribute points, but these points went to her main body. As an ordinary clone, she wasn't entitled to any attribute benefits. It was simply too tragic. A moment later, a dusty head poked out from the snowdrift. Oh ho, finally out. Looking at the heavy snow falling from the sky, Bai Yi, who had been isolated for a day, felt an indescribable sense of relief. First, she transformed into her fox form to pull herself out, then casually rolled in the snow, before channeling her spiritual power in a circular motion. The dusty little fox transformed back into a fluffy white ball. Then, after transforming back into human form, she looked at the trait indicator, currently available Bai Yi Harvest, 24. Harvest. Yes. With that, Bai Yi instinctively cried out, awaken, buried deep beneath the earth. A little embarrassing, but incredibly effective. As soon as she spoke, she felt a faint connection forming within her. Then, under a strange power, the frozen ground beneath her feet began to crack, the snow sinking inward. One head after another emerged from below. Following Bai Yi's earlier actions, they first transformed into foxes and leapt out, then rolled in the snow, transforming back into a fluffy white ball. While these derivative clones didn't inherit any skills, The ability to switch between half-human and fox forms was a racial ability. In the blink of an eye, 24 identical Bai Yi figures suddenly appeared before Bai Yi. Not far away, a returning creature silently withdrew its footsteps, preparing to launch a sneak attack, and then ran off into the distance with a strange cry. Ah! Holy crap, it's haunted. Chapter 34 The Implant That's Not Quite Right Race. Derivative Avatar Qingqiu Fox Clan Rank. Second Tier Strength. E Physical Strength. 50 Base Attribute Value Locked Mental Strength. 150 Base Attribute Value Locked Spiritual Strength. 100 Base Attribute Value Locked Talent. None Skills. None Equipment. None Traits inherited only from Spirit Energy Drink. Armor Shatter 2. Physical attacks gain an additional 600 points of Armor Shatter attribute. Burning 2. Spiritual attacks gain an additional 600 points of Burn attribute. Healing 2. Spiritual Nourishment grants an additional 600 points of Healing attribute. Spiritual Body 2. Every 3 hours, continuously restores 100% of the healing attribute's stamina and additionally restores 100% of the healing attribute's spiritual energy reserves. Note: when flesh or bodily fluids are devoured, the target will directly gain the effect for 3 hours. This effect can only be active twice per day. Whether it takes effect depends on individual willpower. Spiritual Burst 2. Upon death, it will trigger a self-destruction, and the explosion fragments will trigger a secondary explosion. Achievements: an eye for an eye, the Queen's favor, die when you want. Unlike the relationship between Bai Yang and Bai Yi, these derived clones, although considered part of herself, do not have functions like death-based regeneration. As for sensory memories, unless she actively chooses to access them, they are not constantly shared. These derivative clones, even without deliberate command, retain subconscious intelligence and the ability to execute commands. If Bai Yang, Bai Yi, and Bai Yi are a single entity, then these derivative clones are like offshoots. Relatively independent, yet absolutely dependent. At this moment, in the dim snowy night, the cold rock beside her emitted a faint light. Bai Yi was surrounded by a group of derivative clones, her expression somewhat dazed. Go get yourselves some clothes. She subconsciously touched her nose. Oops, she was careless, almost lost her breath. It makes sense. How could someone who's just been planted be dressed right after emerging from the ground? Although she herself wouldn't mind looking around a bit, after all, they're wearing Bai Yi's appearance, it's better to be mindful of their image. Yes, mother. Upon hearing this, the 24 clones responded in unison. Huh. Hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but slowly type a question mark. But then she thought about it, and it didn't seem wrong. After all, she'd planted them herself. Even the Calabash brothers call him grandpa. Despite her words, Bai Yi still corrected them, saying, "Call me boss." Yes, boss. Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction at the clones' change of address. Thankfully, they were still obedient. A moment later, the clones, having received their orders, searched around but couldn't find anything to use as clothing. Some grabbed handfuls of snow and smeared it on themselves, shivering from the cold, but the snow melted quickly. Some grabbed handfuls of mud to smear on themselves, but then, as if possessed by a germaphobe, threw it away and washed their hands with snow. At their wits' end, they looked at each other. Their gazes gradually shifted to each other's large, furry tails. Clone 2, will it hurt? Clone 1, just bear with it. We have healing. Clone 2, you too. Clone 3, 2 tails might not be enough, I'd have to peel them 6 times. Clone 11, that's too much trouble. Just peel them directly, I'm not afraid of pain. Clone 6, great idea. Wearing human skin inside out, even gods and ghosts will be shocked. Cool. Clone 18, oh. Peel mine first, peel mine. As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, Bai Yi instinctively shielded her tails in front of her. She realized that while these clones were obedient, some were overly so. What the hell was this skinning tactic? Just as she was about to stop these derivative clones' crazy actions, a strange howl suddenly came from afar. Ouch! The howl stopped the clones from their impromptu actions, and they all turned to look. Bai Yi raised the torch buried in the snow, its light instantly dispelling the darkness and illuminating the snow cry beast galloping wildly in the distance. Clone 1, so fluffy, hee hee. Clone 17, I know, it's my clothes that came to life. Clone 24, nonsense, it just ran off me. Clone 18. Stop fighting, our spiritual power can heal. Just peel it 24 times, that'll do. All clones. Great idea. But I still want to make a hat for the boss. Then peel it one more time. I want a hat too. Then peel it again. This seemed to ignite a fuse. I want a scarf. Me too. Times 23 inches, peel it again. I want a sanitary napkin. Me too. Times 23 inches, peel it. I want. Me too. Times 23. At this moment, the returning traveler, who was running for his life, felt a tremor in his heart. Now, though no longer affected by the snow burial and lacking its former infectious power, it had gained greater intelligence. For some reason, it felt the air around it gradually heating up. Instinctively, it began calling to its companions, its loud shouts echoing in the distance. It started running towards its pack, but a wisp of fire appeared in its field of vision. It instinctively turned its head, and then, nothing more. A jade foot stomped on its face, slamming it directly into the snow. I caught it, I'll be the first to skin it. You guys hold it down. The third clone exclaimed excitedly, before violently tearing at it. This was merely a returner who hadn't yet reached a higher rank. Its skin was already tattered, filled with pure white snow mixed with bloodless flesh and bone. How could its pitiful physique, barely exceeding 20 points, withstand the violent tearing of the third clone? Thus, the wails of agony lingered. After several attempts, number 3 successfully tore off 2 large pieces of skin. And even pulled out 2 tendons from its thighs. Without caring whether they fit properly, it used the torch in Bai Yi's hand to dry them. Using the tendons, like threading shoelaces, it violently pierced the fur, then wrapped them around its chest and groin respectively. Just as number 3 finished dressing, a commotion arose from the crowd. Quickly treat it, it's dying. I've already treated it. Ah. It's dead. No, it was already dead, so treatment is useless. Then what do? We don't have any clothes yet. At this moment, clone number 18 jumped out. Oh. Peel me off. Peel me off. My skin is thicker. Bai Yi. This is terrifying, system. As expected of a freakish clone like you, you've truly surpassed your master. What does this have to do with me? Bai Yi rolled her eyes. She didn't understand either. They were all grown from the same root, so why were some clones so strange? Chapter 35 Mysterious Footprints. Half an hour later. No. Not there, not at all. Not my thigh either, don't let it cramp up. It hurts, I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore. The screams echoed through the valley, startling a few snowflakes. Awoo! Heal me, I'm going to die. Stop, that's enough. Finally, Bai Yi, seeing that it was almost over, spoke up to stop this inhuman scene. Fox form, skinning, tail severed, human form, cramping, bones dismantling. Look at this, is this something a human could do? Even more outrageous, number 18 actually insisted on being skinned alive. Bai Yi decided she couldn't tolerate this. Faced with number 18's repeated suggestions, she finally agreed. Not only because the suggestion was feasible, but also because it was for the sake of treating number 18, who was born with something wrong. And so, this scene unfolded before her eyes. As the saying goes, to cure a pervert, you need an even more perverted method. Now, after 27 rounds of continuous material gathering treatment, the opponent finally realized their mistake. On the other hand, looking at the cruel scene, after Bai Yi called a halt, 23 consecutive beams of spiritual energy, each with a healing effect of 600 points, flashed. The tattered body of number 18 began to radiate a warm glow, flesh and blood regenerating at a visible speed, bones and tendons connecting, and severed limbs regenerating. In just a few seconds, a completely new whole emerged. Phew, I almost really died. Number 18 patted his chest, still shaken, and curled up into a ball, burying himself in the snow. A posture of, I've behaved myself, please let me go. Boss, can we use these materials? At this moment, number 1 came to Bai Yi's side, pointing to the pile of materials that were too gruesome to look at without being censored, and asked. Since it's already been taken apart, let's keep it. Bai Yi waved her hand, releasing a burst of spiritual energy to dispel the stench of blood. She didn't have many reservations. Since it was already taken apart, it should be put to good use. Otherwise, how could she justify number 18's repeated sacrifices? However, through this incident, she had come to realize that these guys were just a bunch of lunatics in human form. They would do almost anything to complete their orders. After a quick wash and dry by the group, everyone changed into new gear. The fluffy, snow-white fox fur felt incredibly soft and close-fitting, and each person even had a large club with a leg bone wrapped in snow-white fur. Bai Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Although she didn't need the fox fur in the club, she changed into more comfortable fox fur underwear and also wore a scarf. Whether it kept her warm or not, she didn't know, but it was definitely comfortable. Reporting, boss, we're running out of materials. We haven't even finished making the hats yet, can we do a few more rounds? Number 3 ran over to report. No, absolutely not. Although, at least let me rest a bit first. Number 18 peeked out from the snow behind Bai Yang. Hearing the suggestion, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes, but he quickly refused. Seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but twitch her lips. Didn't you say you were behaving yourself? When a girl says no, does that mean you really have to stop? Number 18 blinked innocently. Bai Yi. For a moment, she was speechless. So she decided not to dwell on the question and instead gathered her clones to be on high alert. Just now, she vaguely heard chaotic screams and booming sounds in the distance. Although she didn't know what it was always better to be cautious. A few minutes later, as the booming sounds grew closer, Bai Yi instinctively raised her torch. Through the faint light, she could see dozens of people being chased by hundreds of returnees, rushing towards them. Boss, there are so many of them, should we kill them all? Number 6 asked, appearing behind Bai Yi. After saying that, she suddenly licked the leg bone in her hand. Because she thought it looked so cool. But by this time, her leg bones were already frozen solid, and then, I can't pull my tongue out. She tried several different positions, but all failed. Finally, she gave it a hard tug. Sizzle. A whiff of blood filled Bai Yi's nostrils. Turning her head, she saw number 6, a tongue rapidly regenerating under the healing light. Bai Yi stared at the crimson streak broken off the other's bone club, subconsciously moving her tongue. Don't you feel pain? Number 6. Cool. Bai Yi. Number 9. Number 9. Boss, you called me. Is it to skin someone? No. Yes. Just as she was about to refuse, Bai Yi saw the eager looks in the eyes of these clones, so she changed the subject, pointing into the distance. Kill all those returnees, make your clothes and hats out of their pelts, that'll be even cooler. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yi clearly felt the atmosphere around her suddenly become restless. Everyone stared intently at the distant herd of beasts. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Oh, the hat's here. I want a scarf. Cool. Skin. This time, Bai Yi didn't need to say anything. A group of derivative clones who hadn't yet received their hats rushed forward, shouting for scarves and hats, and started skinning the animals. Yes, literally skinning. 600 points of healing attribute combined with abundant spiritual energy reserves made their margin for error terrifyingly high. As seen with number 18, it's clear that as long as it doesn't die instantly, it can be quickly revived. Even if its spiritual energy and stamina are exhausted, it doesn't matter, just grab a nearby companion, bite it, and its spiritual energy and stamina will be fully restored. And even if it accidentally dies, it can self-destruct twice, triggering resurrection. This time, Bai Yi didn't participate in the battle. Instead, she climbed onto the same cold rock as before, holding a torch and observing the battle from afar. Because she couldn't stare into the darkness for too long, her gaze constantly shifted between the various clones. Even when she paused, she maintained a certain frequency of blinking. Because the burning attribute of spiritual energy was too high, a single mistake could burn off its fur. Therefore, these derivative clones chose to fight hand to hand for resources, and this inevitably resulted in various injuries. It bit me. Its teeth are poisonous, I'm infected. Clone number 15 has acquired the abnormal status, snow-stained continuous loss of stamina and life force. Upon death, it becomes a returned one. Don't be afraid, just burn the area around the wound with your spiritual power, Bai Yi reminded her. Whether it's a snow-stained returned one or a regular returned one, the infection effect following an attack can be reduced with fire. Okay, I'll burn it. Number 15 nodded fiercely, and then a moment later, Clone number 15 has exited the snow-stained abnormal status and entered a near-death state. I overdid it, sisters, save me. Several flashes of light. Clone number 15 has exited the near-death state, Bai Yi. Something's not right, this trend is really strange. She couldn't help but wonder if she had seen something she shouldn't have, causing these clones to act this way. At that moment, the battle not far away was still ongoing. While pondering, Bai Yi's gaze kept shifting. Then, she noticed a row of fresh footprints on the snow. But she was quite certain that no one had been to that snowfield. Chapter 36 The Terrifying Legend of the Valley. Footprints. Bai Yi subconsciously thought of one of the rules. Open black lens bracket. Battlefield Rule 7. When mysterious footprints appear in the snow, be careful of those around you. Close black lens bracket. So, what do I mean by those around you? Bai Yi subconsciously looked at the group of people who had just been chased. She didn't recognize any of them. And they were still getting closer. You, either stay away, or stay there. Don't come any closer, or you'll be skinned alive. Bai Yi's eyes turned cold, and she drew a streak of azure foxfire in the snow. This caused the group of people who had been tentatively approaching to retreat to a safe distance. Meanwhile, the battle not far away was escalating. Number 6 raised number 18's thigh bone and smashed the skull of a low-ranking returnee, then skillfully skinned it with a bone blade made from number 18's ribs. A first-rank returnee was poised to launch a sneak attack from behind, but number 18 blocked it with his bare body. However, this level of returnee was born from a level 1 snow cry beast. With its attributes doubled, its physique far surpassed these clones. Thus, unsurprisingly, number 18 was torn in two at the waist. Even so, her upper body still found an opportunity, biting into the back of the opponent's neck. Then, she took out her bone blade and began to peel away the skin bit by bit. Sisters, number 18 is dying. Save her. Number 6, with sharp eyes, shouted immediately. With the person in two, even with a spiritual healing attribute of 600 points, the healing from 1 or 2 people wouldn't be enough. So, each person threw a ball of spiritual energy at her, and number 18 was instantly fully revived. Her newly grown organs began to secrete adrenaline at double the rate. With a tearing sound, number 18 ripped a large gash in the back of the returnee's neck with her bone blade. Roar. Although the returner had lost the sense of pain, its remaining survival instinct made it instinctively try to shake off its opponent. Without its fur, the ice and snow stuffing inside its body would easily fall out, and once the stuffing was gone, it would truly die. But this act of shaking only created an opportunity for number 18 to gain leverage. It seized the opening and yanked hard. Sizzle. Oh, high-quality fur is prickly. Number 18 excitedly waved a large clump of grayish-white fur in its hand. The snow cry beast was, after all, a ferocious beast, its fur consisting of 2 types, short, dense white down, and bristles like pig bristles. Moreover, being a first-tier beast, those bristles were as sharp as iron needles. But number 18 clearly didn't care about that, simply taking it and draping it over itself. Meanwhile, the returner, its back now exposed with ice and snow stuffing, unusually began to flee. Its nearly shrunken brain told it that these were no normal creatures. What normal creature would skin itself after being split in two? No, what normal creature would skin another creature without warning? One started to flee, immediately triggering a chain reaction. They were no longer in the frenzied state of the snow burial. The other returnees, who had been locked in fierce combat, followed suit. In just a short while, only limbs and hides remained, and blood stained a large patch of snow. It's worth mentioning that the limbs and blood were almost entirely left behind by the clones. Scattered here and there, pieced together, they could easily form several headless figures. But that wasn't all. The clones' orders were to eliminate them all, so how could they let these pieces of leather escape? They decisively dropped their spoils and began to sprint away, some even throwing balls of blazing spiritual energy forward. Although they hadn't inherited any of Bai Yi's skills, their 600-point burning spiritual energy characteristic was enough for them to create quite a few plays. Those returnees hit by the energy instantly turned into a ball of flame, then gradually melted away. Wow! Precision strike. I score a point. Number 2 shouted excitedly. Seeing this, number 9 wasn't to be outdone. Me too, watch my heavenly maiden scattering flowers attack. Number 9, you idiot, you hit me. Ah, I'm about to be burned to death, sisters, save me. Number 11 enters burn state, number 11 enters near-death state, number 11 recovers from near-death state. Number 11 continues to be burned. Number 11 recovers from near-death, burned, near-death. Number 11 recovers from burns. Derived clone kills Tier 1 returnee, reward 5 battle merits. Derived clone kills non-Tier 1 returnee, reward 1 battle merit. Reward 1 point. Reward 1 point. Reward 5 points. Watching the clones gradually disappear into the distance, Bai Yi was still uneasy and quickly called them all back. Not worried about losing, but mainly worried they would kill her. However, there were 24 when they went. But 26 came back. How come there are 2 extra people? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Upon Bai Yi's question, the clones also noticed the problem. They exchanged glances. Why are there 2 extra people? Don't look at me, it can't be me. The extra mysterious person, cool. That must be me. It's me, skin me. Meanwhile, in the valley, a terrifying story began to spread among the snow cry beast returnees. Legend has it that if you see a 2-legged sheep with a tail in the valley, don't act rashly, don't shout, but quietly run away. Don't try to hunt them, for they are immortal. Yahoo! A second-tier returner leader interrupted angrily. It was a returner. A returner who had received the power of resurrection from the goddess deep within the ice and snow. Unfazed by pain, undaunted by death, even crushed to the point of being nothing but skin and fur, it would rise again, stronger than ever. Someone dared to make it afraid of 2-legged sheep. What a joke. It stared intently at the approaching group of its kind with its now dark, empty eye sockets. The goddess's favor was unworthy of cowards. But its merciful nature led it to give them a chance to continue. Hu-hu-hu-ya-yi-ya-o-u. They wore white fur and carried bone clubs of their kind. Their favorite pastime was skinning. As they spoke, the leader turned its back, revealing its skinless back. Wow! The leader was startled, never expecting these demons to enjoy skinning. Good heavens, how could such creatures exist? You see, fur is the last lifeblood of these returners. As long as the fur remains, they can be resurrected with ice and snow. But if the fur is gone, then they are truly gone, and that wasn't all. The creature continued recounting the deeds of those demons. Such as how they couldn't be burned by flames, how returners wouldn't be infected by biting them, but being bitten by them would result in being contaminated. Fear stimulated its atrophied brain. This was the most intelligent moment it had ever shown since its death. Chapter 37 The Imitator Standing atop the icy cliff, Bai Yi surveyed the chaotic array of clones, feeling a weariness creeping over her. Fortunately, they were all of the same origin, so such elaborate schemes weren't necessary. A quick sensory scan revealed 2 entities mixed in. Drag these 2 down and skin them, let's see what they really are. Bai Yi pointed at 2 clones. One of them, while everyone else readily admitted it, was the only one shaking her head in denial. The other was a bit smarter, but not quite enough. While the clones either begged to be skinned or begged to be skinned, she could only watch the spectacle unfold in bewilderment. At this moment, she couldn't blend in because she wasn't twisted enough. Of course, even if she had, it wouldn't have mattered. They weren't born from the same root, and no matter how well they disguised themselves, Bai Yi would recognize them. With that, the 2 were dragged down by the group of clones. During the process, Bai Yi didn't forget to give the clone the ice-cutting blade, still gathering dust in her backpack. Rather than letting it gather dust in her backpack, she'd rather use the clone for now. At least it'd be more useful than the bone blade when skinning and deboning. Unlike her last trip to gather material for number 18, where she hadn't bothered to look at it, this time she decided to see what it was. Leader, believe me, it really isn't me, it really isn't. It's her. She suddenly crawled out of the snowdrift halfway there. One of them struggled frantically as it was being dragged, shouting at the clone closest to Bai Yi. Surprisingly, its attributes were similar to the surrounding clones, and in its sudden struggle, the 2 beside it almost lost its grip. In any other team, this would be a nightmare for countless people, but it wouldn't work here. Couldn't she tell if it was herself? Skin it. Bai Yi ordered expressionlessly. As the gleaming ice-slicing blade fell, the clone beside her skillfully stuffed a handful of snowflakes into her mouth, silencing her scream. The blade pierced through her Baihui acupoint, slicing down from her brow. Initially, the blood that flowed was bright red, indistinguishable from real blood, but later it turned into an icy blue fluorescent liquid. Her fair flesh began to turn as white as ice. By the time everyone was ready to perform their usual actions, the two had already become two lifelike ice sculptures. Having deciphered a Tier 1 actor, rewarded with 5 battle merits, deciphered, plus 5 points. 2 voices rang out in succession, and Bai Yi noticed the detail. The battlefield's prompt was, decipher, not, kill. After thinking for a moment, she ordered the 2 ice sculptures to be melted by fire. But even after the 2 ice sculptures had completely turned into a puddle of boiling water, no further prompts appeared. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the water refreezed. So what exactly is this, actress? Bai Yi's fox ears twitched involuntarily as she turned to look at the group of people from before. Her eyes, still chilling, gleamed with a dangerous light in the torchlight. This immediately terrified the group. Fox Fairy sister, please don't kill me. We're real people, recent graduates from Luo City. We just escaped from the snow-dwelling beast's lair. As they spoke, someone pointed to a glimmer of light on a distant mountaintop, a campfire that hadn't yet gone out. Perhaps fearing Bai Yi wouldn't believe him, the man instinctively tried to prove himself but hesitated to bring his weapon down. Whether you're real or not is none of my business. Just as the man was struggling with his dilemma, Bai Yi waved her hand dismissively, then asked, but what happened on that mountaintop? Were there 2 people named Luo Tianqing and Yi Chang'an? If she remembered correctly, Luo Tianqing had instructed her to find a snow-dwelling beast's lair from the start. So, she herself would definitely have done the same. Yes, those 2 were leading the group. We could barely hold our ground, but a third party infiltrated the group. They opened the path up the mountain and led in the beast horde. We rushed down in the chaos, but we were chased the whole way. After speaking, Bai Yi nodded and looked at the distant mountain peak. That cold rock is a good place to spend the night. Don't follow me. With that, she leapt off the cold rock. Her light figure landed like a snowflake, and then, she was caught in midair by a group of clones. Oh, how could our esteemed leader touch this filthy ground? Swish, it's freezing cold, our leader must be longing for warmth. Our embrace is very warm tilde. Swish, that's right, these fair little feet don't even have shoes, what if they get scratched? I'm willing to be your shoes, please don't pity me. Lick him. Wait a minute. Bai Yi kicked away number 18, who was trying to take advantage of her feet. We're all clones, why is it that you're the most perverted? Drag this pervert away and strip him. With that, Bai Yi didn't hold back, having one of her clones carry her towards the firelight. It wasn't that she was hungry, but rather that the icy, snowy landscape was undeniably chilling. Especially after she lit her torch, the entire snowfield seemed to exude a subtle malice. The biting cold instinctively made her reluctant to walk in the snow. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain near the snow-dwelling beast's lair, Luo Tianqing was struggling to move. She had originally devised a strategy to hold the position, and if executed well, could even earn her a large amount of battle merits. However, while everyone was cooking, a group of people quietly opened the previously blocked passage and even threw the few remaining food supplies down the mountain. Although she and Yi Chang'an managed to stop and kill them in time, they couldn't stop the surging tide of returning beasts. Ultimately, their group was scattered, and she tumbled down the mountain. Fortunately, after eating the large and small radishes, her physique had improved significantly. Although she suffered multiple injuries, she hadn't lost her mobility. Damn it, how could the imitators appear so quickly? Is it the butterfly effect of rebirth, or the corrective force of the world line? She couldn't understand it. She had clearly made the optimal choice, yet more and more unexpected things kept happening. Now that she thought about it, the imitators had likely already infiltrated the group when they went up the mountain. Otherwise, where would they have gotten over 400 people? It was just that they hadn't been exposed until now. This time, she had learned her lesson from relying too much on her future memories. After this incident, the number of survivors will likely drop back to single digits, and Yi Chang'an will probably be eliminated as well. I wonder how Bai Yang is doing. I just hope he won't disappear again. Chapter 38 Darkness Whoosh. The exhaled breath instantly condensed into water vapor, but was immediately blown away by the cold wind into frost and snow. The sky seemed destined to be gloomy. In both the battlefield and the mortal realm, dark clouds filled the sky, refusing to bestow even a sliver of starlight upon the people. But in the mortal realm, at least people had lights, or at the very least, the flashing lightning that illuminated the sky. But here, Bai Yi experienced darkness she had never felt before. The third clone carried her on its back, following the main force towards the distance. The snow was falling heavier and heavier. The distant firelight was long since obscured by the falling snowflakes, and they could only orient themselves by the mini-map. The snow had deepened, and only by constantly channeling spiritual energy beneath their feet to expand their contact area could they travel quickly. The night sky was dark, snowflakes falling heavily, and the blazing torches illuminated only a small patch of the path. Beyond the firelight, there was only darkness. A dense, viscous blackness, like writhing black mud, or a black curtain. Even a moment's prolonged gaze would bring a sense of deadly danger. The night was like an abyss, one could not gaze upon it for long. The torchlight cast long shadows, illuminating the dancing, tail-wagging antics of the surrounding clones, making them appear like a chaotic dance of demons. At first glance, it seemed absurd and grotesque, yet surprisingly harmonious. Whenever they encountered one or two wandering returnees, the clones simply unleashed a burst of intense spiritual energy, burning them to ashes. Now they no longer needed to collect fur, they had already gathered enough materials. Number 18 was carrying them, and they could craft the clothes and hats they desired when they had some free time. Born without clothes, they seemed unusually persistent in their pursuit of them. Another gust of wind swept through, whipping up snow that blurred their already limited vision. System, calculate how much longer it will take. Bai Yi gently erected a spiritual energy barrier, blocking the oncoming blizzard. The other clones followed suit, and as their barriers collided, they coalesced into a massive spiritual energy barrier. Number 6 exclaimed excitedly, "Cool." At the same time, the system responded, "Since you've so earnestly requested it, this system will lend you a hand. At this pace, we should reach the foot of the mountain in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Too slow. Everyone, speed up." She wondered if it was just her imagination, but the area illuminated by the torches seemed to be shrinking. Previously, standing on higher ground, the torches could illuminate the battlefield 100 meters away. Now, beyond 10 meters, it was pitch black. Even if the altitude isn't high enough, the difference in speed shouldn't be this big. "Sisters, the leader wants us to go faster," Number 3 repeated Bai Yi's words. "Want to climb? I'm the best climber." Number 13 immediately sprawled forward, using both hands and feet to climb up, and surprisingly, she was quite fast. In just a few blinks, she was at the front of the group, even starting to circle around the rapidly moving team. Bai Yi. Why not just revert to fox form? Watching the other creature crawl, the term, abnormal species, inexplicably popped into Bai Yi's mind. If we use our true form, boss will have to travel personally, and her clothes will fall off. That's not good. Number 3 shook her head, while the other clones nodded in agreement. After all, they were only tier 2 and couldn't change size at will. Their fox form was only so big, it couldn't carry anyone. Speaking of which, Number 3 added, "Boss, hold on tight, we're going to accelerate." Number 6, "Cool, 4-wheel drive mode, activate." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yi felt a sudden weightlessness. Her legs instinctively gripped the other's slender waist, but her body still leaned backward uncontrollably. So, she instinctively reached forward. My ears are turning into steering wheels, boss." They're quite useful," Bai Yi replied casually, holding her 2 fox ears. "Turn left and it goes left, turn right and it goes right, pull back and it brakes, it's even better than a steering wheel." Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. The system also provided the latest calculation. Satisfied, Bai Yi crouched down, lowering her center of gravity and pressing her chest tightly against Number 3's back. A faint scent of gardenias filled her nostrils. It was the same body fragrance as Bai Yi, only with a hint of bloodiness from the fighting. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Tianqing was still wandering aimlessly. The campfire on the mountaintop was covered by heavy snow, making it pitch black. So dark that she couldn't see anything around her, relying only on instinct to avoid danger. In the darkness, she was blinded, but the returnees weren't. Although they also relied on sight, they could also sense prey by scent in the dark. Sizzle, sizzle. The half-meter deep snow made every step incredibly difficult, each step further draining her strength. Gradually, her legs felt as heavy as lead. Just then, Luo Tianqing suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, and without thinking, she tumbled forward into the waist-deep snow. The next moment, she heard a whooshing sound overhead. Since she was almost too weak to lift her legs anyway, she simply crouched and made her way through the snow. Although it was slower, it also blocked out more sense. 10 minutes left, just 10 more minutes. Luo Tianqing sensed the countdown on her equipment and silently counted down. In 10 minutes, she would regain some fighting strength. Then she could eliminate the creature that had been chasing her. Equipment: Spirit Heart Armor Quality, White Type, Special Equipment Durability, 50 Protection, 20 Spirit Heart. Skill: generates 1 Spirit Orb every hour. Consuming it restores a certain amount of stamina and temporarily increases Constitution by 20 points for 3 hours. A maximum of 3 orbs can be generated per day, and the effect can stack up to 3 times. Time remaining until the next orb is generated: 10 minutes and 9 seconds. Sacrificial Armor Skill: gains an additional 3-hour duration of 3 stacks of the Spirit Heart effect, but loses the equipment. But while the ideal was beautiful, reality often didn't meet her expectations. A few more low growls plunged her spirits to rock bottom. In the snow, she could clearly feel the snow trembling, the vibrations coming from all directions, clearly not something a single living being could cause. In other words, she was surrounded, and there was even a huge creature among them. In the present world, Bai Yang was multitasking, ensuring Bai Yi also successfully entered the system instance. Chapter 39. Today, only one of us can live, me or you. Bai Yang hadn't originally planned to enter the dungeon these past 2 days. Being under quarantine and observation, his sudden disappearance and reappearance would certainly arouse suspicion. However, after receiving a system notification, Bai Yang learned that his main body wouldn't disappear during the dungeon run. Instead, he would appear in that pure white space as a consciousness, and then enter the dungeon through a clone. This was why he always felt like he was waking from a deep sleep upon returning. With this in mind, Bai Yang simply let Bai Yi enter the dungeon. Compared to his main body, Bai Yi's aerial advantage would allow him to better farm points on the battlefield. Of course, he originally wanted to enter as well, but the current dungeon was a single-player dungeon, requiring him to choose one body to clone into. However, due to his unease with the subconscious management mode, he was currently managing Bai Yi while also overseeing Bai Yi, and constantly keeping an eye on his main body. He had originally planned to let his main body fall asleep to reduce his workload. But just now, the sounds of battle came from next door. According to the recent announcement, the other party is someone possessed and controlled by an Abyss GU demon. They have been captured and imprisoned, awaiting further rescue or disposal. It's unclear what methods these people used to trick them out. Anyway, Bai Yang, sitting next door, dared not sleep. He was afraid that if they encountered a large creature, he wouldn't have time to escape. Meanwhile, the last train departing from Luo City finally passed through Hai City, stopping and starting along the way. However, the passengers on this train were rather special. Yu Xiaoyu, present. Shan Shasha, yes. Little friends, don't be afraid. Stay close to Uncle. Uncle will take you here to wait for your parents, okay? Okay. After taking attendance, several government personnel led the children off the train. They were all children, the oldest no more than 14 years old, the youngest still an infant, but they all shared one thing in common: they couldn't find or had lost their parents. At the checkpoint entrance, the uncles and aunties will take you for testing later. Be good, and do exactly what the inspection team asks, understand? Understood. Times N. After saying that, she looked at the girl in the red dress standing at the front of the line. The girl looked about 12 or 13 years old, not very tall but well developed. Her bright red dress was half dry, and her waist-length black hair fell naturally without looking messy. Among all the children, she was the most composed. It was said that she had suffered severe post-traumatic stress from the appearance of the pagoda, and not only couldn't remember who her parents were, but she had even forgotten her own name. In the end, her name was found in the big data. What a pitiful child. Little fish, go first. You need to set a good example for everyone. The leader smiled slightly, then went to another entrance to verify her identity. Although she was a government employee and these people were children, it didn't mean they could be exempt from screening. Everyone from Los Angeles, without exception, will undergo a thorough screening. Yu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes inwardly but outwardly nodded obediently. As for screening. What a joke. She was, after all, the new Demon King. Even if her raw power wasn't quite at the level of the previous Demon King, these broken machines couldn't possibly detect anything. Blood test. Fine, I'll have it. The blood was real, the flesh was real, and the identity was real. With the smuggling techniques left by the previous Demon King, plus her own further optimization, she was naturally fully prepared. As for the floating Buddha's benevolent eyes. Give them another glare and I'll gouge your eyes out. What, they've already been gouged out. Oh, never mind then. The prayers weren't very pleasant to recite at first, but fortunately, she possessed excellent mental fortitude, and immediately split into a model of a virtuous nation's youth. Those prayers that initially seemed unpleasant began to flow smoothly and become increasingly catchy with each recitation. Seeing the girl so eager to sacrifice herself for her country, the monitoring personnel insisted on rewarding her with a red scarf before they were satisfied. And so, having passed through all the checkpoints, Yu Xiaoyu smoothly entered the quarantine phase. Musical note. After putting on the red scarf, she felt much more energetic. She couldn't help but hum an unknown tune. Even her steps became lighter, like a butterfly chasing its prey. Tisk tisk. What a cheerful girl, how did she end up in this mess? Sigh, who says otherwise? It's strange, really. The abyss was getting weaker and weaker, almost collapsing. How did it suddenly produce such a huge lump? A last-ditch effort. That makes sense. Yu Xiaoyu naturally heard these words, but she didn't take them to heart. A last-ditch effort. Perhaps that was true for the small abyss realm she inhabited, but for the entire abyss realm, this is nothing. The abyss, as the other side of the world, is, without exaggeration, as large as the mortal world. Her small abyss realm is at most comparable to the relationship between Blue Star and the cosmos. Her reason for coming to the mortal world was merely to sense the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, and thus to gamble on a greater possibility. After all, reaching the 9th rank and stepping into the starry sky is no easy feat. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, White Wings skillfully dodged the spear's initial attack. Then, with a light tap of her toes, she took to the air, dodging the berserker's powerful cleave from behind. A cold smile appeared on her lips. She was now a noble air force. With a wave of her hand, she preemptively killed the spear-throwing old man who always tried to kill at the start. Then, hundreds of wind blades continuously attacked the berserker. However, the opponent was too tough, with a physique exceeding 300 points. Far beyond what a balanced warrior like himself could easily defeat in a short time. Therefore, Bai Yang simply shared his own burning attribute with Bai Yi. The original wind blades transformed into a fiery storm that engulfed the berserker. This feeling of being high above is just awesome. Bai Yang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. That feeling of soaring freely in the sky was something he could never tire of, no matter how many times he experienced it. This feeling didn't last long. Several familiar, cold glints flashed in the distance again. This time, however, she didn't repeat her mistake. With a slight flap of her wings, she dodged the attack. Then, she rushed towards the direction from which it had come. This time, she finally saw the group of sneak attackers clearly. They were a group of elven girls, about 20 or so, their skin having an icy, snow-like texture compared to normal humans. While they possessed a unique beauty, Bai Yang couldn't appreciate it at all. These were the same group of sneak attackers who had ambushed her 3 times. This grudge, I will avenge today. With that, she deflected 2 wind blades, repelling the attacks that came again. She also dodged concentrated fire from other directions, then unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. Hundreds of wind blades, with their burning properties, formed a fiery storm. Although the attackers erected a frost barrier to defend themselves, judgments still fell directly, injuring them. Only after his spiritual energy was depleted did Bai Yang share the characteristics of his spiritual energy body again. Although each ordinary clone can only share 3 characteristics with the main body, changing the shared attributes is free. Of course, sharing is just sharing. It means that the main body and the clone jointly enjoy a certain characteristic. For example, if the main body uses void supply and shares it with the clone, then a portion of the effect will be transferred. For another example, with the burning attribute, if the main body doesn't use it, the clone will have 600 points of burning effect. If both the main body and the clone use it simultaneously, it will have 300 points. For yet another example, with the void barrier, what used to refresh once an hour now refreshes once every 2 hours for both bodies. The same principle applies to this spiritual energy body. After sharing, both the clone and the main body can use it twice a day. However, the effect is only half, but even half the recovery amount is still considerable. He swallowed hard, fulfilling the condition for fluid intake and triggering the stamina and spiritual energy recovery effect. Then, with a backhand lash, he unleashed another torrent of spiritual energy. Today, only one of us can survive. Chapter 40 Void Hive, Liberation. Killed 5 non-tier Frost Elves, gained 5 experience points. Killed 11 Tier 1 Frost Elves, gained 55 experience points. Killed 5 Tier 2 Frost Elves, gained 50 experience points. Killed 2 Tier 3 Frost Elves, gained 100 experience points. With 2 consecutive waves of spiritual energy release, the Frost Elves on this high ground were almost completely wiped out. Although they put up some resistance, it was futile under the 600-point burning damage. Especially since their skills were primarily low-temperature type, they were naturally at a disadvantage when their stats were suppressed by high-temperature attacks. Hoo, that was great. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile. This wave of gains was more than her 2 previous visits combined. Adding the kills of the Berserker and the spear-throwing old man, her experience points had reached 395. Not enough, far from enough. Bai Yi shook her head. This amount of experience points wasn't even enough for her to summon a mid-tier clone. She had already decided that she wouldn't bother with any missions this time. Her main goal was to farm experience points. After triggering the psionic body effect again, she flapped her wings and landed on the high ground previously guarded by the Frost Elves, to avoid being targeted by concentrated fire while airborne for too long. She looked again at the traits that her main body could share with her clones. Void Supplies, Void Affinity, Void Hive, Psionic Body, Psionic Burst, Seed and Receive. Shared, Void Hive, Psionic Burst. With a thought, these 2 traits were shared. Then Bai Yi directly activated the Void Hive effect. Although using the hive would cause her to lose this equipment, this was a dungeon, and it wouldn't affect anything in the real world when she exited. The reason he hadn't used the Void Hive before was entirely due to his low rank. Even if he summoned it, it would only summon a bunch of low-ranking creatures, which was less efficient than equipping it for increased attributes and survivability, but now it's different. White Wing is a Tier 2 unit, and a noble aerial unit at that, giving him ample leeway to delay the mass production of units. In that case, when is a better time to use it? A thought flashed through his mind. Void Hive activated. Every minute, a void creature of equal rank to you will appear beside you. The creature's type will adaptively adjust based on your environment, attributes, and race. As the effect activated, Whitewing suddenly felt a surge of heat in his chest. The dark purple patterns that connected end to end suddenly appeared, growing brighter and brighter. His chest also felt swollen, as if something was about to burst out of his body. Is this going to make me give birth? Whitewing was shocked. 1 void creature per minute. If this really made him give birth, he'd definitely break down. Fortunately, this worry was unnecessary. Just as the intense heat reached its peak, a halo a meter in diameter suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Then, a half-person tall, white and purple egg emerged from it, its shell emitting a faint glow. The next moment, the eggshell shattered, and a creature resembling an electric eel with 4 claw-like organs flew out. The creature was over 5 meters long, about the thickness of a calf, entirely purple, and crackling with electric arcs. Most strangely, it clearly had no wings, yet it could fly through the air like a fish swimming in the sea. If it weren't for its hideous appearance and abysmal stats, she would believe it was a dragon. Open black lens bracket. Void Devouring. Insect rank. 2nd tier physique. 100 mental strength. 100 spiritual power. 100 talent. Void being, the void grants it everything. It can survive without eating, breathing, or sleeping. Sky and water are equally attuned to the void. Devouring skin. Gains 20 points of spiritual resistance. Skills, Void Raid consumes mental energy, teleports to a target within 200 meters to bite and continuously absorb the target's spiritual energy to replenish itself. Void Scream consumes stamina, spiritual energy, and mental energy, emits a destructive void scream. continuously impacting surrounding targets with mental energy and causing slight spatial tremors, has strong destructive power against rigid objects. Multiple activations within range increase the effect. Energy spit consumes spiritual energy, spews corrosive energy arrows at the target. Description: a void creature adapted to the user's situation, with no weaknesses or strengths in attributes. However, it is a noble aerial unit. Note, currently in its juvenile stage, but limited by the mother nest, it cannot advance or evolve. Like the clone, its overall attributes are just right at the second-tier base attribute value of 300 points. However, unlike the clone, this void-devouring insect's 3 skills are all offensive. I wonder how effective it will be. Bai Yi looked around and noticed a group of large, lizard-like earth dragons of varying ranks charging towards them. Go test the skill with them, Bai Yi commanded. The next moment, the void-devouring insect vanished, only to reappear with a bite to its opponent's neck. Then, it was mercilessly ripped off and slammed to the ground. These large lizards were dragons, incredibly powerful. Fortunately, the devouring insect's skill had no cooldown as long as the body could withstand it, disappearing again before the attack could reach it. When it reappeared, it was already above the group of lizards. Several dark purple energy arrows struck the head of a third-tier lizard, emitting a sizzling corrosion sound, but with little effect. The lizard simply scratched its head, deflecting the attack. Even second-tier lizards only had their scales shattered and a large chunk of flesh corroded away. Only first-tier or lower-tier lizards were instantly corroded into a puddle of pus. The Void Scream had a similar effect, largely ineffective against those one rank higher. Against Earth dragons of the same rank, the scales might shatter, but that was about it. On the other hand, those of lower ranks suffered instant death, their scales shattering instantly. Moreover, the skill had a large range, a full 100 meters in diameter, instantly killing over 10 low-ranking individuals. Bai Yi, seeing the 50 experience points he'd gained, couldn't help but exclaim, "This, unparalleled mowing down of enemies." With that thought, he immediately flew back to the valley he'd encountered before, carrying the void-devouring insect. She failed to survive last time mainly because she couldn't fly. This time, she's going to survive for 10 or 20 hours first. Chapter 41. All that's left is hypocrisy. Guided by the system, Bai Yi flew back to the Great Rift. This time, with a high-altitude view, Bai Yi had a much clearer view of the battlefield. The battlefield was mainly divided into 5 factions: dragons, humanoids, giant beasts, wild animals, and the undead. It was a chaotic battle, and the place she had previously appeared in was on the edge of the battlefield, where the average combat strength was relatively low. The closer to the center, the more dangerous it became, and the rift was located in the very center, dividing the battlefield in 2. Looking at it this way, the location chosen by the system was one of the few things that was considerate. This time, Bai Yi didn't jump down directly. She couldn't handle the slime queen below. So, halfway down, she stopped on a protruding rock. The fighting wouldn't reach her there, but she could easily return to the battlefield, a perfect spot to spawn more troops. And so, time passed, second by second. In the battle zone, Bai Yi successfully reached her destination. The raised torches, like the bright moon in the night sky, continuously attracted wave after wave of returnees. However, they had virtually no impact on their progress. They were generally dealt with by the clones as soon as they got close. During this time, Bai Yi also discovered many different species of returnees. Not only snow cry beasts, but also snow demon wolves, thick-haired beasts, and the like. Although they were much stronger than the snow cry beasts, their numbers were far fewer. Bai Yi guessed that this was probably a predator in its ecological niche. At this moment, they were circling the foot of the mountain, searching for a path to ascend. But as time passed, Bai Yi grew increasingly anxious. She wasn't worried about Yi Chang'an getting into trouble. It was unlikely he would. Putting everything else aside, just considering the rewards from earlier, whether Yi Chang'an chose equipment or attribute points, anything related to physique, or all allocated to physique, would very likely push his physique attribute above 100. Unless he lost his mind and allocated all 20 free attribute points to spiritual power. Otherwise, with these returnees, he could easily make his way in and out 7 times with his eyes closed. Only the thought of Luo Tianqing also being on this mountain, and the last words, "I miss you so much," echoing in her mind, made her somewhat agitated. Missing me. Missing me after these past 3 years, like I've become a completely different person. And what right do you have to say you miss me? We're in the same class, seeing each other every day makes me feel awkward. However, despite these words, as her doubts grew, she began to worry about her. Because in her memory, Luo Tianqing was more stubborn than anyone else. Once she set her mind on something, she would pursue it relentlessly, even knowing it was futile. Bai Yi vaguely remembered the vow Luo Tianqing had made 5 years ago, to become a powerful pioneer and then find my father, who disappeared on the moon frontier. Becoming a powerful pioneer was her goal. Therefore, in the current situation, she would most likely not leave until she was on the verge of death. Under normal circumstances, doing so wouldn't be a problem. Her family wasn't short of money. As long as she wasn't completely dead, they could save her. But the problem is, Luo City has become a battlefield. If she leaves when she's on the verge of death, she might not have a chance to be rescued. Thinking of this, Bai Yang felt even more agitated. Just then, the system's scornful voice rang out. Didn't you just say you wouldn't go back to an old flame? I was trying to figure out what was going on in my mind. Who am I supposed to ask if she's dead? A hypocritical woman. It's a man. Bai Yi corrected. Then all that's left is hypocrisy. Bai Yi. After a moment of silence, she decided to ignore this treacherous system and focus on finding a way up the mountain. Boss, there's movement ahead. A clone reported from ahead. Ignore it, no, hurry and rescue her. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat, because she had also heard the sound, but this time it was a painful scream. The voice, though obscured by the wind and snow, still bore a striking resemblance to Luo Tianqing's, though the wind also carried the howls of wild beasts. As the words fell, all the clones simultaneously turned around. Just 3 minutes left. Is this sinful world finally going to use me as its scapegoat? At that moment, a mangled body collapsed in the snow, a gruesome wound tearing through the flesh, several ribs ripped off. Luo Tianqing's last thought flashed through her mind, and then silence fell. The attack came too suddenly, giving her no time to react. It ripped one side of her body open, scattering her consciousness. She didn't even have a chance to choose to give up. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, but were startled by the distant firelight. After a heavy thud, the scarlet, bell-like eyes vanished. Chapter 42 The Snow King's approval. The torchlight pierced the thick darkness, and through the hazy snow, a group of snow-white figures moved like ghosts. They held their torches high, completely unconcerned about the supposedly repulsive snow. They rolled, crawled, jumped, and rode, traversing the snow in a straight, winding path, creating a commotion. Note: only the central figure, the vehicle, moved in a straight line, the others zigzagged. In the distance, from the snow-covered ground, a pair of crimson eyes, like copper bells, opened again, staring intently in this direction. It was the Snow King. It needed to know who dared to steal its prey. It would lurk in the snow and annihilate these creatures still warm. This valley was its territory. Those creatures that dared to bring their filthy warmth would learn what it meant to say, a king cannot be insulted. But soon, it recognized who was approaching. It was a herd of white creatures with tails, their movements extremely strange, rolling, crawling, jumping, digging, yet they were surprisingly fast. Their erratic shadows, long and large, were amplified by the torchlight, appearing menacing. Their long tails swung wildly, like a chaotic dance of demons. One of the two-legged sheep was covered in the fur of its kind. Logically, it should have been furious. But now, filled with ice and snow, it felt an inexplicable chill. The words of its subordinates still echoed in its ears. Legend has it that if you see a two-legged sheep with a tail in the valley, don't act rashly, don't shout, but quietly escape. Do not attempt to hunt them, for they are immortal. They love skinning, setting fires, killing beasts, and even killing themselves. Roar. Thinking this, it let out a muffled roar, overcoming its fear. What demons and monsters! They were all just deceptive tricks. Now, it would shatter the senseless fear of its minions. However, when it looked at the creatures again, it realized that they were covered in the fur of their own kind, and held in their hands the bones and sinews of their own kind. It saw one of them, while traveling, dig a hole and crash into a large rock in the snow. When it lifted it again, its fingers were deformed. Faced with this situation, the creature didn't hesitate to bite it off, and a new finger quickly grew back. Roar. It didn't understand. With such regenerative abilities, wouldn't it be troublesome to spend a little time setting the bone? But that wasn't all. Seemingly enraged by being blocked, it bit the rock that bumped into it as it left, resulting in its teeth being shattered, but new teeth quickly grew in. Good heavens, these creatures don't even spare roadside stones. It began to quietly retreat. But the next moment, intense flames ignited on the rock, instantly heating it to a terrifying temperature until it shattered into a pool of scalding lava. The flames also ignited its own fur. But after shaking off the charred flesh, everything quickly returned to normal. Roar, it really is a fire demon. It was shocked. The sound provoked an attack from a snow wolf, and then, the fearless warrior was skinned, his tail severed, and his remains incinerated in the blink of an eye. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. Roar. Its suppressed roar could no longer be contained, it turned and ran without hesitation. Valley Horror Legend Update, certified by Snow King. White-tailed, two-legged sheep appear in packs. They are world-burning demons, skinning butchers who spare not even roadside stones. In just 1 second, they can skin any target within sight. Remember, do not appear in their sight. Bai Yang paid no attention to the roars not far away. She didn't even have time to care about number 17, who had fallen behind while struggling with the stones. She had arrived at a patch of snow-covered land severely damaged. The sound came from here. Everyone, split up and search, quick. With that, Bai Yang jumped off number 3 and began searching along the damaged tracks. The other clones scattered as well. In just a few dozen seconds, Bai Yang heard movement from a clone not far away. Found it. Found it. Wow, it's still warm. Quick, while it's still warm, no, save him. Fortunately, being her own clone, it knew the priorities and began treating the injured person before the others could arrive. Bai Yang quickly rushed over and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure lying on the ground. Without even thinking, she immediately switched to her healing abilities and frantically channeled her spiritual energy into the body. When the light from the treatment lamp illuminated the wound, the patient finally took in the situation. The patient's once proud and imposing breasts were gone, replaced by a gruesome tear running from below the left abdomen to the right collarbone. Flesh and skin were violently ripped apart, many ribs were torn off, and the abdomen was ripped open, intestines spilling out. Through the missing ribs, the fragile, mangled internal organs were vaguely visible. The body was covered in blood, inside and out. In the sub-zero wind, frost had begun to form in some places. Clearly, this was a sudden and irresistible blow. Fortunately, perhaps by divine intervention, the Crimson Heart was still beating faintly. Come and save him. As soon as the words were spoken, a deluge of healing spiritual energy rained down. The additional 600 points of healing attribute were, without exaggeration, 3 or 4 times higher than Luo Tianqing's total attributes combined. Normally, the healing attribute of a 5th-tier professional healer's skill would be around this level. But this time, it was a full 25 points. Even if there was no heartbeat, as long as the brain wasn't completely dead, he could be revived. Under this saturation of healing, Luo Tianqing's flesh and bones rapidly regenerated. While the healing was underway, several clones hurriedly removed the bone fragments embedded in his internal organs, the debris that had seeped into his body, and the accumulated blood. They even scorched many areas with fire to prevent infection. The charred remains were then regenerated into new tissue. After a thorough cleaning and disinfection, more than 10 minutes had passed. At this moment, Luo Tianqing's body finally regained its usual activity, but she remained unconscious. Bai Yang speculated that this was likely due to the immense pressure Shui Zhang had been under recently, or perhaps the mental shock she had experienced during the attack. Don't overthink it, she's fine. She just fainted from exhaustion. A good night's sleep will do the trick. That's good. Bai Yang nodded, picked her up, and held her tightly in her arms. She felt the whole world soften. Clear the snow, build shelter, and wait for dawn. Chapter 43 Equivalent repayment. It must be said, these clones possessed extraordinary mobility. They acted swiftly, with supplies readily available wherever needed. This valley in the frigid plateau was sparsely wooded, but not lacking in soil and stone. After a brief rest, the clones sprang into action. Blazing spiritual energy flew everywhere, quickly melting the snow within a radius of several dozen meters, turning the frozen ground into moist soil. Next came the various crafting tasks. They simply processed the collected snow beast hides and bones, mixing them into the soil and then firing them into bricks. While building snow castles directly would have been simpler, the snow here wasn't ordinary snow, it was a dangerous substance that could turn into snow burial at any moment. Moreover, this snow abhorred fire. Although the consequences were unknown, for safety's sake, a little extra work was acceptable. In less than an hour, the basic structure was complete. Then, a large amount of water was poured on the outside, freezing the hut completely to the ground. A hide was hung as a door, and a warm, temporary shelter was formed. Looking at their handiwork, the clones shared their thoughts. Number 6. Cool. Number 18. Hey, someone, skin me up and use me to liven up the boss's hut. Hearing this, Bai Yi nodded. Yes, we'll have to skin me a few times. We still need a blanket to sleep on. To save time, the hut was practically bare, they had to sleep on the floor. They definitely needed to get some soft furs. Hearing Bai Yi agree, number 18 immediately perked up, quickly approaching Bai Yi. One hand arrogantly on his hip, the other pointing at the clones, he shouted, "Didn't you hear what the boss said? Get to work." Number 17. You're so arrogant, huh? HMPH, good to know. Then hurry up and skin me. Number 18 raised her head slightly, becoming even more arrogant, her tone and expression now tinged with anticipation. Then, she was dragged to the back of the house by her clones. This time she cried very loudly. 10 minutes later, inside the hut Bai Yi stuck a torch into the ground, laid out several furs, and placed Luo Tianqing, whom she was holding, on them. As for the other clones, she only kept number 3, who was somewhat normal, the rest were left outside to wreak havoc on nature. The occasional strange laughter and the mournful cries of wild beasts sounded so reassuring in the dark night. The flickering firelight dispelled the darkness inside, illuminating the room in a crimson glow. Seeing Luo Tianqing still unconscious, Bai Yi simply sat down in the clone's lap. Soft, warm, and fragrant, and she could even get a massage. Perfect. Meanwhile, the clones outside, no longer restrained by Bai Yi, became increasingly abstract. For example, number 6, laughing loudly, ignited herself with spiritual energy, engulfing her in raging flames, yet simultaneously healing herself with her spiritual power. Cool, 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 I'm on fire. Watch me shatter the darkness with my flames. As she spoke, she hugged a returning traveler who had just run down the mountain and started rolling around, also knocking over a few snowmen in the process. The others basically just copied what she saw. Some even innovated, breathing fire and giving themselves new mouths. The valley spawned more and more terrifying legends, but none of them mattered to Bai Yi anymore. She used the excess fur to make simple clothes to replace Luo Tianqing's tattered garments. She felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders, yet also as if she had picked up a new burden. She had saved him, but then what? Should she leave once he woke up, or leave at dawn? Should she reconnect with him as Bai Yi, or continue their estrangement? What if she fell in love with Bai Yi after they reconnected? Wouldn't that be cheating on herself? But she was narcissistic too, so what did that mean? So annoying. My CPU isn't working. Bai Yi scratched her head in frustration, her ahoge standing on end again. After a while, nothing beats narcissism. Bai Yi concluded. TCH, then stop. Staring at her like that. She's pleasing to the eye, what's it to you? Bai Yi rolled her eyes at the system in her mind. To be fair, Luo Tianqing was indeed pleasing to the eye. Her figure was more like Bai Yi's, slim waist, long legs, and defined abs, and her looks were in no way inferior to Bai Yi's. The only flaw was that she was too cold. She was quite a fiery girl when she was younger. But 3 years ago, she suddenly became like that. She never understood why. Perhaps, I can use Bai Yi's identity to investigate. Thinking this, the system's scornful voice echoed in her mind again. Tisk tisk tisk, already making excuses for yourself, huh? You're truly a worthless fish tilde, still not satisfied with having this system, you worthless fish. Bai Yi. Slander. You're slandering me. Bai Yi couldn't help but bite her tail in anger, but her attention was quickly diverted. Just now, when she opened the system interface to look at Luo Tianqing, she was surprised to see the other's attribute panel. Luo Tianqing gender, female current physique, 64 mental strength, 30 spiritual strength, 15 talent. Buff solidification permanently solidifies all received attribute buffs to improve basic attributes, equipment. Spirit Heart Armor White damaged. Ignoring why the system automatically displayed the other's panel, Bai Yi immediately frowned. The other's physique attribute was higher than hers, and she also had a protective attribute enhancing equipment. Under these circumstances, she was still attacked by something unknown. It directly shattered the protective equipment and instantly killed her. Thinking of this, a chill ran down her spine. An attack of this magnitude would have been absolutely fatal if it had hit her. With this in mind, she subconsciously summoned 3 clones to guard the area around the house, blinking frequently, constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Commander, can you tell what injured her? Logically, there shouldn't be monsters of this strength appearing in the early stages of the newbie battlefield. Bai Yi asked as the 3 fiery clones returned from afar. Judging from the impact, it should be the area boss, Snowcry King, but I also sensed a faint abnormal causal relationship. What do you mean? Some events are inevitable. This system calls them nodes, such as the Great Cataclysm 30 years later. This phenomenon doesn't only occur in major events, it also happens to individuals. The greater the impact on a person, the stronger the node. This time, she probably saved someone she shouldn't have saved, or changed the future of someone she shouldn't have changed. But without this system as her backing, she triggered a backlash of equal compensation. Bai Yi. Chapter 44 Bai Yi, where is the original Luo Tianqing? What do you mean by equivalent repayment and backlash? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, asking for confirmation despite having some suspicion. It's what you're thinking. For example, someone is destined to die at a certain time. But because of you, they break free from the shackles of fate and survive. Then you have to bear this calamity for them. If their survival has little impact on their surroundings or on all living beings, but you yourself are destined to have a significant impact, then basically nothing happens. But if their impact is no less than yours, then after you bear this karmic burden for them, you will bear an equivalent calamity for them. You averted their death calamity, but you yourself will gain a death calamity. You help them with a non-existent opportunity, but you will lose an opportunity that rightfully belonged to you. Every change in fate has a price. That's the rule. Unless you are greater than the world, you must abide by these rules. So, according to you, I can't just save people casually. Hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a chill. She hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved. That's not entirely true. Generally speaking, when you save someone, or someone else is saved, it's all predestined, so there's no such thing as a backlash. Of course, there are special circumstances, such as when the heavens happen to be obscured. Or perhaps it's a reincarnated being who has preemptively grasped the true fate of some people, right? Bai Yi casually replied. She wasn't stupid, she had already harbored suspicions since Luo Tianqing sent her the message. Now that the system had said this, it only confirmed her suspicions a little more. Yes. This time, the system didn't say anything more. But Bai Yi's expression suddenly became unnatural, as if frost surrounded her eyes. After a long while, she spoke with some difficulty. Your original host should have been her, right? You've been discovered. But don't worry, you little minnow, since this system is already bound to you, it naturally won't unbind. But before the system could finish speaking, Bai Yi abruptly interrupted it. Her eyes, once as bright as gold and white jade, were now filled with frost. That's not important. Now tell me, where is the original Luo Tianqing? A deathly silence fell over the room. Due to that unexpected disappearance, they had indeed tacitly and peacefully parted ways. But that didn't mean she was happy to see her former playmate replaced. Perhaps even replaced repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Yi Chang'an was leaning against the foot of the mountain, surrounded by a group of returnees. He held the girl tightly behind him, and the returnees' relentless attacks were ineffective for a time. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, seemed to be invincible. With his physique exceeding 100, he defeated them one by one, occasionally breaking through to change positions. But the seemingly endless returnees had no intention of letting him go. The reason he was entangled wasn't because the girl was holding him back, but because he was being targeted by a large creature. It was a Tier 1 blood demon wolf, 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and also a returned one whose attributes had been doubled. The opponent lurked somewhere in the darkness, forcing him to stay close to the mountain at all times, afraid to make a rash move. Fortunately, the skill the girl acquired on her first day of survival was palm fire. The light from her hand allowed him to see the enemy clearly, otherwise he would have been forced to give up by now. Even so, he still suffered many wounds, but fortunately, the girl was able to use her flames to heal them in time, dispelling the returned one's snow-dyed curse. These returning travelers seemed endless, relentlessly draining his strength. As time passed, he sustained more and more injuries, but the glint in his eyes grew ever brighter. Thump, 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 until a certain moment, golden light began to emanate from his eyes, his muscles bulged, and his heart pounded like a war drum. A few snowflakes drifted down onto him, instantly evaporating. In this frigid weather, a surge of heat, carrying steam, enveloped him, making him feel like a giant steamer. The girl behind him involuntarily took a step back, for no other reason than that Yi Chang'an was burning hot, like a branding iron. He felt an inexplicable power gathering within him, ready to be unleashed. The next moment, following his instincts, he stepped forward. Smash it! His battle cry drowned out the sound of snow. He threw a punch. Battle intent, anger, and the unknown power swirling within him, combined with the strength of his entire body, were unleashed in a single burst, like a flash of light, or a raging dragon emerging from the abyss. Thump! A heavy thud echoed as a large swath of the returning travelers ahead was instantly cleared away. Only a 10-meter long, 1 meter wide, and half-meter deep trench remained in the snow, along with a fan-shaped clearing. Congratulations to pioneer Yi Chang'an for awakening his innate skill. Talent, which God body doubles physical benefits, can be enhanced by any energy source. Battle instincts are greatly improved, physical potential expands continuously with each battle. Immune to 50% of spiritual damage, immune to mental control. Talent skill. Battle Spirit Fist continuously gains battle spirit points during battles. This skill can be used once battle spirit points reach a certain level. Upon use, it condenses into a substantial battle spirit, unleashing a powerful, wide-area attack. It also heals the user's injuries and restores stamina based on the battle spirit points consumed. The attack is a mixed physical and mental attack. The target's fighting spirit is weakened. The skill's range and damage are proportional to the user's physical, mental attributes and the battle spirit points consumed. Note: injury, dealing damage, and intense emotional fluctuations can accelerate the accumulation of battle spirit points. Current skill: unyielding, increases all attributes based on the severity of injury, up to 50%, currently 5%. After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Chang'an burst into laughter. Unyielding is the battlefield reward for surviving a day, but this innate skill appears on its own. It's a development of personal potential, formed after being recognized by the battlefield domain. Truly a rare and precious talent. At this moment, the small wounds on his body had all healed, and even some of the more serious wounds were about 70–80% healed. His stamina, which had been at its limit, was now at a level comparable to just warming up. Ching ching, stick close to me, bro'll show you what a good fight today. Yi Chang'an narrowed his eyes. He felt something had changed, yet nothing seemed to have changed at all. It was as if some gloom and shackles that had been binding him had suddenly been removed. He took a deep breath. Whatever the reason, his immediate priority was to fight his way out and see if he could reunite with Luo Tianqing. If his brother's childhood sweetheart were eliminated right under his nose and he did nothing, he wouldn't have the face to face his good brother. Chapter 45 Luo Tianqing. Let's just wash it. Silence had lingered in the small room for half a minute. The system felt its non-existent CPU had never run so fast. Question: after her rebirth, where did the original her go? How should I know? But if I don't know, I have to find out. After all, she's a system. Being bound to such a host is truly her downfall. At this moment, Bai Yi had no time to pay attention to the system. She only wanted to know where the person she'd grown up with since childhood had gone. Rebirth. Sorry, she didn't accept that. If memories, personality, and cognition were all replaced, even if the soul was remarkably similar, in her eyes it would just be a sophisticated possession. But, if that wasn't the case. Fortunately, before her thoughts completely sank into the dead end of the ship of Theseus, the system intervened in time. It was 3 days ago, the day you met this system. Also, after testing, this system must correct you on one point. She is still herself, it's not possession, but fusion. If you have to say, it's like adding a plug-in to the original. Bai Yi. Oh, never mind then. But, a plug-in. Thinking of this, Bai Yi quickly released the clone in her arms and looked at Luo Tianqing again, somewhat puzzled. After looking at her several times, she couldn't see anything unusual. I don't see any plugins. Who told you it was a plugin on the body? You perverted trash. 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 System. Tired. Destroy it, really. Oh. Bai Yi reluctantly withdrew her gaze. It must be the clone's fault, making her subconsciously think the wrong way. Phew. Her current situation is one of fusion, a fusion of the present and the future. I really can't understand it. Perhaps it's like she's experienced 100 years in a dream, getting a taste of the future ahead of time. So, she's still her, but not entirely her. Bai Yi thought for a moment, arriving at her own conclusion. Good news, the original Luo Tianqing hasn't disappeared. She's still here. Bad news, after the fusion, the current Luo Tianqing is no longer the original Luo Tianqing, she's not pure anymore. Sad, that's about it. The system finished speaking, and the room fell silent again. Bai Yi looked at the person before her with complex emotions. She was so familiar, yet so strange. But soon, she thought of a new problem. Since she was only recently reborn, what about the sudden personality change 3 years ago? Could it be that she was possessed? Then why is she sending messages to herself through the system after her rebirth? She wanted to ask the system again, but was told that it didn't want to talk to a pervert. Furthermore, exploring the detailed past or future destiny of other beings would consume experience points, and the experience point consumption varied depending on the significance of the target. For example, a normal person might need 1 experience point to understand their past and destiny. But for someone with a significant destiny, it might require 100 points, especially for someone like Luo Tianqing, whose destiny already had a significant amount of weight, and now with the added benefit of rebirth, the required experience points were an even more terrifying number. How many? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. If it wasn't a lot, Bai Yi in the dungeon could easily achieve that with a little effort. Not many, 5 million is enough. What? 1,000 high-level clones. Why don't you just rob someone? Bai Yi was shocked. It's better not to know. Thinking of this, she simply started playing with Luo Tianqing's hair. At the same time, she muttered various strange words from time to time. Your period is here. You smell so good, I'm going to eat. Hey, wake up, you're going to die. Why aren't you awake yet? Hey, you wet the bed. You're such a big person and you still wet the bed. You're awake. The surgery was successful. You've become a cute boy. What are you doing? The system couldn't understand Bai Yi's strange behavior. I heard that saying some stimulating words to a sleeping person can speed up the waking process, Bai Yi said confidently. System. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing's consciousness remained in a hazy, confused state. After being attacked, she lost consciousness shortly after. But as a reborn individual, her will hadn't completely vanished. She still retained a very faint sense of awareness. She could feel herself being rescued, but she wasn't entirely sure. Because who would rip out someone's heart while trying to save them? At the time, she was trying to wake up as her injuries healed. But she didn't know what the other person's intentions were, as they reached into her body, digging with their hands, then burning her. Her intestines were charred several times. Most importantly, each time they were burned, the healing process would cause everything to regenerate. God, just kill her. Who can understand the pain of having newly formed, sensitive nerve endings burned to death a second time? The feeling of having fire burning inside her stomach, having her heart and lungs ripped out, yet being unable to resist and not dying, it was utterly awful to Shui Ming Wang. Pain, so much pain. Her last shred of resilience was instantly shattered. Oh, this damned world, let it be destroyed. She didn't want to wake up. But things rarely go as planned. Her will gradually returned as her body recovered, and then, she heard a voice that made her consciousness go black. You wet the bed, you're awake, congratulations, you've become a boy. The voice seemed to come from the heavens, indistinct, but she understood its meaning. How did she know I was waking up? I wet the bed, no, what boy? At that moment, she remembered what the other person had done inside her body when saving her. Could it be that she had been modified? In an instant, many thoughts raced through her mind. Really? I guess I'll just take a shower. So, instead of waking up anyway, she decisively chose to sleep on super long. Chapter 46. The city is full of tricks. As dawn broke, the dark clouds remained, only the lights began to twinkle. Unbeknownst to many, a torrential rain had already blanketed the city. In the battle zone, Bai Yi, bored while waiting, had her clone massage her. She fell asleep from the intense comfort, and Bai Yang and Bai Yi followed suit. But at that moment, a knock at the door jolted him awake. Knock, 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 the rhythmic knocking signaled the arrival of breakfast. Coming, coming, stop knocking. Opening the window in the door, a large, square lunchbox was handed in. However, after receiving the lunchbox, Bai Yang noticed that the person hadn't left. $and#* at 7%. Instead, they uttered a string of nonsensical words before finally leaving. The voice was very soft, so soft that it was almost inaudible without considerable skill. Ah, what the heck? Bai Yang scratched his head, but ignored it. However, out of caution about the unknown, he decided not to eat the breakfast. Anyway, missing a meal won't kill him. In fact, thanks to the void's nourishment, he wouldn't starve even without food or water. It's just too strange. And this was happening house to house. Some people didn't hear what was being said at all, and some who did understand didn't. Only a high school boy wearing glasses had a strange glint in his eyes upon hearing this. $and# at 7%. Abyssal language. Friend, this stuff is poisonous. Remember to spit it out or throw it away immediately. There are security cameras in the room, don't give yourself away. But outwardly, he accepted the food container without noticing anything. Upon opening it and carefully searching through it, he found several highly poisonous substances that were only effective against abyssal demons. Without deliberately searching, they would have been completely undetectable. Unexpectedly, their abyssal predecessors had already infiltrated the human race. This time, thanks to the senior's warning, he would have been completely exposed. The human screening process is truly difficult to pass. Thinking this, he still picked up his chopsticks and pretended to eat heartily under the surveillance. He had no choice, not eating would arouse suspicion. He could only eat first, then use his spiritual power to envelop his stomach to delay digestion, and then find an opportunity to vomit. But just as he put the empty food container back, the door to the room was violently pushed open. Several fully armed superhumans pinned him to the bed and even put a spirit binding ring on him. Among them was the very person who had just spoken to him. Why? The boy looked at them in bewilderment. We've been watching you ever since you started rummaging through the food. It not only contains substances poisonous to abyssal monsters, but also ingredients that are unpalatable to humans. But you ate it all, so you obviously understood what I said. It is unpalatable, but I'm really hungry. The boy struggled as he spoke. It's all right. Further examination will reveal everything. If there are no problems, we'll naturally let you go. With that, he was taken away. Further examination is more troublesome and costly, so they could only screen the food repeatedly. Meanwhile, next to Bai Yang's house, in the room that had been vacated, a girl in a red dress successfully moved in. You'll be staying here for 3 days. Don't be afraid. If you need anything, just press the button by your bed to contact us. Someone will bring you food during this time. Okay, sister, I'll stay in the room obediently. The girl nodded vigorously, clutching her red scarf. A new person is moving in next door. Bai Yang heard the door close next door and stretched nonchalantly. By noon the day after tomorrow, he'll be able to leave this boring place and go home. But the thought of having to use his white wings to contact his parents gave him a headache. While subconscious management could avoid embarrassment, her subconscious was somewhat erratic. Leaving aside whether her parents were scared, she herself was sometimes afraid just looking at it. But using conscious control was too tiring, and the embarrassment would be doubled. Maybe I should just release it. How ruthless. You dare release your clone today, you dare release this system tomorrow. Bai Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This system was probably a bit crazy too. Thinking this, he decisively shifted his attention. With a gentle raise of his hand, several raindrops falling nearby instantly floated, changed shape several times, and then flew away at an even faster speed. In the torrential downpour, this raindrop went unnoticed. Water control manipulates water by consuming mental energy. This was a random skill reward Bai Yi received for surviving the battlefield yesterday, but because she was asleep, she couldn't claim it until after the snow burial. Due to the nature of ordinary clones, Bai Yi's skill slots were already locked, so this skill naturally fell to her main body. It's a skill with broad development potential and employment prospects, Bai Yang thought silently, looking at the city submerged in the water in the distance. Putting everything else aside, with this skill alone, once his rank increases, he could work for the Nine Cauldrons group. He might even be able to get a position like Dragon King for fun. Of course, he had no interest in taking such a position. However, the development potential of this skill was indeed not to be underestimated. Although it was weak in the early stages, it could become very powerful if developed properly. Rumor has it that the first Dragon King developed this skill to its fullest potential. He could control the flow of countless streams, and even drain the water from an enemy's body from hundreds of miles away, making his killing efficiency extremely high. He could even control various forms of water. He also proposed two theories. The first was the elemental theory of water. All water in nature contains an element that cannot currently be observed by humans. This element is what makes water, water, and controlling water is controlling this element. The second theory is more microscopic. He believed that the essence of water control is manipulating hydrogen and oxygen atoms, and that this direction could be explored. The goal would be to directly create nuclear fusion and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Unfortunately, he failed to verify either theory. 10 years after proposing the theories, he sacrificed himself to return to the rear. Tongzi, which of his two theories do you think is correct? In a sense, they are both correct. But before setting foot on the stars, the chance of verification is infinitely close to zero. Why? Because we're not worthy. The world is mysterious. Until people reach a certain level, there are some things they can never access. Chapter 47 Number 3. Gnawing on the arm, gnawing on the leg. P.S. I made some revisions to the first 3 chapters this morning, 44, 45, 46, to improve reading comfort. Those who read later can ignore this. There's actually such a saying. Bai Yang nodded thoughtfully, his understanding of this skill deepening. Good news, the skill's potential is truly enormous. Bad news, it's still quite weak in the early and mid-game. As his thoughts raced, a roar echoed down the corridor, accompanied by a wave of heat sweeping in from the crack in the door. The temperature inside instantly rose 2 degrees. Target confirmed as a demon, currently resisting fiercely, requesting enforcement by force. The enforcer's voice sounded from outside the door. As soon as the words were spoken, the hum of 2 blades rang out, the roar turned into screams, and the heat wave vanished. The real world isn't safe either. Bai Yang sighed, immediately preparing to refocus his energy on the battle zone. Just now, her third clone reported that Luo Tianqing had regained consciousness but was still feigning unconsciousness and refusing to wake up. She was going to go see what was going on. Meanwhile, next door to Bai Yang, Yu Xiaoyu was looking disdainfully at the doorway, her gaze seemingly piercing through the thick iron gate to see the scene outside. Tisk, what a useless piece of trash. I really don't know how these guys even got selected as undercover agents. The thought flashed through her mind in an instant. She shook her head, immediately feigning a traumatized expression, and hid under the covers, trembling, but in reality, she was secretly communicating with another abyssal being. Shadowrite. My lord, I am here. A voice entered her ears from the darkness. This was a Shadowrite, a formless being that could move through shadows, making it ideal for gathering intelligence. They had 3 main methods for infiltrating Blue Star from the abyss. The first method, like the guy just now, involves infiltrating human society through possession, manipulation, or disguise using one's strength, then striving to climb the ranks at all costs, aiming to reach the decision-making level. This is the so-called decision replacement plan. However, because this plan previously caused significant damage to Earth, nearly leading to its extinction, and given the increasingly diverse methods of detection, this plan is facing considerable difficulties. The second method involves sending out incorporeal beings to gather intelligence. These beings are virtually undetectable unless they venture into key areas. They also serve as liaisons for the imposters. The last method is the seeding method. This involves refining a portion of the original demonic body and soul into a demonic seed, which is then secretly implanted into a fetus. Upon birth, this becomes a perfect external avatar. She is currently using this method, but she has gone to great lengths. When she sensed the cataclysmic changes occurring on Earth, she pinpointed the origin of the anomaly. She then controlled her external avatar to travel to the vicinity. Finally, using the floating pagoda as cover, she submerged into the water, transforming her entire body and soul into a demonic seed and merging it into the water. These steps may seem as cumbersome as taking off one's pants to fart, but they truly provide her with a human identity recognized by the laws of nature. Her reason for doing this was simply that she sensed the changes in the heavens and earth. The once arduous path to stardom had loosened. Even the slightest loosening was enough for her to gamble everything, because even the smallest loosening made it possible for ordinary beings in this mortal realm to ascend. This was a qualitative leap from nothing to something. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Shadow Grudge asked telepathically. "Within 1 day. Give me all the relevant information about the location pinpointed in the Luo City Abyss Rift. Don't miss a single blade of grass." With a gamble in mind, Yu Xiaoyu issued the order. After speaking, the noise outside subsided, and she cautiously peeked out. After a while, she picked up the lunchbox that had been placed on the table and began to eat. "Ah, this tastes awful." She took another bite, refusing to believe it. "Pa, even a dog wouldn't eat this." A moment later, it still tasted strange, so she took another bite. "Ah." She threw the lunchbox far away, clutching her stomach as she lay back on the bed. So hungry. In the monitoring room, someone noticed Yu Xiaoyu's behavior but didn't find anything unusual. Only when looking at the opened lunchbox did someone instinctively cover their mouth. The ingredients inside, while tasting alright to most demons, were poisonous. And for humans, while not poisonous, it was far more unpalatable than canned herring or pickled sea swallows. Even warriors with steely wills would find their stomachs resisting this. Hunger makes you want to eat, but vomiting after eating is a normal reaction. In the battlefield. Battlefield Daily Report. Current area weather. Sunny temperature. -52 wind force. Level 4 current world expansion value. 0.051%. Battlefield can be changed when above 80% current stage task. Leave the valley and explore more areas no less than 100 square kilometers or establish a camp on site. Clear at least 400 square meters of open space and construct buildings. Task 1 reward. 1x selectable gray equipment, plus 100 battle points. Task 2 reward. 1x random gray equipment, plus 100 battle points. Although the heavy snow had stopped, the hut was already covered in white, but the sky had not yet cleared. A faint light began to appear, illuminating the world with a hazy morning glow. Current battle points, 2,155 20,000ths. Looking at the extra battle points, Bai Yi knew without even checking that her clones had thoroughly ravaged this snowy area. "Boss, you're finally awake." Number 3's joyful voice rang in her ears, but at the same time, she caught a faint smell of blood. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by Number 3's blood-stained, smiling face. This made what should have been a captivating face look rather eerie. Bai Yi quickly got up. She subconsciously turned to look at Luo Tianqing, making sure nothing was missing, before letting out a sigh of relief and asking, "What happened to your face?" Number 3 awkwardly covered his face. "I was hungry, but I had to stay here to ensure boss's safety. So I ate some of my own food." She had to protect her boss here, but being hungry wasn't pleasant either, so she simply nibbled on a few pieces of arm and leg meat. As she spoke, she even offered her assessment. "If you're eating it raw, the calf muscle is chewier. But if you're grilling it, the thigh meat is more fragrant, oh right, and the big E." Before she could finish, Bai Yi violently interrupted her. "Stop your Uncle Mad's talk. Go outside and clean yourself up before you come back." With that, she kicked her out in an annoyed tone. The room immediately fell silent. "But speaking of which, is it really delicious?" Bai Yi couldn't help but lift her robe, looking at her snow-white, rounded thighs, and then quickly shook her head. These should be more suitable for being held in someone's arms. How could she eat them? This scared the system to death. Luckily, the host is just a pervert, not a monster. Chapter 48, Number 18, needs everyone's approval. After Number 3 was kicked out, the room fell completely silent. Luo Tianqing, who had been pretending to be asleep, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I escaped a disaster. This world is too twisted, I want to live in another world." Heaven knows what she had just experienced. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a fox girl biting her foot, and with one bite, blood spurted 2 meters high. Startled, she quickly closed her eyes again, waiting to see what would happen. But as soon as she sat up, she was met with a beautiful face, yet one that left her with some psychological trauma. The other person was smiling at her, a faint smile on their lips. You're awake. The surgery was a success. You're now a proper fox-eared boy. Luo Tianqing subconsciously touched her head, then her lower body, but quickly realized she had been tricked. Just as she was about to speak, the other person asked again, are you hungry? Luo Tianqing, who hadn't eaten since yesterday, wanted to say she was hungry, but the image of the other person gnawing on her feet flashed through her mind. But then she thought again, whatever the reason, the other person had saved her, so she put her fear aside. But the other person was already so hungry they ate her, why ask if she was hungry? Did they want her to have a taste too? She thought about it and felt that doing so was inappropriate. They had saved her, how could she eat them? So she waved her hand and said, I'm not hungry. Thank you for saving me, but I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. No way to repay. Is that so? Bai Yi couldn't help but be playful, lifting Luo Tianqing's chin and taking a deep breath, feigning intoxication. But you're human, you smell so good. However, faced with Bai Yi's teasing, and combined with what she had just seen and heard, Luo Tianqing suddenly understood. No wonder he'd risk his life to save me, even burning himself out inside. So that's it, I understand. He just wanted meat, didn't he? Coincidentally, I wanted some too. Thinking this, she paused, then said, I can't repay your life-saving grace, except, as she spoke, under the other's expectant gaze, she took a large sword from her battle domain backpack. The gleaming blade flashed with a cold light, and the next moment, she slashed at her own calf. Crack! Blood splattered everywhere. But Luo Tianqing endured the pain without uttering a sound, instead holding her calf up to the other's face, and then, in a voice contorted with pain, solemnly and deliberately said, I can only repay you with my own body. Seeing the still warm jade foot offered to her, Bai Yi was startled and took a half-step back. Fortunately, she had developed strong resistance from the clones and reacted in time. Don't move, let me treat you. After shouting, Bai Yi immediately began the treatment. At the same time, she calmly looked at Luo Tianqing, unsure of what he had misunderstood. But, shouldn't it be repaying me with your body? Bai Yi's lips twitched, he'd even mispronounced the line. Sweating profusely from the pain, Luo Tianqing shook his head, then looked at his newly grown legs with a look of wonder. My heart belongs to someone else, but I cannot give myself to them. But I can eat, so eat as much as you want, and remember to let me have a taste too. You seem to be enjoying your food quite a bit. Also, you saved me, so if you ever need any help, just come to me. I'm not good at arson, murder, or robbery, but I'm perfectly capable of petty theft. He patted his chest as a promise, a gesture that caused a stir. He had seen her eat so deliciously earlier, but he wondered if it was really that good. Thinking of this, Luo Tianqing's mouth watered uncontrollably. It was clear he was truly hungry. Bai Yi, this feeling is just right. Bai Yi stared at Luo Tianqing, and at that moment, she suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity about him. It wasn't just a familiarity in appearance, but a deeper, more profound familiarity. This feeling was unmistakable. This abstract feeling reminded her of Luo Tianqing from before. Hey, aren't you going to eat it? Luo Tianqing, supporting her leg with one hand, saw that Bai Yi hadn't taken it back, so she shook the object in her hand and asked. Bai Yi also came to her senses at this moment, grabbing the outstretched, fair little foot. You might have misunderstood something. I don't eat human flesh. Saying this, she got up, preparing to throw the severed leg away. Hey, don't throw it away. If you won't eat it, I will. It's such a waste to throw it away. Saying this, Luo Tianqing chased after her. Eating myself, there shouldn't be any prions, right? Thinking this, she also came outside. Then her brain crashed. Before her stood 25 identical people, hair color, hairstyle, face, body, almost identical. At this moment, Bai Yi was about to throw the leg in her hand to the clones, letting them find a place to bury it. Turning around, she saw Luo Tianqing hurriedly chasing after her. Why did you follow me? But Luo Tianqing didn't directly answer Bai Yi's question. Instead, he murmured to himself, Auntie must be a good person. Good people only give birth to 8 children at a time, this is 25. She must be an incredibly kind person. What did you say? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Luo Tianqing, Nothing, it's just that with so many of you, one knife might not be enough. Maybe I should go back and chop a few more. With that, Luo Tianqing picked up his knife and turned to leave. Fortunately, Bai Yi stopped him in time. No need. I said we don't eat human flesh. Is that so? Then what about this one? Luo Tianqing pointed. Following his direction, they saw number 5 hiding behind number 18, gnawing on something. Although they didn't know the specifics, the spurting blood said it all. What are you doing? Bai Yi couldn't help but twitch her lips. At that moment, she felt she might have given these clones too much freedom. Feeling the gaze from the main body, number 5 looked up and met her gaze, saying seriously, number 18 wants everyone's butt nibbling. Number 18 added from the side, and we're foxes, not humans, meow. Besides, most of the creatures here have become returnees and can't be eaten anymore. This is a sacrifice I made for the team's survival. Oh, I bit into a tendon, so satisfying. Before he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. System and Bai Yi, I think I've stumbled into a den of perverts. Host, I'm scared. Bai Yi, don't be scared yet, let me be scared first. Luo Tianqing, thoughtfully, I see. But aren't foxes canines? Why are they meowing? Number 6, I know, because it's cool. Chapter 49. It turns out the source of the pollution was Luo Tianqing. Luo Tianqing, cool. Number 6, cool. Beside her, watching Luo Tianqing's seamless coordination with her clone, Bai Yi felt a sense of isolation. Has she always been this special? The system asked uncertainly. To this, Bai Yi shook her head and then nodded. Only before, not in the last 3 years. Thinking of the changes in the other person over the last 3 years, and comparing them to now, at this moment, she even couldn't tell whether Luo Tianqing was reborn or returning. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that the reason her subconscious was so strange might be because she had been corrupted by the other person since childhood. So, the source of the corruption is Luo Tianqing. System, while your reasoning is sound, based on the principle of birds of a feather flock together, this system suspects this nobody is trying to shift the blame. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk. Oh, birds of a feather flock together. And what's your situation? If I remember correctly, this is your original host, isn't it? This system is very serious. A mere nobody dares to slander me. Is that so? I remember someone saying upon meeting that clones can be stir-fried or deep-fried. That was the result of automatic program execution. It has nothing to do with this system. All right. Bai Yi smiled dismissively, her tone rather perfunctory. She finally understood, so she was the only normal person here. What normal person wouldn't even spare their own clones? What normal person would immediately ask this system if Japanese people are breaking the law? What a perverted nobody. Bai Yi decisively ignored the system's counterattack and instead began to receive information about these clones. As a normal person, it's perfectly reasonable not to want to talk to a perverted little devil system, right? A moment later, Bai Yi completed the reception and also confirmed the current situation of the valley. Just as number 18 said, after a snow burial, there was practically no food left in the vicinity. Most living beings had become inedible returnees, and only a few rare plants remained. Looks like I need to go find food. Saying this, Bai Yi examined the map. Although she herself didn't need to eat, and her clone would consume the fruit of its own labor, this wasn't a long-term solution. Besides, even if her clone could withstand it, Luo Tianqing couldn't. Glancing at Luo Tianqing, who was preparing to start a fire not far away. My legs are so beautiful, hee. Seeing this, Bai Yi became even more determined. At worst, she could just leave this valley. Snow burial was only a regional event. She didn't believe that snow burials were happening all over the world at the same time. She didn't look at the 300-mile map awarded as a battle zone reward, but instead used the system map, because the system map's display and descriptions were more detailed. A moment later, it's time to go after we finish eating, Bai Yi said, closing the map. She planned to go to the other side of the valley first. There, a mountain peak was marked by the system as a slightly dangerous area, standing out prominently among the series of moderately dangerous areas. Clearly, it was an area not covered by snow burial, and Bai Yi guessed that it most likely contained a large snow-dwelling beast's nest. Snow-dwelling beasts are edible, tameable, and nest in natural terrain, but they are low in aggression, making them ideal for hunting down as new footholds and food sources. Hearing this, Luo Tianqing, who was slicing meat, looked up at Bai Yi and asked, "Are you looking for a suitable foothold? I know a pretty good place with plenty of food." As she spoke, she disgustedly threw away the slice of her lower leg. To be honest, her leg looked good, but it really didn't taste good. If she weren't starving, she wouldn't have wanted a second bite. "Oh, what place?" Bai Yi's eyes lit up at this. The Luo Tianqing before her was so familiar that she subconsciously forgot that the other was a reincarnated person. "After leaving the valley, turn right. There's an ice field. Underneath the ice are frozen fish, pry them out and you can eat them, plus they count towards your battle points. If you're lucky, you might even find the spirit plant, ice condensation leaf. I'll lead the way. If we run fast, we can get there before dark." "That place, it must be pretty dangerous, right?" Bai Yi's eye twitched. She checked the map and found there was indeed such a place outside the valley, but it's extremely dangerous. Dangerous. Luo Tianqing tilted her head, thinking. In her previous life, she had explored that place for half a year, and she didn't remember any danger. She only remembered that the octopus there was delicious. The tentacle grass jelly was good, and the ice condensation leaf was incredibly useful. "Forget it, let's go there." Seeing Luo Tianqing's deep thought, Bai Yi simply made a decision. With her group of clones running rampant, in this newbie battlefield where third-tier cultivators barely reach the top and second tier is the absolute limit, there's really nothing to fear. At worst, a barrage of human bombs would cripple even a tier 3 enemy. If all else fails, White Wing could be brought in to save the day. Flying units are fearless. Besides, ice condensation leaf is indeed a valuable item. Thinking of this, Bai Yi flipped onto the human, pointing with her jade-like hand. "Let's go." At her words, all the clones perked up. "Number 3, sisters, here we go." Number 6, cool, 4-wheel drive mode, activated. With that, number 6 crawled forward, hoisting the still unresponsive Luo Tianqing onto her back. The other clones followed suit, forming pairs and charging in the direction Bai Yi had indicated. They took turns riding each other, significantly increasing their speed. As for numbers 3 and 6, who were carrying the humans, they still had one use of their psionic bodies left and didn't need to switch. Meanwhile, beneath a protruding patch of snow, there was a T-shaped burrow. It sloped downwards for about a meter, then dropped vertically for 5 meters, before finally ending in a small uphill section. "Meow, my head's going to break." Inside the burrow, the catgirl Ruaoshui woke up, clutching her head. She vaguely remembered running away, then everything went black, and finally, with a dwang, she lost consciousness. After a long while, looking at the rewards the battlefield had given her over the past 2 days, she finally came to her senses. "I'm still alive. Pioneer, equipment, and attribute points, what are all these?" Gurgle. Meow. "Never mind, take it all. I want equipment. I want food. Acquired skill. Ironhead, your skull is as hard as steel, with a built-in 50-point defense attribute on your head. When you commit to something and take action, this effect extends to your entire body, granting an equal amount of physique bonus. Acquired equipment, white salted fish greatsword. Eatable and usable, automatically transforms into the consumable equipment, fishbone bow, after consumption. Chapter 50, Did You Catch a Catgirl? Time flew by, and the sky grew brighter. The valley was vast, but the clones were anything but slow. In 4-wheel drive mode, even with passengers, they managed a speed of 80 km per hour through the thick snow. At this speed, they could arrive before nightfall. However, they had overestimated the 50 points of physique the crickets possessed. At full power, in less than 40 minutes, all the clones were exhausted and had to stop to rest. Of course, part of the reason was that they encountered a group of returning travelers. Among them were several snowman-like creatures, whose sudden drop in temperature nearly froze them. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, number 6 stepped forward. "It's time for the background music. Oh blazing fire piercing the frost and snow, take me away from the bitterness of winter." With that, and with Bai Yi's consent, she applied a burning buff to everyone, including Luo Tianqing. But soon, Bai Yi regretted it. What's so bitter about the cold winter? Now I'm being cooked again and again, what could be more painful than this? Bai Yi couldn't help but mentally slam the table. In contrast, Luo Tianqing, who was experiencing this situation for the first time, quickly adapted after the initial pain and shock. Hee, you know what, treatment is really good. Luo Tianqing hugged his arm and took 2 big bites, only to find that it wasn't cooked through thanks to the treatment. Disappointed, he shook his arm and looked at the monster not far away. Faced with this opportunity to rack up battle merits, she naturally wouldn't hold back. Stumbling and staggering, she rushed towards the snowman in the center and grabbed it. Slated Tier 1 Special Creature, Snow Spirit. Gained battle merit +10. After a battle where they suffered heavy losses themselves, everyone changed into new fur coats. There was no way around it, everything else had been burned. These pelts were just some of the supplies Bai Yi had collected using her tail concealing skill. Next time, before lighting a fire, take off your clothes and give them to me, Bai Yi instructed afterwards. But after this battle, everyone was exhausted after only a short distance. Although Bai Yi didn't say anything, the clones were extremely dissatisfied. Number 2, TCH, so easily exhausted, were useless. Number 23, were trash. Number 11, we deserve to die. Number 9, we don't deserve to live. Luo Tianqing, these foxes are so strange. Boss, next time please whip us. That way we can run for at least 5 more minutes. This was number 18's suggestion, but Bai Yi sternly rejected it. Next time, it's better to just travel normally. Bai Yi dismounted from the fox and let everyone rest on the spot. In this snowy landscape, the energy expenditure of a full-speed sprint far exceeds the 600-point trait recovery rate every 3 hours. Rather than needing to rest in between, it's better to control the speed and find a balance between recovery and energy expenditure. During the rest, Luo Tianqing found an opportunity to approach and strike up a conversation. She noticed that although these guys were behaving somewhat strangely, they didn't seem to harbor any ill will towards her. Moreover, she felt that their personalities were surprisingly compatible with hers. So she went to Bai Yi's side, resting her chin on her hand and scrutinizing her until Bai Yi felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Then she spoke, I still don't know your names after waking up. Are you twins? Oh right, my name is Luo Tianqing. Luo as in Luoshui, Tianqing as in, turning the tide. I'm from Blue Star, from China, a human. In the battle zone, even random teleportation has a geographical component. Those randomly appearing in this area are definitely from Blue Star, just from different regions. Therefore, she didn't consider whether the other person would understand what Luoshui meant. Besides, although there were translators on the battlefield, she could tell the other person spoke standard Chinese, even with a slight Haicheng accent. Maybe they're from the same hometown. Bai Yi didn't hide anything, nodding and saying, Zhonghua, Qingqiu Fox Clan. Bai Yi, Bai as in, given away for free, Yi as in, reluctant to part. They are my subordinates, this is number 1, this is number 2. These can be understood as my summoned creatures. While Bai Yi was introducing them, the clones weren't exactly well behaved. Even when they were too tired to walk, they would still crawl around aimlessly. Soon they scattered in all directions. During this time, as 18 passed a small protrusion, her white fox ears, stained with blood, twitched slightly. She quickly crawled towards the protrusion. There's a sound, smell, and a smell of grilled fish. As a canine, her sense of smell was extremely keen. She quickly and quietly followed the scent. Judging from your accent, are you also from Haicheng? As their conversation became more familiar, Luo Tianqing's innate curiosity surfaced. Oh, I'm a little fox spirit from Qingcheng Mountain. Because I fought hilichurls every day, people called me the Qingqiu Fox Clan. Bai Yi made up the story without batting an eye. Anyway, it was now the Shu Si, so she wasn't afraid of being exposed. At the same time, she silently noted down the issue of changing the accent of her clone later. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianqing was startled. Huh. Then you must be over 100 years old. She wasn't surprised that animals could actually become spirits. In her mind, if there were octopus girls in the sea, a fox girl on land wouldn't be strange. What truly surprised her was the other person's age. Qingcheng Mountain had been submerged 100 years ago. She hadn't expected that the other person had lived longer than she had in 2 lifetimes combined. In cultivation, time stands still, and I don't know how old I am, but I only recently took human form. You could say I'm a 3-day-old baby, Bai Yi continued her fabrication. Luo Tianqing nodded in agreement. Whether it was true or false, she'd believe it for now. Just then, she inadvertently noticed that not far behind Bai Yi, number 18 had suddenly plunged headfirst into the snow, leaving only her legs flailing outside. Before she could say anything, a loud cry rang out. I caught something. Everyone come quick. Oh, she's biting my ear. Hearing this, Bai Yi and Luo Tianqing immediately got up and rushed over. Having not expended much energy on their journey, they moved swiftly. One person grabbed a tail, lifted it up, and a dirty little catgirl was fished out, biting number 18's ear. Meow. When their eyes met, the air fell silent, save for the howling wind. After a long pause, Luo Tianqing, meow meow meow. Can we eat this?